Atlantic City War. Chapter 1. Sal Bonano sat in the back office of DiNardo's wholesale restaurant supply, watching security camera feeds from 6 different locations, and thinking about how being legitimate was more profitable than being criminal ever was. On screen 1, the warehouse in Port Richmond. Forklifts moving pallets. Workers loading trucks. All above board. All legal. Mostly. Screen 2, the Union Hall on Delaware Avenue. Guys coming and going. Shaking hands. Making deals. The kind where nobody talked about the 20% skim that kept Sal's operation running. Screen 3, a pain clinic in Northeast Philly. Doctors in white coats. Patients waiting. Prescriptions being written. All legitimate. Except for the pills that got diverted. The ones that never made it to the pharmacy. Screen 4, his restaurant in Old City. Lunch rush. Businessmen. Tourists. Families. Good food. Good service. Good cover. Screens 5 and 6, social clubs. One in South Philly. One in Pennsport. The places where real business happened. Where money changed hands. Where problems got solved. 3 years since the church. 3 years since he'd almost gone to prison for life. 3 years since he'd made the hardest decision of his life and given up Vince. Vince had beaten the charges. Walked free. But his organization was finished. Most of his guys came over to Sal. The ones who didn't retired or disappeared or died. Now Sal ran Philadelphia. All of it. Legitimate and otherwise. And it was good. Better than good. It was perfect. Tony DeMarco walked in. "You got a minute?" "Yeah. What's going on?" Tony sat down. Looked at the screens. "We got a problem in Atlantic City." "What kind of problem?" "Bookies are complaining. Say someone's offering better rates. Better terms. Taking their business." "Who?" "Don't know yet. But it's organized. Professional. Not some independent trying to make a score." Sal leaned back in his chair. "How many bookies we talking about?" "3 so far. Maybe more. Ray Testa called this morning. Said he's thinking about switching. Wanted to know if we'd match the new terms." "What are the terms?" "Lower points. Slower collection. More flexible payment plans." "That's not sustainable. Nobody runs a book like that and makes money. Unless they're running volume. Unless they're trying to build market share fast." Sal thought about it. 3 years of smooth operation. 3 years of no drama. No wars. No problems. Now, someone was making moves in Atlantic City. "Find out who it is," Sal said. "Send Marco down there. Have him ask around. Be polite. Be respectful. Just find out what's going on." "You want me to go?" "No. I need you here. Marco can handle it." Tony didn't look convinced, but he nodded. "Okay. I'll call him." "And Tony? Tell him to be careful. Whoever this is, they're not stupid. They're not coming into our territory by accident." Tony left. Sal went back to watching the screens. Everything looked normal. Everything looked fine. But something was bothering him. A feeling. An instinct. The kind you get when you've been in this life long enough to know when things are about to change. His phone rang. His wife, Maria. "Yeah." "Where are you?" she said. "Work." "Why?" "Your daughter has a recital tonight. 7 o'clock. You promised you'd be there." "I'll be there." "You said that last time. Then you showed up an hour late." "This time I'll be on time." I promise. Sal. She's 12. She needs her father. Not your promises. I said I'll be there. Maria hung up. Still mad. Still resentful. Still married to him, but barely. 3 years since the church, and she still hadn't forgiven him. Probably never would. But she stayed. For the kids. For the money. For whatever reason, people stayed in broken marriages. Sal looked at the screens again. At his empire. At everything he'd built. At the price he'd paid for it. Worth it. He didn't know anymore. Some days yes. Some days no. Today he wasn't sure. Marco called back. Tony told me. I'm heading down now. Should know something by tonight. Good. Call me when you know. You got it, boss. Boss. Sal liked that word. Liked how it sounded. Liked what it meant. Power. Respect. Control. He'd wanted it his whole life. Now he had it. Now he understood why Vince held onto it so long. Why he fought so hard to keep it. Because once you had it, once you knew what it felt like, you couldn't imagine living without it. His computer dinged. Email from his accountant. Monthly financial report. He opened it. Scanned the numbers. Legitimate businesses, $340,000 profit this month. Illegitimate businesses, $180,000 profit this month. Total, $520,000. Split between him and Tony, and 5 other guys who'd helped him take over. His cut, $200,000. After taxes on the legitimate stuff. Before taxes on the illegitimate stuff, because you didn't pay taxes on things the government didn't know about. $200,000 a month. $2.4 million a year. More money than his father made in a lifetime. More money than he'd ever imagined having. And it still wasn't enough. Never was. Never would be. That was the thing about this life. The more you had, the more you wanted. The bigger you got, the bigger the target on your back. He closed the email. Stood up. Walked to the window. Looked out at the city. His city. Philadelphia. Home. 3 years of peace. 3 years of prosperity. 3 years of building something that would last. Or so he thought. His phone buzzed. Text from Tony. Marco says the Russians. Out of Brighton Beach. Setting up in AC. Moving into booking and lending. Sal stared at the message. Russians. That was new. That was different. That was potentially a big problem. The Italian families had rules. Territories. Agreements. You didn't move into someone else's city without permission. Without paying tribute. Without showing respect. The Russians didn't care about rules. Didn't care about respect. They just moved. Just took. Just did what they wanted. He texted back, find out who's running it. Who's in charge. What they want. Tony, on it. Sal put the phone down. Looked at the screens again. Everything still looked normal. But it wasn't. Not anymore. Someone was making a move. Someone was testing him. Seeing how he'd respond. Seeing if he was strong enough to protect what was his. He was. He'd spent 3 years building this. 3 years consolidating. 3 years making sure everyone knew Philadelphia belonged to him. He wasn't going to let some Russians from Brooklyn take it away. His phone rang again. Different number. He didn't recognize it, but he answered anyway. Yeah. Mr. Bonano. This is Viktor Romanoff. I believe we should talk. Sal's jaw tightened. About what? About business. About opportunities. About how we can work together instead of against each other. I don't know what you're talking about. Viktor laughed. Of course you don't. That's why your guy, Marco, is in Atlantic City right now asking questions about me. That's why you're wondering who's taking your bookies. That's why you're calling your people, trying to figure out what to do. How do you know what I'm doing? Because I make it my business to know. That's how I've lasted this long. That's how I've grown. By knowing. By planning. By being smart. And what do you want from me? Just to talk. Just to see if we can find a way to both make money. Both prosper. Both avoid unnecessary conflict. And if I don't want to talk, then we don't talk. And things happen the way they happen. And we both lose more than we gain. Is that what you want? Sal thought about it. Thought about wars. About violence. About how the church shooting had almost destroyed everything. About how he'd sworn to himself he wouldn't let it get that bad again. Where and when? Sal said. Neutral ground. Somewhere we both feel safe. I'll text you an address. Tomorrow. Noon. Just you and me. No guns. No crews. Just business. I'll think about it. Don't think too long. Opportunities expire. Viktor hung up. Sal sat there holding the phone, thinking about Russians, about wars, about 3 years of peace that might be ending, about how nothing good ever lasted in this life, how you were always one phone call away from chaos, one decision away from disaster. He called Tony. The Russians just called me. Guy named Viktor. Wants to meet. Tomorrow. Says we should work together. You gonna go? I don't know. What do you think? I think if you don't go, he takes it as disrespect. He pushes harder. He takes more. But if you do go, you're legitimizing him. Giving him a seat at the table. So what do I do? Tony was quiet for a second. Then you go. You listen. You don't commit to anything. You figure out what he wants. What he's willing to do to get it. Then you decide if you can work with him or if you need to go to war. I don't want another war. Nobody does. But sometimes you don't get to choose. They hung up. Sal looked at his watch. 5:30. Hour and a half until his daughter's recital. He should leave now. Get there early. Show Maria he meant it this time. But he couldn't. Not yet. Not with this hanging over him. He made 3 more calls. To Jimmy Longo. To Carmen Russo. To little Nicky's younger brother, who joined the crew after Nicky died. Told them all the same thing. Russians in Atlantic City. Meeting tomorrow. Be ready for anything. Then he left. Drove to Abington. To the school where his daughter was performing. Got there at 6:50. 10 minutes early. Maria was waiting outside. Saw him. Looked surprised. You're early, she said. I said I'd be here. You did. They went inside. Sat in the auditorium. Watched 12-year-olds play violin and piano and sing songs. His daughter was good. Really good. Played Beethoven. Didn't miss a note. Sal watched her. Thought about how she was growing up. How he was missing it. How in 10 years she'd be gone. Off to college. Off to her own life. Thought about what she'd remember about him. What she'd tell her own kids someday. Whether she'd be proud or ashamed. Thought about the choices he'd made. The life he'd chosen. The man he'd become. After, they took pictures. His daughter hugged him. "Thanks for coming, Dad. I wouldn't miss it." "Yes, you would. But I'm glad you didn't." They drove home. Maria in her car, Sal in his, following her through the suburbs back to their house in Packer Park. Normal family. Normal life. Normal everything. Except for the Russians. Except for the meeting. Except for the war that might be coming. He parked in the driveway. Sat there for a minute. Looked at his house. Looked at the lights on inside. Looked at the life he'd built. 3 years of peace. 3 years of prosperity. Tomorrow, he'd find out if it lasted or if it all started falling apart again. He got out. Went inside. Had dinner with his family. Pretended everything was fine. But it wasn't fine. And he knew it. And by tomorrow noon, everyone else would know it too. The Russians were here. The war was coming. Whether he wanted it or not. And Sal Bonano would have to decide, fight or negotiate. Kill or compromise. Survive or prosper. Same choices he'd been making his whole life. Just with higher stakes now. Higher costs. Higher risks. He went to bed, thinking about Viktor Romanoff. About Atlantic City. About how everything he'd built could disappear in a war he didn't start, but would have to finish. Closed his eyes. Tried to sleep. Couldn't. Just lay there. In the dark. In the silence. In the calm before the storm. Waiting for tomorrow. Waiting for noon. Waiting to find out if the next 3 years would be peace or war. The clock ticked past midnight. New day. New problems. Same old life. Chapter 2. Viktor Romanoff sat in the back office of the Deuce's Wild Casino in Atlantic City, watching 3 monitors showing his operations in Brooklyn, and thinking about how Philadelphia was exactly what he needed to expand south. The casino wasn't his. Belonged to some corporation out of Las Vegas. But the loan sharking operation in the parking garage, that was his. The girls working the high roller suites, his. The sports book running out of the hotel bar, also his. Atlantic City was perfect. Gamblers everywhere. Desperate people. People who'd bet their mortgage payment on Red 17. People who needed money fast and didn't ask questions about interest rates. His lieutenant, Dmitry Volkov, came in. Big guy. 6'3". Neck like a tree trunk. Former boxer back in Moscow. Now he broke bones for a living. "The Italian is here," Dmitry said. "Marco's something. He's asking questions at the Tropicana. About us. About our operation." "Let him ask. We're not hiding." "You want me to talk to him?" "No. Let him gather his information. Let him report back to his boss. That's what he's supposed to do." Dmitry sat down. Poured vodka from the bottle on the desk. Drank it straight. "You really think the Italians will negotiate?" "I think they're smart. And smart people negotiate. They don't fight wars they can't win." "What if they can win?" Viktor smiled. "They can't. We got more men. More money. More connections. We move product they can't move. We got supply chains they can't touch. They're regional. We're international. There's no comparison. Then why negotiate at all? Why not just take what we want?" "Because taking costs money. Costs lives. Costs time. Negotiating costs nothing. We offer them something. They give us something. Everyone profits. Everyone lives. That's good business." Dmitry didn't look convinced. He was old school. Violence first, questions later. That worked in Moscow. That worked in Brooklyn sometimes. But in America, you had to be smarter. Had to think long term. Victor's phone buzzed. Text message, I'll meet. Tomorrow noon. Where? Good. Sal Bonano was smart enough to take the meeting. That meant he wasn't stupid. Stupid bosses didn't last. Smart ones could be worked with. Victor texted back an address. A restaurant in Cherry Hill. Halfway between Atlantic City and Philadelphia. Neutral ground. Public enough to be safe. Private enough to talk business. Boss? Dmitri said. The shipment from Baltimore. It's ready. You want me to move it? How much? 5 kilos. Heroin. Pure. Not the street shit. The good stuff. Where's it going? We got buyers in Philly. In Camden. In Trenton. They're waiting. How much are we asking? 40 a kilo. 200 total. Victor thought about it. Heroin was good business. Better margins than the loan sharking. Better than the gambling. Better than almost everything except guns, and guns brought too much heat. Move it. But be careful. The Italians control Philly distribution. If we start pushing heavy product into their territory without permission, that's when they stop negotiating and start shooting. So we wait until after the meeting. We wait until after we know what they're willing to give up. If they're reasonable, we work with them. If they're not, we move the product anyway and deal with the consequences. Dmitri nodded. I got guys ready. Just say when. I'll tell you tomorrow. After I know what Bonano wants. Victor stood up. Walked to the window. Looked out at the Atlantic City boardwalk. Lights everywhere. People everywhere. Money everywhere. This city used to be something. Back in the day. Before the corporations took over the casinos. Before the whole place became a tourist trap. Now it was dying. Slow death. But still profitable, if you knew how to work it. And Victor knew how to work it. Had been working it for 3 years. Building slowly. Carefully. Making connections. Building trust. Establishing himself. Now, he was ready to expand. Needed to expand. Brighton Beach was crowded. Too many crews. Too many bosses. Too much competition. You couldn't grow there. Could only survive. But Philadelphia? That was wide open. Sal Bonano ran it, but his crew was small. Maybe 20 guys. That was nothing. Victor had 40 in Brooklyn alone. Another 20 scattered across Jersey and Pennsylvania. Numbers mattered. Resources mattered. And Victor had both. Boss, Dmitri said. The cop is here. The one on payroll. Send him in. A man walked in. Mid-40s. Expensive suit. Detective shield on his belt. Name was Ray Kowalski. Atlantic City PD. Gang unit. On Victor's payroll for 18 months. Mr. Romanoff, Kowalski said. Detective. What do you have for me? The Philly guys are asking about you. Bonano sent someone down. Guy named Marco. He's been talking to people. Asking questions about your operation. About your connections. About your supply. What did you tell him? Nothing. I didn't talk to him. But others did. Your name came up. Your organization came up. He knows you're here. Knows you're moving in. That's fine. I want him to know. That's the point. You sure about that? Because Bonano's not someone to mess with. He took over Philadelphia 3 years ago. Killed his way to the top. He's not gonna just let you walk into his territory. He doesn't have to let me. I'm already here. Question is whether he's smart enough to work with me or stupid enough to fight me. Kowalski shifted. Nervous. Just be careful. War between you guys means bodies. Means investigations. Means heat on everyone. Including me. Viktor walked over to him. Put his hand on Kowalski's shoulder. That's why we're meeting tomorrow. To avoid war. To find a way to both profit. You'll see. This will work out. And if it doesn't, then you make sure the investigations go nowhere. That's what we pay you for. Kowalski left. Viktor poured himself vodka. Drank it. Thought about the meeting tomorrow. Sal Bonano. Italian boss. Old school family. Rules and respect and territory. All the things Viktor's organization didn't care about. But useful to understand. Useful to manipulate. If you knew how these guys thought, you could control them. Could predict them. Could beat them without ever throwing a punch. His phone rang. Number from Brooklyn. He answered. Yes. Viktor, it's Alexei. His cousin. His partner. The guy who ran the Brighton Beach operation while Viktor expanded south. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Just checking in. You're meeting with the Italian tomorrow. Yes. Be careful. These guys, they don't think like us. They think honor. They think loyalty. They think respect. They'll smile at you, then shoot you in the parking lot. I know how they think. I've been dealing with them for 3 years. In Atlantic City. Not Philadelphia. That's different. That's their home. Their territory. You push too hard, they push back. I'm not pushing. I'm negotiating. Good. Because we can't afford a war right now. We got problems in Brooklyn. Competition. The Albanians are making moves. We need your focus here, not on some fight in Philadelphia. Viktor tensed. What kind of moves? Nothing we can't handle. But they're recruiting. Building. Getting aggressive. We might need to respond. How? That's what we need to discuss. When are you coming back? After this meeting. After I know what's happening with the Italians. Give me 2 days. Okay. 2 days. But Viktor? Don't get stuck in a war you don't need. Philadelphia is nice. But Brooklyn is home. Don't forget that. They hung up. Viktor sat back down. Thought about what Alexei said. About problems in Brooklyn. About the Albanians. About having to fight on 2 fronts. That was the problem with expanding. You stretched yourself thin. You created vulnerabilities. You gave your enemies openings. But if you didn't expand, you stagnated. You got stuck. You eventually got pushed out by someone hungrier, someone smarter, someone willing to take risks. Risk and reward. Always the same calculation. Always the same gamble. Dmitri was watching him. Problems? Maybe. Alexei says the Albanians are making noise in Brooklyn. You want me to go back? Handle it. No. I need you here. I'll deal with Brooklyn after I deal with Philadelphia. And if both blow up at the same time, then we handle both. That's what we do. That's what separates us from the Italians. They think small, regional, local. We think big, international. We can fight in 2 cities, 3 cities, 10 cities if we need to. They can't. Dmitri didn't look convinced but he nodded. Viktor's phone buzzed again. Another text. This time from one of his guys in Philly. A kid named Yuri. Young. Ambitious. Stupid but useful. Boss, word is Bonano is bringing security tomorrow. At least 2 guys. Maybe more. You want backup? Viktor typed back, no. Just me and Dmitri. That's enough. We're talking, not fighting. But he made a mental note. Bonano was bringing security. That meant he was nervous. Or careful. Or both. Good. Nervous people made deals. Scared people gave concessions. Confident people fought. Viktor wanted deals, not fights. At least for now. At least until he knew what he was up against. Tomorrow at noon he'd find out. He'd sit across from Sal Bonano. He'd look in his eyes. He'd hear his voice. He'd read his body language. And then he'd know. Know if this could work. Know if they could coexist. Know if Philadelphia was big enough for both of them. Or if one of them would have to go. He stood up. I'm going to the hotel. Get some sleep. Tomorrow's an important day. You want me to come? No. Stay here. Keep an eye on things. Make sure the operation runs smooth. I'll text you after the meeting. Viktor left. Walked through the casino. Past the slot machines and the blackjack tables and the desperate people throwing money away hoping to get lucky. Past the girls working the bar. Past the security guards who pretended not to know what he did. Past the whole facade of legitimacy that covered his operation. Outside, the Atlantic City air smelled like salt and garbage and broken dreams. He loved it. Loved the energy. Loved the opportunity. Loved the chaos. Brooklyn was home. But this could be the future. This could be the foundation of something bigger. Something that lasted. If he played it right. If he was smart. If he didn't make the same mistakes the Italians made. He got in his Mercedes. Black. Clean. Expensive, but not too expensive. You didn't want to draw attention. Didn't want cops looking at you, wondering where you got the money for a Bentley. Drove to the Borgata. Stayed there when he was in Atlantic City. Nice room. Good service. Anonymous. Ordered room service. Steak and vodka. Sat on the balcony, overlooking the city. Thinking about tomorrow. About Sal. About Philadelphia. About whether this would be the beginning of something profitable or the start of something bloody. His phone buzzed one more time. Text from an unknown number. Be careful tomorrow. Bonano doesn't negotiate. He eliminates. Viktor stared at the message. Who sent this? Who knew about the meeting? Who cared enough to warn him? He tried to call the number back. Out of service. Burner phone. Untraceable. Someone was watching. Someone knew what was happening. Someone wanted him to be scared. Or someone wanted him to be ready. Either way, tomorrow just got more interesting. Viktor finished his vodka. Went to bed. Set his alarm for 9 a.m. Plenty of time to prepare. Plenty of time to think. Plenty of time to decide if he was walking into a negotiation or a trap. He closed his eyes. Thought about his father. About what he'd say. About the advice he'd give. His father was dead now. 10 years. Killed in a Brighton Beach restaurant by Chechens who thought they could take his territory. They were wrong. Viktor made sure of that. Made sure everyone who pulled the trigger ended up in the river. That was the lesson. That was what his father taught him. You don't negotiate from weakness. You negotiate from strength. And strength came from being willing to do what others wouldn't. Tomorrow, he'd see if Sal Bonano understood that. If he respected it. If he was smart enough to see that working together was better than dying apart. And if he wasn't, then Viktor would teach him. The same way he taught the Chechens. The same way he'd taught everyone who'd ever underestimated him. With blood. With bodies. With consequences that lasted. He fell asleep thinking about war. About peace. About the thin line between them. And about how tomorrow he'd find out which side of that line Philadelphia fell on. Chapter 3. Angela Russo sat in her office at the FBI field office on Arch Street, looking at surveillance photos of Sal Bonano taken over the past 6 months, and thinking about how he'd gotten away with everything. 3 years since the church shooting. 3 years since she'd tried to put him away for life. 3 years since he'd cut a deal, testified against Vince, and walked. Not walked. He'd done 6 months in federal custody. Protective unit. Minimum security. Then probation. 5 years of checking in with a probation officer once a month. Of pretending to be reformed. Then the probation ended. And Sal went right back to what he'd been doing before. Except now he was smarter. Cleaner. Better at hiding it. Her phone rang. Callahan. You see the reports from Atlantic City, he said. What reports? Russians. Setting up operations. Loan sharking, gambling, prostitution. They're moving into South Jersey. Getting close to Philly. That's Jersey's problem. Not ours. It's our problem when they start doing business with Sal Bonano. Angela sat up. What are you talking about? My guy in Atlantic City PD says there's chatter. Russians reaching out to Italian families. Trying to make deals. Trying to avoid conflict. Who's running the Russians? Guy named Viktor Romanoff. Out of Brighton Beach. He's connected. Serious. Not some street crew. This is organized. And you think Sal's involved? I think Sal's meeting with him. Tomorrow. Noon. Restaurant in Cherry Hill. How do you know this? I got a source. Someone who knows someone. Point is, it's happening. And if Sal and the Russians start working together, that's a whole new problem. Angela thought about it. Russians and Italians cooperating. That was unusual. Different organizations. Different cultures. Different ways of doing business. But if they figured it out, if they found a way to work together instead of fighting, that made both of them stronger. Harder to prosecute. Harder to break. You want to surveil the meeting? Angela said. Can't. It's in Jersey. I'd need to coordinate with their guys. Get authorization. Takes time we don't have. So what do you want from me? I want you to care. I want you to see this as the opening it is. If we can document them meeting, document them making deals, that's conspiracy. That's the start of a RICO case. Based on what? 2 guys having lunch. Based on patterns. Based on history. Based on the fact that neither one of these guys has a legitimate reason to meet, except to discuss criminal activity. Angela looked at her calendar. She had depositions all day tomorrow. A grand jury presentation the day after. A caseload that was drowning her. But Callahan was right. This was an opportunity. If Sal was meeting with Russians, if they were planning something, this could be the break she needed to finally put him away for good. Okay, she said. I'll make some calls. See if I can get Jersey to put eyes on the meeting. Get photos. Record if possible. Good. Because, Angela, this is different. This isn't Sal being sloppy. This is Sal building something. And if we don't stop it now, in 5 years he's untouchable. They hung up. Angela pulled up her files on Sal. Everything they had. Everything they'd collected over 3 years of watching him. DiNardo's wholesale restaurant supply. Legitimate business. Revenue, $4 million a year. Sal owned 60%. His partner owned 40%. Clean on paper. But the partner was a convicted felon. A guy named Jimmy Longo, who used to work for Vince. The restaurant in Old City. Also legitimate. Good reviews. Popular spot. But it was a known meeting place for Sal's crew. Where deals got made. Where money changed hands. The pain clinic in Northeast. This was the interesting one. Doctors prescribing massive amounts of opioids. Patients coming in with fake injuries. Pills getting diverted to street dealers. The DEA was watching it, but hadn't moved yet. Waiting for enough evidence to make arrests stick. Then there were the union connections. Sal had guys in 3 different unions. Construction. Longshoremen. Teamsters. Getting kickbacks. Controlling contracts. Making sure the right companies got the right jobs. All of it barely legal. All of it structured to be just legitimate enough that prosecuting was hard. That proving criminal intent was nearly impossible. Sal had learned from his mistakes. From the church shooting. From almost going to prison. He'd learned to be smart. To be patient. To build layers between himself and the crimes. Angela's boss, Mitchell Hargrove, walked by. Saw her door open. Came in. "You're here late," he said. "Working the Bonano case." "We don't have a Bonano case. We closed that 3 years ago. We have surveillance. We have suspicions. We have nothing." "Angela, I've told you this before. Move on. Focus on cases we can win." Sal Bonano cooperated. He did his time. He's clean now. He's not clean. He's running the same operation. Just smarter. Then prove it. Bring me evidence. Bring me witnesses. Bring me something I can take to a grand jury. Until then, you're wasting resources on a ghost. Mitchell left. Angela sat there, fuming. She knew Sal wasn't clean. Knew he was still in the life. Still running things. Still making money off illegal operations. But Mitchell was right. Knowing wasn't enough. She needed proof. Needed evidence. Needed something concrete. Her phone buzzed. Text from Callahan. "My source says the meeting is at Maggiano's in Cherry Hill. Noon tomorrow. Sal is bringing Tony DeMarco. Victor is bringing one guy. Dimitri something." Angela made a note. Sent an email to her contact at New Jersey State Police. Asked for surveillance. Photos. Anything they could get without a warrant. Then she pulled up everything the FBI had on Viktor Romanoff. Born in Moscow. Came to the U.S. in 1998. Started working for a Russian crew in Brighton Beach. Moved up fast. Smart. Ruthless. Connected to organized crime in Russia, Ukraine, and the U.S. Current operations: loan sharking, prostitution, drug trafficking. Suspected in multiple homicides, but never charged. Witnesses disappeared. Evidence vanished. Same pattern as Sal. If these two were working together, it was a problem. A big problem. Her office phone rang. Front desk. "There's someone here to see you. Says it's urgent." Won't give a name. Send them to the conference room. I'll be right there. Angela grabbed a notepad, walked to the conference room, opened the door. A woman was sitting inside, mid-30s, nervous, kept looking at the door like she might run. I'm Angela Russo. You wanted to see me? My name is Irina. I work for Viktor Romanoff. I need to tell you something. About tomorrow. About the meeting. Angela sat down. I'm listening. Viktor is planning something. With the Italian. The one named Sal. They're going to make a deal. Split territory. Work together. Move drugs together. How do you know this? I'm Viktor's assistant. I handle his schedule. His calls. His meetings. I hear things. I know things. Why are you telling me? Irina looked at her hands. Because I'm tired. Tired of this life. Tired of watching people get hurt. Tired of being afraid. Viktor is dangerous. If I stay, eventually he'll kill me. Either because I know too much, or because I make a mistake. I need out. I need protection. What are you offering in exchange? Everything. Names. Dates. Operations. I can tell you where Viktor keeps his money. Where he moves his drugs. Who he pays off. All of it. Angela's heart was racing. This was it. This was the break she needed. Not just on Sal. On Viktor too. Both of them. What do you want? Witness protection. New identity. Somewhere far from New York. From Philadelphia. From anywhere they can find me. I can make that happen. If what you're telling me is real. If you can prove it. I have documents. Records. Photos. I've been collecting them for 6 months. Ever since Viktor told me to book the meeting with Sal Bonano. I knew something big was happening. I knew I needed insurance. Where are the documents? Safe place. I'll give them to you. But first I need guarantees. I need it in writing. Witness protection. Immunity. Everything. I can't promise immunity until I know what you've done. What you're involved in. I'm a secretary. I schedule meetings. I don't kill people. I don't move drugs. I just watch. I just know. Angela thought about it. This could be legitimate. Could be a gold mine. Or it could be a setup. Could be Viktor trying to figure out what the feds knew. Could be a trap. I need to verify some things first. I need to make sure you are who you say you are. That you actually work for Viktor. Call the Deuces Wild Casino in Atlantic City. Ask for Viktor's office. Ask to speak to Irina. They'll transfer you. I'll answer. Angela made the call. Put it on speaker. A receptionist answered. Deuces Wild Casino. I need to speak to Viktor Romanoff's office. One moment. A click. Then Irina's voice on the phone. Mr. Romanoff's office. Angela hung up. Looked at Irina. Okay. You're real. But I still need to see the documents. Need to verify what you're telling me. Not here. Not now. I can't risk Viktor knowing I came to you. I'll bring them tomorrow. After the meeting. After I know Viktor is busy. I'll bring everything. Then we make the deal. Then you protect me. Where and when? There's a Wawa on Route 73. 2 p.m. I'll be in a white Toyota. I'll give you everything. Then you get me out. That same day. Before Viktor realizes I'm gone. Angela wrote it down. Okay. I'll be there. Irina stood up. Don't follow me. Don't watch me. Viktor has people everywhere. If he knows I came here, I'm dead. You understand? I understand. Irina left. Angela sat there, trying to process what just happened. A potential witness against Viktor Romanoff. Against Sal Bonano. Against both of them, working together. This could be everything. This could be the case that finally put Sal away for good. That dismantled the Russian operation. That justified 3 years of watching and waiting and building. Or it could be nothing. Could be a scared woman with delusions. Could be a setup. She'd find out tomorrow at 2 p.m. She called Callahan. We might have something. A witness. Woman who works for Viktor. Says she's got documents. Says she'll testify. You believe her? I don't know. But I'm meeting her tomorrow. After Sal and Viktor meet. If she's real, if what she has is good, we might finally have them. Be careful. If Viktor knows she's talking. I know. I'll be careful. They hung up. Angela looked at her notes. At the meeting, tomorrow. At Irina. At the documents she claimed to have. At the possibility that 3 years of frustration might finally pay off. She worked until midnight. Went home. Tried to sleep. Couldn't. Just lay there thinking about tomorrow. About meetings and witnesses and cases that could change everything. About how close she was. How close she'd always been. How one break could be the difference between success and failure. At 6 a.m. she gave up on sleep. Got dressed. Went to the office. Started preparing. Tomorrow was the day. Tomorrow, everything changed. For Sal. For Viktor. For her. Tomorrow, she'd find out if justice was possible. If patience paid off. If good guys ever really won. She made coffee. Opened files. Started working. And waited for noon. For Maggiano's. For the meeting, that could be the beginning of everything. Or the end of nothing. Chapter 4. Ray Testa sat in his apartment, above the pizzeria on Pacific Avenue in Atlantic City, looking at the business card with just a phone number on it, and thinking about how 42 years as a bookie had taught him one thing: always know when the game's changing. The game was changing. The card was from the Russians. 2 guys had walked into his place yesterday. Polite. Professional. Made an offer. Lower points on the VIG. More flexible payment terms. Better customer service, they said. Like booking bets was the same as selling furniture. But the numbers were real. The Russians were offering 4 points instead of his current 6. That was huge. That meant his customers would pay less. Which meant more customers. Which meant more action. Which meant the Italians would be pissed. He'd been booking for Sal's crew for 3 years. Before that, for Vince. Before that, for whoever ran South Jersey. 22 years of paying tribute. Of following rules. Of staying in line. Now someone was offering him a better deal. His phone rang. Sal's guy. Marco. Yeah. Ray, it's Marco. We need to talk. About what? About you. About your business. About whether you're happy with our arrangement. Ray's stomach tightened. They knew. Of course they knew. The Russians probably hit 5 bookies yesterday. Word traveled fast. I'm happy. No complaints. Good. Because I'm hearing things. Hearing someone's making offers. Better rates. Better terms. You hear anything about that? I might have heard something. From who? Couple guys. Russians maybe. I didn't pay attention. Ray. You and me, we go back. 10 years. 12. I've always been straight with you. So, I'm gonna be straight now. Whoever these guys are, whatever they're offering, it's not worth it. You understand what I'm saying? I understand. Because Sal takes care of people who are loyal. But people who aren't loyal, people who jump ship for a better deal, those people become problems. And problems get solved. You following me? I'm following. Good. So if these guys come back, if they make another offer, you tell them you're spoken for. You tell them you're with us. Then you call me. Let me know who they are. What they look like. Where I can find them. Can you do that? Ray thought about the Russians. About the two guys who'd been in his place. About how they didn't look like the kind of guys you said no to. But Marco didn't look like that kind of guy either. And Ray had seen what happened to bookies who switched teams without permission. Usually, they ended up in the river. Yeah. I can do that. Good. Talk soon. Marco hung up. Ray sat there holding the phone. Thinking about choices. About loyalty. About fear. About how he was stuck between two organizations, and picking the wrong one meant dying. The card was still on the table. Just a phone number. Nothing else. No name. No company. Just 10 digits and a decision. He picked it up. Stared at it. Thought about calling. About making the switch. About those better rates and better terms. Thought about Marco's voice. About the implied threat. About problems getting solved. He put the card in his wallet. Didn't throw it away. Didn't call the number. Just kept it. Just in case. Because in this business, you never knew when you'd need options. His wife came out of the bedroom. Who was that? Work. This late. Business doesn't sleep. She went to the kitchen. Started making tea. Didn't ask more questions. 40 years of marriage had taught her when not to ask. Ray walked to the window. Looked out at Atlantic City. At the lights. At the casinos. At the whole dying city, pretending it still mattered. Used to be something, this place. Back in the 70s. Back when the mob ran the casinos. When money flowed. When opportunity was everywhere. Now it was corporate. Sanitized. Boring. The real money was in the shadows. In the sports books, and the loan ops and the girls working the high rollers. The Russians understood that. They weren't trying to take over the casinos. They were working the edges. The margins. The places where real profit lived. Smart. Efficient. Dangerous. His phone buzzed. Text from an unknown number. This is Dmitri. The offer stands. 4 points. Better terms. Think about it. No pressure. But don't wait too long. Ray stared at the message. How'd they get his cell number? He'd never given it to them. Must have connections. Must have ways of finding things out. That should scare him. Should make him more loyal to Sal. Should make him call Marco back and tell him everything. But it didn't. Because the offer was real. And in this business, margins mattered. And 4 points instead of 6 was the difference between making money and just surviving. He deleted the message. Went to bed. His wife was already asleep. He lay there listening to her breathe. Thinking about the life they'd built. About the apartment. About their daughter in college. About retirement in 5 years if he could save enough. About how all of it depended on making the right choice now. The next morning, he went to work. The pizzeria downstairs was busy. Lunch rush. He nodded to the owner. Went upstairs to his office. Small room. Desk. Computer. 3 phones. Filing cabinet full of betting slips. This was his empire. This was what he'd built over 42 years. Not much. But it was his. First customer called at noon. Wanted to put $2,000 on the Eagles. Ray took the bet. Wrote it down. Gave him the number to call later for the line. Second customer came in person. Wanted credit. Ray knew him. Good for it. Gave him $1,000 to play with. 6% vig. Standard terms. By 3 p.m., he'd taken 20,000 in action. By 6:40. By the end of the night, probably 60. His cut, 10% of the wins. Minus the vig he paid Sal's crew. Minus expenses. Minus the occasional customer who couldn't pay and had to be written off. Net profit, maybe $4,000 for the week. Good week. Some weeks were better. Some were worse. But with the Russian terms, his cut would be higher. His expenses lower. His profit maybe $6,000 instead of $4,000. 50% increase. Just for making a phone call. His phone rang again. Different number. He answered. Ray Testa. Yeah. Who's this? My name is Viktor. I believe my people made you an offer yesterday. I wanted to follow up, personally. See if you had questions. Ray's throat went dry. The boss. The actual boss was calling him. I don't have questions. I need time to think. Of course. This is a big decision. I understand. But I want you to know, Ray, we're not here to cause problems. We're here to do business. Good business. Fair business. The kind where everybody wins. What about the Italians? What happens when they find out? That's being handled. We're meeting with Mr. Bonano tomorrow. Working out an arrangement. By the time you make your decision, everything will be settled. No drama. No conflict. Just business. And if I say no, then you say no. We don't force anyone. We just offer better terms. Better service. Better protection. But if you're happy where you are, we respect that. We move on. That's it. No pressure. No threats. Ray, I'm not in the business of making enemies. I'm in the business of making money. Threatening you doesn't make me money. Working with you does. So think about it. Take your time. Call me when you decide. Or don't call. Either way, no hard feelings. Viktor hung up. Ray sat there stunned. That wasn't how these conversations usually went. Usually, there were threats. Implications. Fear. The whole mob movie routine. But Viktor sounded like a businessman. Sounded reasonable. Sounded like someone you could trust. Which was probably more dangerous than threats. Because threats you could see coming. Reason. Reason was how they got you to relax. To let your guard down. To make mistakes. He called his buddy Polly. Another bookie. Worked the Trenton area. Polly. You get any visitors lately? Russians. Yeah. Yesterday. 2 guys. Made me an offer. What did you say? I said I'd think about it. Then I called Bobby C., told him what happened. He told me to stay put. Not to switch. Said it was being handled. Handled how? Didn't say. But Ray, I'm scared. These Russians, they're not playing around. They got money. They got muscle. They're organized. If this turns into a war, guys like us are in the middle. We're the ones who get hurt. So what are you gonna do? I don't know. Stay loyal. Hope the Italians protect us. Or jump ship and hope the Russians win. Either way, feels like a losing bet. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking too. They hung up. Ray spent the rest of the night taking bets, watching sports, calculating odds, doing the math that had kept him alive for 42 years. At midnight, he closed up, went upstairs. His wife was watching TV. "You okay?" she said. "You look stressed." "Just work stuff. It'll pass." "Sal, treating you okay?" "Yeah. It's not that. It's just things are changing. And I'm trying to figure out which way to go." "You always figure it out. You're smart. You're careful. Trust your gut." He went to bed. Lay there thinking about guts. About instincts. About 42 years of reading situations and making calls. His gut said the Russians were winning. Said Viktor was smarter than Sal. Said the future was with the new organization, not the old one. But his gut also said switching was dangerous. Said loyalty mattered. Said you didn't survive in this business by jumping ship every time someone made a better offer. At 2 a.m., he made a decision. He'd wait. He'd see what happened at the meeting tomorrow. See if Sal and Viktor worked something out. See if the Italians and Russians could coexist. And then he'd decide. Based on facts. Based on reality. Based on who was stronger. Because in the end, that's all that mattered. Not loyalty. Not honor. Not history. Just who was stronger. Who was smarter. Who would still be standing when the dust settled. He fell asleep thinking about it. About choices. About consequences. About how every decision in this life was a bet. And sometimes you won. And sometimes you lost. And sometimes you didn't know which one until it was too late. The next morning, he got a call. Marco again. "Ray. Quick question. Those Russians. They contact you again?" Ray hesitated. Thought about lying. Thought about telling the truth. Thought about what each one cost. "Yeah. They called. Guy named Viktor. Made the same offer. Said they're meeting with Sal today. Working things out." "That's true. They are meeting. But Ray, until we know how that meeting goes, I need you to stay put. Don't make any moves. Don't switch. Don't do anything. Can you do that?" "Yeah. I can do that." "Good. After today, we'll know more. We'll know where everyone stands. Then we'll talk again." "Okay. Okay." They hung up. Ray opened his laptop. Started checking the morning lines. Started taking bets. Started doing what he'd done for 42 years. But his mind was elsewhere. On meetings. On Russians. On Italians. On a war that might be starting. On which side to be on when it did. And on whether there was a third option. A way to survive, no matter who won. Because that's what bookies did. They hedged. They spread the risk. They made sure they never lost too much on any one bet. Maybe that's what he needed to do now. Not pick a side. Not make a choice. Just hedge. Just survive. Just wait and see. He pulled out the card with the phone number. Looked at it. Then he put it back in his wallet. Not today. But soon. Maybe soon. When the time was right. When the odds were clear. When he knew which bet paid off. That's when he'd make his call. That's when he'd pick his side. Until then, he'd wait. He'd watch. He'd do what bookies did best. He'd calculate the odds. And bet on himself. Chapter 5. Callahan sat in his Crown Vic outside Maggiano's in Cherry Hill at 11:30 a.m., drinking coffee that had gone cold an hour ago, and thinking about how surveillance never got easier no matter how many years you did it. Lou was in the passenger seat, eating a breakfast sandwich. You really think this is worth it? Sitting here watching two guys have lunch. It's not lunch. It's a meeting. Same thing. Not when one guy's a mob boss and the other guy's Russian organized crime. Then it's conspiracy. Then it's the beginning of something we need to stop. Or it's just lunch. And we're sitting here wasting our time. Callahan didn't answer. Just watched the parking lot. Watched cars come and go. Watched people heading into the restaurant for their Saturday meals. Normal people. Normal lives. They had no idea what was happening in their city. What was being negotiated. What was being built. His phone buzzed. Text from Angela. Jersey State Police can't help. No resources for surveillance. We're on our own. Callahan texted back, I'm here anyway. I'll get what I can. Angela, be careful. If they spot you. Callahan, they won't. He put the phone down. Checked his camera. Long lens. Good resolution. Enough to get faces. Enough to prove who was there. There, Lou said. Black Cadillac. That's Sal's car. Callahan raised the camera. Focused. The Cadillac pulled into the parking lot. Sal got out. So did Tony DeMarco. Both wearing nice clothes. Both looking around. Both checking for cops. Callahan took photos. Click. 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 Got both their faces. Got them walking toward the restaurant. Got them going inside. Now we wait, Callahan said. For what? For the Russians. Should be here any minute. At 11:50, a black Mercedes pulled up. Tinted windows. New Jersey plates. Stopped in the parking lot. Two men got out. One was thin. Mid-40s. Expensive suit. Moved like he owned the place. That was Viktor. Had to be. The other was bigger. Muscle. Bodyguard, probably. That was Dmitri. Callahan took more photos. Got Viktor's face. Got Dmitri's. Got them walking in. Got the license plate on the Mercedes. Okay, Callahan said. Now we really wait. See how long they're in there. See if anyone else shows up. And then what? We follow them after. See where they go. Maybe. Depends on what happens. If this is just a meet and greet, they'll be out in an hour. If they're making serious plans, could be longer. They sat there. Watching. Waiting. The restaurant filled up. People coming for lunch. Families. Couples. Business meetings. Inside somewhere, Sal and Viktor were talking. Making deals. Dividing territory. Planning operations. And Callahan couldn't hear a word of it. Couldn't record it. Couldn't prove it. Could only watch and document and hope it was enough. His phone rang. The captain. Callahan, where are you? Following a lead. What kind of lead? The kind where I'm watching two organized crime figures meet in Cherry Hill. You got authorization for surveillance in New Jersey? I got eyes on a parking lot. That's not surveillance. That's observation. Don't play games with me. If you're working a case, I need to know about it. I need reports. I need justification. I'll have a report on your desk Monday. You better. And Callahan, be careful. Sal Bonano isn't someone to mess with. He's got lawyers. He's got connections. He's got friends in places that matter. You push too hard, he pushes back. I'm not pushing. I'm watching. Same thing to guys like him. The captain hung up. Lou looked at him. You're gonna get in trouble for this. Probably. Worth it. If it stops what I think they're planning. Yeah. Worth it. At 12:30, nothing had changed. The cars were still there. Nobody had come out. Inside, the meeting was still happening. Callahan's phone buzzed. Angela, any movement? Callahan, still inside. Been there 40 minutes. This is more than lunch. Angela, keep watching. I've got the meet with Irina at 2. If she's got what she says, we'll have documentation of their whole operation. Callahan, if she shows. Angela, she'll show. Callahan hoped she was right. Hoped this wasn't some elaborate setup. Hoped Irina was real and scared and willing to testify. Because without her, all they had were photos of 4 guys at a restaurant. That wasn't conspiracy. That wasn't proof. That was just lunch. Lou nudged him. Look. Someone else is going in. A third car pulled up. Lincoln Town car. 2 guys got out. Older. Italian-looking. One of them Callahan recognized. Jimmy Longo. Used to work for Vince. Now worked for Sal. Reinforcements, Lou said. Or witnesses. Maybe they're having Jimmy there to vouch for Sal. Show the Russians he's legitimate. Or they're having him there because this is about to go bad and they need more muscle. Callahan took photos. Got Jimmy. Got his companion. Got them walking in. This is getting interesting, Callahan said. Or dangerous. 6 guys. 4 of them definitely armed. 2 of them probably armed. If shooting starts. It won't. This is neutral ground. Public place. They're not gonna shoot up a restaurant in the middle of lunch rush. You sure about that? No. But I'm hoping. At 1:15, the door opened. Jimmy and his guy came out first. Walked to their car. Didn't look happy. Didn't look unhappy either. Just looked done. They drove away. 5 minutes later, Viktor and Dmitri came out. Stood by their car. Talking. Dmitri was animated. Gesturing. Viktor was calm. Listening. Then they got in the Mercedes. Drove away. Callahan photographed all of it. Finally, at 1:30, Sal and Tony came out. They stood in the parking lot. Talking. Sal was smoking. Tony had his hands in his pockets. They looked like 2 guys discussing what just happened. Processing. Deciding. Then they got in the Cadillac. Drove away. Callahan put down the camera. Okay. Meeting's over. Now what? Now we follow someone. Pick a target. See where they go. Or we let them go and wait for Angela's meet. See what Irina gives us. Lou thought about it. Your call. Callahan started the car. We follow Sal. See if he goes anywhere interesting. Makes any calls. Meets anyone else. They pulled out. Stayed 3 cars back. Followed the Cadillac through Cherry Hill. Back toward Philadelphia. Sal drove straight. No stops. No detours. Went right to his house in Packer Park. Pulled into the driveway. Went inside. That's it, Lou said. He went home. Guess so. So what did we learn? We learned they met. We learned it lasted an hour and a half. We learned Jimmy was there. We learned nobody got shot. That's not much. It's enough. It's documentation. It's evidence they're working together. It's the start of a pattern. Callahan drove to the Wawa on Route 73. Parked where he could see the parking lot. Checked the time. 1:50. 10 minutes until Angela's meet with Irina. What are we doing here? Lou said. Back up. Angela's meeting a potential witness. Russian mob secretary. Claims she's got documents. Claims she wants out. You think it's legit? I think Angela thinks it's legit. Whether it actually is, we'll find out in 10 minutes. They waited. At 1:55, a white Toyota pulled in. Parked near the entrance. A woman got out. Mid-30s. Nervous. Looking around. That was Irina. 2 minutes later, Angela's car pulled in. Parked next to the Toyota. Angela got out. Walked over. They talked. Callahan watched through binoculars. Couldn't hear what they were saying. Could only see body language. Irina looked scared. Angela looked calm. Professional. Irina went to her trunk. Opened it. Pulled out a box. Handed it to Angela. Angela looked inside. Nodded. Put the box in her car. They talked more. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Then Irina got back in her Toyota. Drove away. Fast. Angela walked to Callahan's car. Got in the back seat. She gave me everything, Angela said. Financial records. Photos. Recordings. Meeting notes. Everything Viktor's been doing for 3 years. Everything about his operation. His connections. His crimes. She say anything about the meeting with Sal? She said they made a deal. Viktor gets Atlantic City. Sal keeps Philadelphia. They're gonna cooperate on drug distribution. Heroin, mostly. Viktor's got connections to supply. Sal's got distribution networks. They split the profits. That's conspiracy. That's exactly what it is. And with Irina's documents, with her testimony, we can prove it. We can build a RICO case against both of them. Callahan felt something he hadn't felt in 3 years. Hope. Real hope. That they might actually get Sal. Might actually make it stick this time. What happens to Irina? Lou said. Witness protection. She leaves tonight. New identity. New city. New life. She's scared. She thinks Viktor will figure out she talked. Thinks he'll kill her. She's probably right. I know. That's why we're moving fast. We process the documents today. We verify everything. We build the case. We get arrest warrants by Monday. We move before Viktor or Sal know what's happening. Callahan nodded. Okay. What do you need from me? Everything you've got. Photos from today. Surveillance notes. Anything that shows Sal and Viktor meeting. Anything that proves they're working together. You'll have it tonight. Angela got out. Drove away with the box of documents. Callahan sat there. Thinking about 3 years. About watching Sal build his empire. About knowing he was dirty, but not being able to prove it. About how maybe finally justice was possible. You think it'll work? Lou said. You think this time we actually get him? I think we have a shot. Better shot than we've had in years. Question is whether the case holds up. Whether Irina's testimony is enough. Whether a jury believes a Russian mob secretary over an Italian mob boss with expensive lawyers. That's a lot of questions. Yeah, it is. They drove back to Philadelphia. Back to the roundhouse. Back to work. Callahan spent the rest of the day writing reports. Documenting everything. Every photo. Every observation. Every detail. Building a case. Brick by brick. Piece by piece. The way it had to be built. By 7 p.m., he was done. Sent everything to Angela. Went home. His wife was making dinner. You look tired. Long day. Good long day or bad long day? Good, I think. Maybe good. We'll see. He ate dinner. Watched TV. Tried to relax. Couldn't. Just kept thinking about Monday. About arrests. About Sal in handcuffs. About finally getting justice. At 11 p.m., his phone rang. Angela. Frank, we have a problem. What kind of problem? Irina's dead. Someone shot her 3 hours ago. Outside her apartment in Brooklyn. 2 bullets. Professional hit. Callahan felt his stomach drop. Viktor. Has to be. He figured out she talked. Moved fast. Now our witness is dead, and half our case just disappeared. What about the documents? They're real. They're good. But without Irina to testify, to authenticate them, to explain them, they're just papers. Viktor's lawyers will tear them apart. Say they're fabricated. Say Irina was disgruntled. Say anything to create reasonable doubt. So what do? We keep building. We use what we have. We find other witnesses. We don't give up. But Callahan could hear it in her voice. The defeat. The frustration. The knowledge that they'd come so close and still lost. I'm sorry, Angela. Me too. See you Monday. She hung up. Callahan sat there in the dark, thinking about Irina. About a woman who tried to do the right thing. Who tried to escape. Who tried to help. And who died for it. That was the cost. That was always the cost. You went against people like Viktor, people like Sal, and you paid with your life. He went to bed. Lay next to his wife. Listened to her breathe. Thought about how lucky he was. How he got to go home every night. How he got to wake up every morning. Irina didn't get that anymore. She tried to do the right thing. And it killed her. That was the world they lived in. That was the reality. And Callahan would wake up Monday and keep fighting it. Keep trying. Keep hoping justice was possible. Even when everything said it wasn't. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Sal sat across from Viktor Romanoff in a private room at Maggiano's, Tony on his left, Jimmy Longo on his right, and thought about how this was either the smartest thing he'd ever done or the beginning of the end. Viktor looked relaxed. Confident. Had a glass of wine he wasn't drinking. Just holding it. Playing with the stem. Thank you for meeting, Viktor said. I know this is unusual. Russians and Italians. Different worlds. Different ways. But I believe we can help each other. I'm listening, Sal said. Atlantic City. You have operations there. Booking. Lending. Small scale. We have operations there too. Bigger scale. More resources. We're stepping on each other's toes. Causing friction. Bad for business. So you want me to leave Atlantic City? I want us to divide it properly. You keep your bookies. We keep ours. No poaching. No competition. We coexist. And what do I get out of this? Viktor smiled. You get to avoid a war you don't want. You get to focus on Philadelphia, where your real money is. And you get a partner for something bigger. What's bigger? Heroin. We have connections. Supply chains from Eastern Europe. Through the ports. Pure product. Better than anything coming from Mexico or South America. We can move volume. But we need distribution. Need networks. Need people who know the streets. That's you. Sal glanced at Tony. Tony's face gave nothing away. Just listening. Processing. What kind of volume? Sal said. Start small. 10 kilos a month. See how it goes. You move it through your networks. We split profits 60-40. You get 40. Why not 50-50? Because we're providing the product. Taking the supply risk. You're just distributing. Lower risk. Lower percentage. Sal leaned back. And if I say no? If I want Atlantic City for myself? If I don't want to partner on heroin? Then we have problems. Then competition becomes conflict. Then conflict becomes war. And war costs everyone money. Costs lives. Draws attention. Nobody wins. Sounds like a threat. It's reality. I'm not threatening you, Mr. Bonano. I'm offering you a choice. Work with me, and we both prosper. Work against me, and we both lose. Simple business decision. Tony spoke up. How do we know we can trust you? How do we know you won't expand into Philadelphia once you're established in Atlantic City? You don't. Just like I don't know, you won't try to push us out of Atlantic City once you build strength. Trust is earned. Through time. Through keeping agreements. Through mutual profit. I propose we start small. Test each other. See if this works. If it does, we expand. If it doesn't, we go our separate ways. No harm. Sal looked at Jimmy. What do you think? Jimmy was old school. 70 years old. Seen everything. I think Vince would say no. Would say you don't partner with outsiders. Don't share territory. Don't break tradition. Vince isn't here, Sal said. I know. That's why you get to make a different choice. Smarter choice maybe. Question is whether smart is also safe. Sal thought about it. Thought about 3 years of building. Of consolidating. Of growing his operation. Thought about how adding heroin would triple his income. Would make him richer than Vince ever was. But also riskier. Heroin brought federal attention. DEA. Task forces. Long sentences. Different level of heat. I need specifics, Sal said. How does distribution work? Where do we move it? How do we avoid getting caught? Viktor pulled out a folder. Passed it across the table. This outlines everything. Supply schedule. Delivery points. Payment terms. Security protocols. I've been doing this for 5 years. In Brooklyn. In Jersey. In Connecticut. Never had a major problem. Never lost a shipment. Never had anyone flip. Sal opened the folder. Scanned the pages. It was detailed. Professional. Organized. Not some amateur operation. This was real. I need time to think about this, Sal said. To discuss with my people. To make sure we can handle this level of operation. Of course. Take the weekend. Call me Monday. We'll move forward, or we won't. Either way, no hard feelings. Business is business. What about Atlantic City? What about the bookies you're poaching? I'll pull back. Give you space. Until you decide. If you say yes to the partnership, we divide Atlantic City formally. Set boundaries. Respect territories. If you say no, then we compete. And may the best organization win. Sal stood up. Extended his hand. Viktor shook it. Firm grip. Eye contact. The handshake of someone who kept their word, or was good at pretending. They left. Got in separate cars. Drove separate directions. In the Cadillac, Sal lit a cigarette. Tony was driving. Jimmy was in the back. What do you think? Sal said. Tony kept his eyes on the road. I think it's a good deal financially. I think it's dangerous operationally. I think if we do this, there's no going back. We're in the heroin business. That's a different world. Jimmy? I think Viktor is smart. I think he's offering you something valuable. But I also think he's testing you. Seeing if you're strong enough to be a partner. Seeing if you're weak enough to be eliminated later. This is a chess move. Question is whether you see the whole board. Sal smoked. Watched Philadelphia come into view. His city. His territory. His empire. Adding heroin would make it bigger. Stronger. More profitable. But also more vulnerable. More exposed. More likely to attract the kind of attention that ended with everyone in prison. We take the weekend, Sal said. We talk to our people. We figure out if we can handle this. Then Monday, I'll call Viktor. Give him an answer. And if we say yes, Tony said, then we're committed. Then we do this right. No mistakes. No shortcuts. No getting caught. That's a lot of pressure. That's the job. They drove to Sal's house. Dropped him off. Sal went inside. Maria was in the kitchen. The kids were upstairs. How was your day? She said. Long. Productive. Complicated. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I've got. She didn't push. Just went back to cooking. After 17 years of marriage, she knew when not to ask questions. Sal went to his office. Closed the door. Pulled out the folder Viktor gave him. Read through it carefully. The heroin would come through the port of Elizabeth. Shipped in containers marked as machine parts. Viktor had customs officials on payroll. Had longshoremen who'd move the containers without inspection. Had drivers who'd transport to secure locations. From there, Sal's people would take over. Break down the kilos. Cut it, if necessary. Package it. Distribute to street dealers through established networks. Collect money. Pay Viktor his 60%. Keep 40. 10 kilos a month at wholesale prices meant maybe 200,000 profit. Split 60-40, Sal would clear 80 grand. Not counting what his dealers made on markup. 80 grand a month. $1 million a year. Just from heroin. On top of everything else he was already making. It was tempting. Very tempting. His phone rang. Angela Russo. His stomach dropped. He hadn't talked to her in 3 years. Not since he testified against Vince. Not since he'd been released from protective custody. He answered. Yeah. Sal, it's Angela Russo. We need to talk. About what? About your meeting today. With Viktor Romanoff. In Cherry Hill. Sal's blood went cold. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do. We had surveillance. We have photos. We know you met. We know Jimmy Longo was there. We know you're planning something. Planning lunch. That's not illegal. Conspiracy to distribute narcotics is illegal. Conspiracy to engage in racketeering is illegal. Working with a known Russian organized crime figure is illegal. I met a businessman. We discussed business. Nothing illegal about that. Sal, don't play games. I know what you're doing. I know what Viktor's offering. And I'm telling you right now, if you go forward with this, I will bury you. I will build a case that puts you away for 30 years. And this time, there won't be a deal. There won't be cooperation. There'll just be prison. You got nothing. You got photos of guys at lunch. That's not evidence. I've got more than you think. And I'm getting more every day. So here's my offer, walk away. Don't partner with Viktor. Don't move heroin. Don't expand your operation. Stay in your lane. Do that, and I'll leave you alone. But cross that line, and I'll make it my mission to destroy you. That sounds like harassment. That sounds like a warning. Take it or don't. Your choice. She hung up. Sal sat there, staring at the phone, thinking about how the feds knew about the meeting, how they had surveillance, how they were watching, which meant they'd been watching Viktor too, which meant anything Sal did with Viktor would be documented, photographed, used against him later. He called Tony. Angela Russo just called me. They know about the meeting. They've got surveillance. They're watching. Shit. What did you tell her? Nothing. Denied everything. But Tony, if they're watching, if they're building a case, partnering with Viktor is suicide. We'd be walking right into their trap. So what do we do? I don't know. I need to think. I'll call you tomorrow. Sal hung up. Sat there in his office. Alone. Thinking about choices. About opportunities. About risks. About how every decision in this life was a gamble. And sometimes you won. And sometimes you lost. And sometimes the game was rigged before you even sat down. The folder was still on his desk. The heroin deal. The partnership. The $1 million a year. All of it poison if the feds were watching. All of it evidence if they were building a case. All of it a guarantee of prison time if they could prove it. He picked up the folder, walked to the fireplace, lit it, watched it burn. Better to be poor and free than rich and in prison. That's what his father used to say. Took Sal 43 years to understand what he meant. He'd call Viktor Monday. Tell him no. Tell him thanks but no thanks. Tell him to find another partner. It was the smart play. The safe play. The only play that didn't end with him in handcuffs. But it didn't feel like winning. It felt like losing. Like backing down. Like being scared. And Sal Bonano didn't get where he was by being scared. He watched the folder burn. Watched his $1 million opportunity turn to ash. And thought about how sometimes the best business decision was the one you didn't make. Chapter 7. Sal woke up Sunday morning with a plan that was either brilliant or insane, and in his experience, those were usually the same thing. He'd spent all night thinking about the Viktor situation, about the feds watching, about Angela's warning, about the heroin deal, about Atlantic City, about how saying yes to Viktor meant prison, and saying no to Viktor meant looking weak, meant the Russians would push harder, meant war eventually. So he needed a third option, something Viktor didn't expect. Something the feds couldn't touch. Something that showed strength without showing crime. He made coffee. Sat at the kitchen table. Called Tony at 7 a.m. "It's early," Tony said. "I know. I've been thinking about Viktor. About what we should do. And we say no to the heroin. That's off the table. Too much heat. Too much risk. But we say yes to Atlantic City. We formalize the split. Give him what he wants there. Make peace. That's not a third option. That's just giving up Atlantic City. It's strategic retreat. We pull back from territory we barely control anyway. Focus on Philadelphia, where our real strength is. And we make Viktor happy. Make him think we're cooperating. Make him lower his guard. For what? For later. For when the time's right. For when we're stronger and he's weaker. Then we take back Atlantic City. Then we take everything." Tony was quiet. "Then you're playing a long game." "I'm playing the only game that doesn't end with me in prison or dead in a ditch. We can't fight Viktor now. We're not strong enough. But we can prepare. Build. Wait. And when the moment comes, we move." "And what about the feds? What about Angela watching us?" "Let her watch. If we're not doing anything illegal, there's nothing to see. We pull back from Atlantic City through legitimate negotiation. We focus on our legitimate businesses. We stay clean. We be patient. Sal, you know what patience gets you in this life. Nothing. You don't build empires by waiting. You build them by taking what you want when you want it. Or you end up like Vince, 70 years old, alone. His organization gone. His power gone. Everything gone. Because he couldn't see the big picture. Couldn't adapt. Couldn't be smart." Tony sighed. "Okay. So we tell Viktor yes to Atlantic City. No to heroin. What do you think he says?" "I think he says yes. Because he wants Atlantic City more than he wants a partnership. He was offering the heroin as a sweetener, to make the deal more attractive. But if we give him Atlantic City anyway, he gets what he came for. And if he pushes? If he wants the heroin deal or nothing? Then we deal with that when it happens. But I don't think he will. Viktor's smart. He knows the feds are watching. He knows moving heroin right now is dangerous. I think he's testing us, seeing if we're stupid enough to take the bait. We show him we're not. We show him we're smarter than he thought. Okay. Call him. Set it up. Let's see what he says." They hung up. Sal finished his coffee. Waited until 10 a.m. Then called the number Viktor had given him. Viktor answered on the second ring. "Mr. Bonano, I was wondering when I'd hear from you. I've made a decision about your offer. I'm listening. Atlantic City. We'll divide it. Formalize the split. You keep your operations. We keep ours. No competition. No conflict. Peace. And the heroin? No. Too much heat right now. Too much risk. Maybe later. When things calm down. But not now." Viktor was quiet for a moment. Sal could hear him thinking. Processing. Calculating. "That's acceptable," Viktor finally said. Atlantic City was always the priority. The heroin was optional. Additional opportunity. But if you're not ready, you're not ready. No pressure. Good. So how do we formalize this? How do we make sure both sides respect the boundaries? We meet again. This time with our people. Your bookies. My bookies. We draw the lines. Set the rules. Make it clear to everyone. Then we enforce it. Anyone crosses the line, we handle it together. That way, there's accountability. That way it sticks. When? This week. Wednesday. Back in Cherry Hill. Neutral ground. You bring your people. I bring mine. We make it official. Okay. Wednesday. I'll be there. Good. And Mr. Bonano? I think this is the beginning of a productive relationship. Different organizations. Different backgrounds. But same goals. Same interests. Money. Power. Survival. That's what matters. Yeah. That's what matters. They hung up. Sal sat there feeling like he'd just won and lost at the same time. He'd avoided the heroin trap, avoided giving the feds evidence. But he'd also given up Atlantic City, given Viktor what he wanted. Shown weakness maybe, or shown strength, shown intelligence, shown that he was someone who could negotiate, could be reasonable, could play the long game. Time would tell which one it was. He called Marco. Wednesday, we're meeting with the Russians in Cherry Hill. You, me, Tony, and whoever else we need. We're dividing Atlantic City, making formal boundaries. I need you to get a list of all our bookies down there, all our operations, everything we're giving up. Giving up. It's strategic. Trust me. Just get me the list. Okay, boss. I'll have it by tomorrow. Next call was to Jimmy. Viktor accepted the deal. We're splitting Atlantic City. Keeping Philadelphia. No heroin. No partnership. Just coexistence. That's smart, Jimmy said. Vince would have fought. Would have gone to war. Would have lost. You're making the right choice. I hope so. Because if I'm wrong, if this makes us look weak, the vultures will circle. Everyone will think they can take a piece. Then we show them they can't. We pull back from Atlantic City, but we tighten Philadelphia. We make it clear. This city is ours. Anyone wants to challenge that, they're welcome to try. Yeah. That's the plan. Sal spent the rest of Sunday at home. Trying to be a father. Trying to be a husband. Trying to pretend this was a normal life. But it wasn't normal. Never was. Never would be. His daughter came downstairs. Dad, can we go to the movies? Sure. What do you want to see? I don't know. Something funny. Something that's not about work or stress or whatever you're always thinking about. He smiled. Okay. Let's go. They went to the movies. Some comedy about a family road trip. He didn't pay attention to the plot. Just watched his daughter laugh. Watched her enjoy something simple. Something innocent. Thought about how he was building this empire for her. For his son. For their futures. So they'd never struggle like he did. Never worry about money. Never feel small. But also thought about what it cost. What he was risking. What he might lose if it all went wrong. After the movie, they got ice cream. Walked around the mall. Normal father-daughter afternoon. Dad, are you okay? She said. Yeah. Why? You seem distracted. Like you're somewhere else. Just work stuff. Nothing important. Is it dangerous? What you do? Sometimes. But I'm careful. I'm always careful. Mom worries about you. She doesn't say it. But I can tell. I know. I worry about her too. About you. About your brother. That's why I work so hard. To make sure you're all safe. All taken care of. We are safe. We are taken care of. So, maybe you can work a little less. Be home a little more. He looked at her. 12 years old. Already seeing through him. Already understanding more than she should. I'll try, he said. That's what you always say. I know. But this time, I mean it. They went home. He had dinner with the family. Watched TV. Went to bed. Lay there next to Maria. She was reading. He was staring at the ceiling. You made a deal with the Russians, she said. Not a question. A statement. How'd you know? Because you've been distracted for 3 days. Because you disappear for meetings you won't explain. Because I've been married to you long enough to know when something big is happening. We divided territory. They get Atlantic City. We keep Philadelphia. That's it. No drama. No conflict. And you trust them? These Russians? You trust they'll keep their word? I don't trust anybody. But I trust numbers. I trust consequences. They break the deal, there are consequences. That's enough. She put down her book. Looked at him. Sal, when does this end? When do you have enough? When can you just stop and enjoy what we have? I don't know. Soon. Maybe soon. You said that 3 years ago. After the church. After you almost went to prison. You said you were done. Said you'd stay clean. Now look at you. Making deals with Russians. Dividing cities. Building the same empire that almost destroyed you. This is different. I'm smarter now. More careful. I know what I'm doing. That's what you said last time. She turned off her light. Rolled over. Done talking. Sal lay there in the dark. Thinking about her words. About when it ended. About when enough was enough. The truth. It never ended. Men like him didn't stop. Didn't walk away. Didn't retire. They just kept going until something stopped them. Prison. Death. Betrayal. Something. But not choice. Never choice. Because if you chose to stop, you looked weak. And weak men didn't last in this life. He fell asleep thinking about Wednesday. About the meeting. About formalizing the deal with Viktor. About making it official. About whether he was being smart or just delaying the inevitable. About whether peace was possible or just a temporary ceasefire before the real war began. Monday morning, he woke up early. Went to the office. Marco had the list ready. 8 bookies in Atlantic City. 3 loan operations. 2 sports books. Total revenue, maybe $200,000 a year. Not much. But it was the principle. It was territory. It was presence. And now, he was giving it up. You sure about this? Marco said. I'm sure we don't have a choice. Not right now. Maybe later. But not now. The guys aren't gonna like it. Pulling back. Surrendering territory. Makes us look weak. Then we show them we're not weak. We show them Philadelphia is stronger than ever. We tighten operations here. We increase profits. We prove that giving up Atlantic City was smart, not scared. Marco nodded, but didn't look convinced. Tuesday, Sal met with his bookies. Explained the situation. Explained they were pulling back from Atlantic City. Refocusing on Philadelphia. What about our guys down there? One of them asked. What happens to them? They come back here. We find them work. Nobody gets abandoned. We're not leaving people behind. We're repositioning. There's a difference. And the Russians? What if they don't keep their word? What if they push into Philadelphia? Then we push back. Hard. But I don't think they will. Viktor's smart. He knows this is a good deal for both of us. He knows breaking it costs him more than keeping it. You trust him? I trust his self-interest. That's more reliable than trust. Wednesday morning, Sal, Tony, Marco, and 2 others drove to Cherry Hill. Back to Maggiano's. Back to the same room. Viktor was already there. Dmitri and 2 other Russians with him. Plus 3 guys Sal didn't recognize. Probably bookies. Probably the guys who'd be taking over Atlantic City operations. They sat around the table. Sal on one side. Viktor on the other. Like a negotiation. Like a treaty signing. Viktor pulled out a map. Atlantic City and surrounding areas. I propose we divide like this. You keep operations north of Atlantic Avenue. We keep operations south. That gives you the older neighborhoods. Gives us the newer developments and the casinos. Fair split. Equal opportunity. Sal looked at the map. The split was actually generous. Viktor was giving him more than he expected. Which meant Viktor wanted this to work. Wanted peace. Wanted to avoid conflict. Agreed, Sal said. But we need enforcement mechanisms. How do we make sure both sides respect this? Simple. If one of your bookies crosses the line, operates in our territory, you handle it. Shut them down. Remove them. Same on our side. We self-police. We hold each other accountable. That way, there's no confusion. No excuses. And if there are disputes, disagreements about where the line is, we meet. We talk. We resolve it like businessmen. Not like children. Not with guns. With words. With reason. That's how this works. Sal extended his hand across the table. Deal. Viktor shook it. Firm. Final. Official. They spent the next hour going over details. Which bookies went where? Which operations continued? Which ones shut down? How payments would be handled? How communication would work? By noon, it was done. Formalized. Real. They left separately. Sal felt relieved. Worried. Uncertain. All at the same time. In the car, Tony said, "We just gave up Atlantic City. We gave up nothing. We repositioned. We chose our battlefield. And when the time comes, we'll take it back." When's that? When Viktor makes a mistake. When he overextends. When he's vulnerable. That's when. Until then. We build. We prepare. We get stronger. And if he gets stronger too, then we adapt. That's what we do. That's what keeps us alive. They drove back to Philadelphia. Back to work. Back to building an empire that was smaller today, but might be bigger tomorrow. If Sal played it right. If he was patient. If he was smart. 3 things he'd never been good at. But 3 things he'd have to learn. Because the alternative was war. And war with Viktor Romanoff wasn't something he could win. Not yet. But someday. Maybe someday. He'd make sure of that. Chapter 8. Tony DeMarco drove through Atlantic City at 10 p.m. on Thursday, Marco in the passenger seat, both of them checking on their bookies who were supposed to be packing up and moving north. Except one of them wasn't answering his phone. Polly Sketch, small-time guy, ran a book out of a bar on Tennessee Avenue. Took bets from regulars. Made maybe 30 grand a year. Nothing special. But reliable. Always paid on time. Always followed rules. Until today, when he stopped answering calls. Maybe his phone died, Marco said. For 6 hours. Nobody's phone dies for 6 hours. Maybe he's sick. Maybe he's busy. Maybe he's making a move. Maybe he's thinking about staying. Working for the Russians instead of coming back with us. They pulled up to the bar. O'Malley's. Dive place. Neon sign half burned out. Smell of stale beer drifting out into the street. Inside was dark. Couple regulars at the bar. Bartender watching TV. No sign of Polly. Tony walked to the bar. Polly around. The bartender didn't look away from the TV. Haven't seen him. He usually here by now. Usually. Not tonight. You know where he lives. Apartment above the Chinese place. 2 blocks down. But I don't think he's there. Why not? Because I saw him leave this morning with 2 guys. Russian-looking guys. Big guys. Didn't look friendly. Tony's jaw tightened. What time? 8. Maybe 9. Been gone all day. Marco leaned in. You see which way they went? North. Toward the marina. That's all I know. They left. Got back in the car. Marco pulled out his phone. I'll call around. See if anyone's seen him. Don't bother. I know what happened. What? The Russians took him. Either to scare him, or to recruit him, or to show us they don't respect the deal. Viktor wouldn't do that. He just agreed to the split. He's not gonna violate it 3 days later. Maybe Viktor didn't order it. Maybe one of his guys got ambitious. Figured Polly was easy pickings. Figured they could grab him before we pulled him out. Tony started driving. North, toward the marina. Looking for Polly's car. Looking for any sign. His phone rang. Sal? Yeah. Where are you? Sal said. Atlantic City. Polly Sketch is missing. Bartender says he saw him leave with 2 Russians this morning. That's a problem. I know it's a problem. Question is what we do about it. Find him. If the Russians have him, we need to know. If they turned him, we need to know that too. Either way, we need answers before this gets worse. And if they did take him? If they're making a move? Then the deal's off. Then we respond. But let's not jump ahead. Find Polly first. Then we'll figure out what to do. They hung up. Tony drove through the Marina District. Fancy condos. Yacht clubs. Restaurants with wine lists longer than the menu. Not Polly's world. Not anywhere Polly would be voluntarily. There. Marco pointed. That's Polly's car. The Buick. Parked outside a seafood restaurant. Empty. Locked. No sign of Polly. Tony got out. Walked around the car. No damage. No blood. No signs of struggle. Just a car sitting in a parking lot. He tried the restaurant. Closed. Dark. A sign on the door said, "Private event." Marco tried the door. Locked. He peered through the window. I can't see anything. Too dark. Tony walked around back. Found a service entrance. Also locked. But he could hear voices inside. Muffled. Couldn't make out words, but definitely people talking. He pulled out his gun. Checked the chamber. Full magazine. Ready. Marco saw him. We going in? We're going in. Tony kicked the door. Once. Twice. Third time it flew open. Alarm started blaring. Nobody cared. Inside was dark. Kitchen. Industrial stoves. Metal prep tables. Smell of fish and cleaning solution. The voices got louder. Coming from the dining room. Tony moved toward them. Gun up. Marco behind him. Also armed. They pushed through the kitchen doors into the dining room. 6 people inside. Dmitri. 2 other Russians. Polly Skach. And 2 guys Tony didn't recognize. Probably more Russians. Polly was sitting at a table. Hands on the table. Not tied. Not restrained. Just sitting there. Looking scared. Dmitri stood up. Mr. DeMarco. This is unexpected. What's going on here? Business discussion. Private business. You should leave. Not until I know Polly's okay. Polly, you all right? Polly looked at him. Eyes wide. Terrified. I'm okay. They just wanted to talk. That's all. Just talk. About what? Dmitri smiled. About opportunities. About choices. About whether Mr. Skach would prefer to work with us instead of you. Better terms. Better protection. Better future. That's not how this works. We have a deal. Viktor and Sal. We divided Atlantic City. Polly's on our side of the line. He comes with us. Does he? Or does he get to choose? This is America. Free country. Free choice. Mr. Skach can work for whoever he wants. Tony kept the gun pointed at Dmitri. Polly. You coming with us or staying with them? Polly looked at Dmitri. At the Russians. At Tony. Back to Dmitri. I don't know, Polly said. His voice shaking. They're offering good terms. Real good terms. And they said if I go with you, if I leave Atlantic City, I'm starting over. Bottom of the ladder. But here. I keep my book. Keep my customers. Keep everything. They're lying. They're gonna take your book the second you're useful. That's what they do. That's not true, Dmitri said. We value loyalty. We value partnership. Mr. Skach stays with us. He keeps his operation. We just take a percentage. Small percentage. Very fair. Very reasonable. Tony lowered his gun slightly. This violates the deal. We agreed. You get south of Atlantic Avenue. We get north. This bar is north. Polly's operation is north. He's ours. The deal says we divide territory. Says we don't poach each other's operations. But Mr. Skach came to us. Voluntarily. Asked about terms. Asked about staying. That's not poaching. That's accepting an application. Bullshit. You approached him. You made the offer. You violated the agreement. Prove it. Tony raised the gun again. I don't need to prove it. I know what happened. Now you're gonna let Polly walk out of here. With us. Right now. Or this gets ugly. Dmitri didn't move. The other Russians didn't move. Everyone's standing there. Guns drawn. Tension thick. Mr. DeMarco, Dmitri said slowly. You are in a room with 6 men. You have 1 gun. Your partner has 1 gun. That's 2 against 6. The math doesn't work. The math works fine if I shoot you first. You're the boss here. You go down, your guys scatter. That's how it always works. Or my guys shoot you and your partner. Then we have 2 bodies to dispose of. Then we have a war. Then everyone loses. Is that what you want? Tony didn't answer. Just kept the gun steady. Kept his eyes on Dmitri. Polly stood up. Stop. Both of you. Just stop. I'll go. I'll go with Tony. I'll move back to Philly. Whatever. Just nobody shoot anybody. You sure? Dmitri said. Because this offer expires when you walk out that door. You leave now, you're with them. Permanently. No changing your mind later. I'm sure. I don't want anyone dying over me. I'm not worth it. Dmitri nodded. Okay. Mr. Skach, you're free to go. Mr. DeMarco, you're free to go. But understand this. Viktor will hear about this. He will hear that you came into our meeting with guns. That you threatened us. That you accused us of violating the agreement. And he will have opinions about that. Good. I got opinions too. Tell Viktor we need to talk. Tomorrow. Settle this before it gets worse. I'll tell him. Tony backed toward the door. Marco and Polly followed. Nobody shooting. Nobody moving. Just watching. They got outside. Got in the car. Polly in the back. Shaking. They were gonna kill me, Polly said. If you hadn't shown up. They were gonna make me work for them, or kill me. I could see it in their eyes. Did they approach you? Or did you approach them? They approached me. Yesterday. 2 guys came to the bar. Said they had an offer. Said I should hear them out. I said no. They said think about it. This morning they came back. Said we're going to lunch. Talk it over. I got in the car. They brought me here. Tony drove. Fast. Back toward Philadelphia. You tell anyone else about this? No. Just you now. Good. Keep it that way. Don't talk about it. Don't mention the Russians. Don't tell anyone they approached you. You understand? Why not? Because it makes you look weak. Makes you look like you considered switching sides. People hear that, they don't trust you anymore. So you keep quiet. You came back to Philly because we told you to. That's the story. Nothing else. Okay. I understand. Marco turned around. You really think about it? About staying with them? Polly didn't answer right away. Then, yeah. I thought about it. The terms were good. Real good. And they said Sal's organization is weak. Said the Russians are the future. Said I should get on the right side while I could. And you believed them? I don't know what I believed. I was scared. I'm still scared. I just want to make a living. Feed my family. I don't care who I work for, as long as I survive. Tony looked at him in the rearview mirror. You work for us. You remember that. The Russians are liars. They don't care about you. They don't care about anybody. They just want territory. Want control. You go with them. You're just a number. With us. You're family. Family that almost let me get killed. We didn't let anything. We came for you. We got you out. That's what family does. They drove in silence the rest of the way. Dropped Polly at his apartment in South Philly. Told him to stay put. Stay quiet. Wait for instructions. Then Tony and Marco went to Sal's house. It was almost midnight, but the lights were on. Sal was waiting. They went inside. Told him everything. About Dmitri. About the Russians approaching Polly. About the violation of the agreement. About the standoff. Sal listened without interrupting. When they finished, he poured whiskey. Handed glasses to Tony and Marco. So, Sal said. Viktor broke the deal. 3 days after signing it. That tells us something. What does it tell us? Marco said. That he's testing us. Seeing if we'll enforce the agreement. Seeing if we're strong enough to push back. This wasn't about Polly. This was about respect. About boundaries. About whether we'll fight or fold. So what do we do? Sal drank his whiskey. We meet with Viktor. We tell him what happened. We tell him it's unacceptable. We tell him it stops now or the deal's off. And we make it clear. Next time his guys approach one of our people, we respond with force. No warnings. No conversations. Just consequences. And if he denies it, if he says Dmitri acted alone, if he claims he didn't know, doesn't matter. He's responsible for his people. Same as I'm responsible for mine. That's how this works. That's what leadership means. You own the mistakes. You fix them. Or you pay for them. Tony set down his glass. When do we meet? Tomorrow. I'll call Viktor first thing. Set it up. And this time? This time, we bring more people. This time we show strength. Show we're not backing down. Show we're ready for whatever comes next. Marco looked nervous. You think this becomes war? I think it could. But I'm hoping it doesn't. I'm hoping Viktor's smart enough to see that peace is better than conflict. That cooperation is better than competition. But if he's not, if he pushes, then we push back. Hard. And we don't stop until he understands. This is Philadelphia. This is our city. And nobody, not Russians, not anybody, takes what's ours. They left. Tony drove home. His wife was asleep. He got in bed next to her. Stared at the ceiling. Thinking about Dmitri. About the standoff. About how close he came to shooting someone tonight. About how close this whole thing came to exploding. Thinking about Sal's words. About showing strength. About preparing for war. About how the peace he'd negotiated might only last a week before everything fell apart. Thinking about whether any of this was worth it. Whether Atlantic City mattered. Whether the principle of the thing was worth dying over. He didn't have answers. Just questions. Just doubts. Just the feeling that they were heading somewhere dangerous and there was no way to stop it. He fell asleep thinking about tomorrow. About the meeting with Viktor. About whether it would end in handshakes or gunfire. About whether 3 years of peace were about to become 3 months of war. About whether he'd survive either one. Chapter 9. Sal called Viktor at 8 a.m. Friday morning, before Viktor could call him first, because in negotiations, whoever called second looked weaker. We need to talk, Sal said. I heard about last night. About Dmitri and your man. I was planning to call you. Planning doesn't count. We had a deal. Your guy violated it. That's a problem. Can we discuss this in person? Not on the phone. Too many ears. Where and when? Same place. Cherry Hill. Noon. Just you and me. Leave the soldiers home. This is between us. I'm bringing Tony. Fine. I'll bring Dmitri. He should explain himself. Face to face. Man to man. See you at noon. Sal hung up. Called Tony. Get ready. We're meeting Viktor and Dmitri at noon. Maggiano's again. This is about Polly. About boundaries. About whether this deal survives or dies. You want backup? Just in case. Yeah. Have Marco and 2 others nearby. Not at the restaurant, but close. Something goes wrong. I want people who can respond fast. You think it'll go wrong? I think Viktor's playing games. Testing limits. Seeing what he can get away with. Today we show him the limits are real. At 11:30, they drove to Cherry Hill. Marco followed in a second car with little Nicky's younger brother, Polly D., and a kid named Luca. Young guys. Hungry. Ready. They parked 2 blocks from the restaurant. Close enough to help. Far enough to not provoke Viktor. Sal and Tony walked into Maggiano's. Viktor and Dmitri were already there. Same private room. Same setup. But the vibe was different. Tense. Dmitri looked pissed. Viktor looked disappointed. Like a parent dealing with misbehaving children. They sat. Nobody shook hands. Nobody smiled. This wasn't friendship. This was business. Hard business. Let me start, Viktor said. What happened last night was unfortunate. Dmitri made an error in judgment. He approached your man without my authorization. Without my knowledge. I apologize for that. Dmitri's jaw tightened. He clearly didn't like being thrown under the bus. An error? Tony said. He had 6 guys holding Polly in a closed restaurant. He was recruiting him. Threatening him. Trying to flip him. I was offering him options, Dmitri said. His accent thicker when he was angry. He was complaining about leaving Atlantic City. About losing his territory. I said he could stay. Work with us. Better terms. Better money. He seemed interested. Bullshit. You grabbed him off the street. Took him to that restaurant. Scared him into listening. I invited him to lunch. He came willingly. We talked business. Nothing illegal about that. Tony started to stand. Sal put a hand on his arm. Kept him seated. Here's the problem, Sal said calmly. We had a deal. Written boundaries. Clear rules. Polly's operation is north of Atlantic Avenue. That's our territory. You approaching him, offering him terms, trying to recruit him, that violates the agreement. Whether Dmitri did it on his own or with Viktor's blessing doesn't matter. It happened. And it can't happen again. Viktor nodded. I agree. Which is why Dmitri is here. To apologize. To explain. To assure you it won't happen again. Dmitri looked like he'd rather swallow glass than apologize. But he did it. I apologize. It was poor judgment. It won't happen again. That's not enough, Tony said. What else do you want? Viktor said. I want assurance. I want consequences if it happens again. I want to know that if one of your guys approaches one of ours, there's an enforcement mechanism. Penalty. Something real. Viktor thought about it. Okay. Here's what I propose. If my people violate the boundary, if they approach your people, you have the right to respond. With force if necessary. No retaliation from us. We'll consider it justified. Same goes the other way. Your people cross the line, we respond. No complaints. That way, it's self-enforcing. That way, everyone knows the rules and the consequences. Sal looked at Tony. Tony gave a small nod. Okay, Sal said. That works. But Viktor, understand this. Last night, we walked into a room with 6 of your guys. We had guns drawn. We were ready to shoot. If Polly hadn't agreed to come with us, someone would have died. Maybe all of us. That's how close this came to exploding. So when I say this can't happen again, I mean it can't. Not ever. Because next time we don't talk first. We just respond. I understand. And I respect it. You showed strength last night. You protected your man. You enforced your boundaries. That's good. That's what partners do. Now we move forward. No grudges. No revenge. Just business. They stood up. Shook hands this time. But the grip was tighter. The eye contact longer. The message clear: don't test me again. Outside, Tony lit a cigarette. You believe him? About Dmitri acting alone? No. But it doesn't matter. We showed we'd fight. That's what matters. Now Viktor knows. Now his guys know. They push, we push back. And if they push again, anyway, then we're at war. But I don't think they will. Not yet. Viktor's too smart. He's building. Expanding. He doesn't want a war in Philadelphia while he's got problems in Brooklyn. So he'll keep the peace. For now. They walked back to the car. Marco and the others were waiting. How'd it go? Marco said. It went. Deal's still on. But we're on notice. Any more violations, we handle it with force. Viktor agreed. So we're good. We're not good. We're stable. There's a difference. They drove back to Philadelphia. Sal spent the afternoon at the restaurant. Legitimate business. Health inspector was coming Monday. Had to make sure everything was clean. Everything was right. His phone rang. Angela Russo. He almost didn't answer. But not answering looked guilty. So he picked up. Yeah. Sal, it's Angela. We need to talk about last night. His stomach dropped. What about last night? About the restaurant in Atlantic City. About you and Tony going in with guns. About threatening Russian nationals. About creating a volatile situation that could have resulted in multiple deaths. I don't know what you're talking about. Atlantic City PD responded to an alarm at a seafood restaurant. When they arrived, witnesses reported armed men. Threats. Confrontation. We pulled security footage from nearby businesses. We have you and Tony on camera. Guns drawn. Going into that restaurant. We were looking for our employee. Someone said he was there. We wanted to make sure he was okay. With guns drawn. This is a dangerous business. We take precautions. Sal, I'm giving you a warning. Again. Stay away from Viktor Romanoff. Stay away from the Russians. Whatever you're doing with them, whatever deal you think you're making, it's going to end badly. For you. For them. For everyone. I'm not doing anything. I'm running my businesses. Legitimate businesses. If the Russians have operations in Atlantic City, that's not my concern. Except it is your concern. Because your bookies are there. Because your operations are there. Because you're dividing territory with them. We know, Sal. We're watching. And when we have enough, we're coming for you. Both of you. She hung up. Sal stood there. Phone in his hand. Thinking about cameras. About footage. About the feds watching everything. Documenting everything. Building a case brick by brick. He called his lawyer. Richard Stein. Richard, I need you to look into something. Atlantic City PD. Security footage from Thursday night. Restaurant on the marina. They're saying I was there with guns. I need to know what they have. What they can prove. What I'm exposed to. You were there with guns? I was there looking for an employee. I had a legally registered weapon for protection. Nothing illegal about that. Depends on what you did with the weapon. Depends on what witnesses say. I'll look into it. But Sal, if the feds are watching you, if they're building something, you need to be very careful. Very smart. One mistake, and you're back in custody. I know. That's why I'm calling you. They hung up. Sal spent the rest of Friday worried, distracted, checking his phone, expecting bad news. At 6 p.m., his daughter's school called. She'd been in a fight. Could he come pick her up? Maria was out of town visiting her mother. He drove to the school, found his daughter in the principal's office. Black eye, bloody nose, but smiling. What happened? He said. Girl called me a name. Said my dad was a criminal. Said everyone knows. So I hit her. The principal, Mrs. Kowalski, middle-aged woman with tired eyes, looked at Sal. Mr. Bonano, this is the second time this year. We've talked about this. About using words instead of fists. She used words, his daughter said. I didn't like them. So I used fists. Sal tried not to smile. She shouldn't have hit anyone. I understand. We'll talk about it at home. It won't happen again. It better not. One more incident, and we're looking at suspension. They left. Got in the car. Sal looked at his daughter. You okay? Yeah. She hits like a girl. You are a girl. Yeah, but I hit like you taught me. She didn't stand a chance. He drove home. Got ice for her eye. Made dinner. Spaghetti. Sauce from a jar. Not as good as Maria made it, but edible. Dad, his daughter said. What that girl said. About you being a criminal. Is it true? What do you think? I think you work hard. I think you take care of us. I think people judge you because of how you grew up. Because of who you know. But I don't think you're a bad person. That's all that matters. What you think. What your brother thinks. What your mother thinks. The rest of the world. They don't know me. They just know stories. And stories aren't always true. So you're not a criminal? I'm a businessman. Sometimes business is complicated. Sometimes it involves people who aren't nice. But I do what I do to take care of you. To make sure you have opportunities I never had. That's all. She nodded. Seemed satisfied. Went upstairs to do homework. Sal cleaned up. Washed dishes. Thought about what she'd said. About being a criminal. About the stories people told. About how close those stories were to the truth. About how much longer he could keep lying to his daughter. To his wife. To himself. His phone buzzed. Text from Marco, Polly's gone. Left town. Didn't tell anyone where. His wife says he called. Said he needed to disappear for a while. Said it wasn't safe. Sal stared at the message. Polly running. Scared. Thinking the Russians would come for him. Or that Sal would think he was disloyal and eliminate him. Either way, it was a problem. A bookie disappearing meant questions. Meant instability. Meant other bookies would wonder if they should run too. He texted back, find him. Bring him back. Assure him he's safe. We take care of our people. Marco, on it. Sal went to bed. Maria still wasn't home. Wouldn't be back until Sunday. He lay there, alone in the dark. Thinking about the day. About Viktor. About Angela. About his daughter with a black eye, because someone called him a criminal. About how all of it was connected. How all of it was consequences of choices he'd made years ago. How all of it was catching up to him, no matter how fast he ran. He fell asleep thinking about Polly. About a man so scared he abandoned his life and ran. About whether Sal would end up doing the same thing someday. Running. Hiding. Afraid of the consequences of his own success. About whether that was winning or just surviving in a different way. Chapter 10. 2 weeks later, Sal sat in the office above DiNardo's, counting cash from the week's take, and thinking about how money didn't solve problems, it just made them more expensive. $78,000. Spread across his desk in banded stacks. 20s, 50s, hundreds. All of it cash. All of it untraceable. All of it profit from operations the IRS would never see. Tony walked in. That's a good week. It's an okay week. We're down 12% from last month. Atlantic City pullback is hurting more than I thought. We knew it would. Question is whether the piece is worth the cost. Sal started sorting the money. Different piles, for different purposes. 20 grand for payroll. Street guys who collected. Enforcers who protected. Drivers who moved product. 15 grand for tribute. Payments to cops who looked away. Inspectors who approved permits. Politicians who expedited licenses. 10 grand for operations. Rent on warehouses. Maintenance on trucks. Supplies for legitimate businesses that fronted illegal ones. That left $33,000. His cut. Tony's cut. Split between them and 2 other senior guys. $16,000 each. For a week's work. Not bad. But not what it used to be. Viktor called this morning, Tony said. What did he want? Said his heroin connect is ready. Said he can get us back in if we changed our minds. Said the offer's still on the table. Sal stopped counting. What did you tell him? I told him I'd ask you. Didn't commit to anything. Good. Because the answer's still no. Heroin brings heat we can't handle. Angela's watching. The feds are watching. We start moving weight, we're done. I know. But Sal. 16 grand a week. Times 50 weeks. That's 800,000 a year. Your cut. Good money. But Viktor's saying the heroin deal would double it. Triple it maybe. Money in prison doesn't spend. I'd rather have 800,000 a year free than 2 million a year in a cell. Tony sat down, picked up a stack of hundreds, rifled through them. You remember when we started? When we worked for Vince. We were making what, 5 grand a year? Maybe 10, if we were lucky. Now we're clearing 800,000 each, and you're saying it's not enough. I'm not saying it's not enough. I'm saying we can't get greedy. Greed is what killed Vince's operation. What almost killed us. We stay smart, we survive. We get stupid, we end up like Polly. Running. Hiding. Scared. Speaking of Polly, Marco found him. Where? Florida. Clearwater. Living with his brother. Marco talked to him. Says Polly's not coming back. Says he's done. Too scared. Too paranoid. Thinks the Russians are hunting him. Thinks we don't trust him. Just wants out. So let him out. We don't need someone who's scared. Scared people make mistakes. We're better off without him. His territory's gonna need coverage. His customers are gonna need someone new. Give it to Bobby Torino. He's been asking for more responsibility. This is his chance. Tony made a note. What about the tribute? You paying Vince this week? Sal looked up. What? Vince. You paying him? Why would I pay Vince? He's not the boss anymore. I am. Sal, we talked about this. Vince is still alive. Still connected. Still has friends in New York. We don't pay him respect money, we're disrespecting him. That causes problems. Vince lost his organization. Lost his power. Lost his right to tribute. I took over. That means the tribute comes to me, not him. And when he finds out, when someone tells him you're not paying, what then? Then he finds out, and he deals with it. Or he doesn't. Either way, I'm not paying respect money to a man with no organization. Tony stood up. This is a mistake. You're making an enemy you don't need. Vince is already my enemy. Has been since I testified against him. Since I told the feds everything about his operation. You think he's forgotten that? You think paying him $5,000 a week changes anything? Maybe not. But not paying him makes it worse. Sal went back to counting. I'm not paying him. That's final. If he wants to do something about it, let him try. I'm not scared of a 70-year-old man with no soldiers. Tony left. Sal finished counting. Put the money in different envelopes. Different purposes. Different destinations. His phone rang. His accountant, guy named Lenny Berkowitz, handled all the legitimate business finances. Made sure taxes got paid. Made sure everything looked clean. Sal, we got a problem with the IRS. What kind of problem? They're auditing the restaurant. Want to see 3 years of records. Receipts. Inventory. Payroll. Everything. That's normal, right? Restaurants get audited. Sometimes. But this feels different. They're asking specific questions. About cash transactions. About suppliers. About where the money's really coming from. I think someone tipped them off. Who? I don't know. But Sal, if they dig deep enough, if they look hard enough, they're gonna find things that don't add up. You need to be ready for that. What do I do? You cooperate. You give them what they ask for. And you make sure every number makes sense. Every receipt is real. Every transaction is documented. Because if they find one thing wrong, they'll tear apart everything. They hung up. Sal sat there, thinking about the IRS, about audits, about how Al Capone went down for taxes, not murder. How the government couldn't prove the violence but could prove the money. He called Lenny back. I need you to go through everything. Every book. Every record. Every transaction. Make sure it's perfect. Make sure there's nothing they can use against us. That'll take time. And money. I'll need to hire outside help. Accountants. Lawyers. People who specialize in this. Do it. Whatever it costs. I'm not going to prison over taxes. The rest of the week, Sal barely slept. Spent every day at the restaurant going through records. Going through receipts. Making sure every dollar was accounted for. Every purchase was legitimate. Every employee was real. Found problems. Lots of problems. Payroll for employees who didn't exist. Receipts from suppliers who weren't real. Money flowing in from sources that couldn't be explained. All of it had to be fixed. All of it had to be cleaned up. Before the IRS came looking. Lenny brought in a team. 3 accountants. 2 lawyers. They spent a week reconstructing everything. Creating explanations. Building narratives. making the numbers make sense. It cost Sal $40,000. Almost 3 weeks of profit. But it was necessary. Because prison cost more than money. It cost everything. By the end of the second week, they were ready. Books were clean. Records were perfect. Stories were straight. The IRS could look all they wanted. They wouldn't find anything. Or so Lenny said. Sal wasn't convinced. But it was the best they could do. Friday morning, Marco came in. We got a situation. What now? Bobby Torino. The guy you gave Polly's territory to. He's not paying tribute. Says he's got expenses. Says he'll catch up next week. But that's the third week in a row. How much does he owe? $1,800. Not a lot. But it's the principal. He's not paying. He's making excuses. Other guys are noticing. Sal closed his laptop. Where is he now? His place in Pennsport. Been there all morning. Let's go visit him. They drove to Bobby's house. Row home on Tasker Street. Nice place. New windows. Fresh paint. Bobby's car in the driveway. Lexus. New. Expensive. They knocked. Bobby answered. Saw Sal and Marco. His face went pale. Boss. I wasn't expecting you. We need to talk. About your tribute. About the $1,800 you owe. I was gonna bring it by today. I swear. Just been busy. Got behind. Bobby, you're driving a new Lexus. You're living in a house with new windows. You're not behind. You're spending. There's a difference. It's not what it looks like. What's it look like? Because from here, it looks like you're keeping money that doesn't belong to you. That's called stealing. I'm not stealing. I needed to make some purchases. For the business. Equipment. Supplies. I was gonna pay you back from next week's take. Sal walked past him into the house. New furniture. Big TV. Nice stereo. All expensive. All recent. This looks like business equipment to you, Sal said. That's personal. That's separate. Nothing's separate. You work for me, everything's connected. The money you make, the tribute you pay, the respect you show. All connected. You break one part, you break it all. Bobby's hands were shaking. I'll get you the money. Today. Right now. Just give me an hour. You don't have an hour. You have 10 minutes. Get the money. All of it. 1,800 plus 1,000 penalty. For making me come here. For wasting my time. For disrespecting me. 1,000 penalty. That's not fair. Marco stepped forward. You want to argue with him? You want to tell the boss what's fair? Bobby shut up. Went to his bedroom. Came back with a shoebox. Counted out $2,800 in cash. Handed it to Sal. Sal counted it. Exact amount. Put it in his pocket. Bobby, you're a good earner. You've got potential. But you need to understand something. You work for me. That means I get paid first. Before your rent. Before your car. Before your new TV. I get paid first. You understand? I understand. Good. Because next time I don't come here to talk. I send people who don't talk. You get me? I get you. They left. Got back in the car. Marco was grinning. That was good. He looked like he was gonna piss himself. He should be scared. Guys like Bobby, they test you. See what they can get away with. You let them slide, everybody thinks they can slide. Then nobody pays. Then you've got no operation. They drove back to the office. Sal gave Marco $200 from the penalty. For coming with me. For backing me up. You didn't need me. He was ready to fold the second he saw you. Maybe. But showing up alone makes me look weak. Showing up with you makes me look strong. Perception matters. The rest of the day, Sal handled collections. Visited businesses. Checked on operations. The legitimate and the illegitimate. All of it running. All of it profitable. All of it his. By 6 p.m., he was exhausted. Went home. Maria was making dinner. Chicken and pasta. Something simple. How was your day? She said. Long. Productive. Tiring. The IRS thing. Is it handled? Getting there. Lenny thinks we're good. But they haven't come looking yet. Won't know until they do. She set the table. Called the kids down. They ate as a family. Normal conversation. School. Friends. Weekend plans. Nothing about business. Nothing about problems. Just normal life. After dinner, Sal went to his office. Looked at the numbers for the week. 78,000, minus the 40,000 for the accountants and lawyers. Minus the normal expenses. Minus tribute. Minus payroll. Net profit, 12,000. Split 4 ways. 3,000 each. $3,000 for a week's work. That was nothing. That was less than he made working construction 20 years ago. This was unsustainable. The costs were too high. The risks were too high. The profits were too low. Something had to change. Had to grow. Had to improve. Or he'd be working himself to death for nothing. His phone buzzed. Viktor. He stared at it, thinking about the heroin offer. About doubling his income. About tripling it. About making real money instead of scraping by. About whether survival was enough or if he wanted more. He answered, Yeah. Sal, you thought about my offer? The heroin. I thought about it. And Sal looked at the numbers on his computer. At the 3,000 profit. At what his life had become. Let's talk, Sal said. But not on the phone. In person. Soon. Tomorrow. Same place. Noon. Just business. Just opportunities. Just money. They hung up. Sal sat there. Knowing he'd just made a decision he couldn't take back. Knowing he was crossing a line he swore he wouldn't cross. Knowing the feds were watching and waiting for him to make exactly this mistake. But the money. The money was too good. The opportunity was too big. The chance to finally build something real was too tempting. He'd be careful. He'd be smart. He'd do it right. And maybe, just maybe, he'd get away with it. Or maybe he'd end up like everyone else who thought they were smarter than the feds. In prison. In a box. In the ground. Either way, he'd made his choice. Now, he had to live with it. Chapter 11. Vince Tartaglia sat in Jimmy Longo's basement in South Philly, drinking espresso that was too strong, and thinking about how Sal Bonano hadn't paid him respect money in 3 weeks. 3 weeks. That wasn't an accident. That wasn't an oversight. That was a message. Jimmy was at the table with him. So was Frankie Bats Catalano, one of the few guys who'd stayed loyal after Sal took over. Old school. 72 years old. Hands like hammers. Voice like gravel. You sure about this? Jimmy said. Maybe Sal just forgot. Maybe his guy didn't deliver the message. Nobody forgets 3 weeks in a row. And Sal doesn't have a guy anymore. He delivers personally, or Tony does. So, if I'm not getting paid, it's because he decided not to pay me. That's disrespect, Frankie said. Can't let that stand. People hear you're not getting paid. They think you're weak. Think you're finished. I am finished. My organization's gone. My guys work for Sal now. I got no power. No soldiers. No leverage. What am I supposed to do? Fight him. With what? You got connections. You got friends in New York. You got respect from the old families. That counts for something. Used to count for something. Now it's just nostalgia. The old ways are dead. Guys like Sal, they don't care about tradition. Don't care about respect. They care about money. Power. That's it. Jimmy refilled Vince's espresso. So what do you want to do? I want to know what Sal's up to. I want to know why he thinks he can disrespect me. I want to know if he's planning something. Building something. Making moves. You want surveillance? I want information. Eyes on the street. People watching. People listening. Find out what Sal's doing. Who he's meeting. What he's planning. Then we decide what to do about it. Frankie stood up. I'll make calls. I still got people. Guys who owe me favors. Guys who remember the old days. I'll put them on Sal. See what they find. Be careful. Sal's paranoid. He's smart. He catches you watching, he'll respond. Let him respond. I'm not afraid of Sal Bonano. 30 years ago, I'd have broken him in half. Still could if I had to. 30 years ago, you were 50. Now you're 80. Don't be stupid, Frankie. Be smart. Frankie left. Jimmy and Vince sat there in silence. You think about leaving? Jimmy said. About moving to Florida? Retiring for real? Every day. But then what? I sit on a beach. I play shuffleboard. I wait to die. That's not living. That's just dying slow. Better than dying fast. Which is what happens if you push Sal. If you try to take back what he took from you. Vince drank his espresso. Bitter. Strong. I'm not trying to take anything back. I just want what's mine. The respect money. The acknowledgement. The understanding that I built this city. That without me, there's no Sal Bonano. No organization. No nothing. Sal doesn't see it that way. I know. That's the problem. Vince's phone rang. Number he didn't recognize. He answered. Yeah. Mr. Tartaglia. This is Detective Callahan. We need to talk. Vince's stomach tightened. He hadn't talked to Callahan in 3 years. Not since the trial. Not since Sal testified against him, and he walked. About what? About Sal Bonano. About what he's doing. About who he's working with. I think you might be interested. Why would I be interested in Sal's business? Because he's moving into territory you used to control. Because he's making deals that affect your interests. Because you're still part of this world, whether you want to be or not. I'm not part of anything. I'm retired. I'm out. Whatever Sal's doing is his business. Even if he's working with the Russians. Even if he's partnering with Viktor Romanoff. Even if he's building an organization bigger than yours ever was. Vince's hand tightened on the phone. What are you talking about? Meet me. 1 hour. Washington Square. We'll talk. Off the record. Just information. No wires. No recordings. Just conversation. Why would you help me? Why would you tell me anything? Because I want Sal. I want him for what he did 3 years ago. For what he's doing now. And I think you can help me get him. I think you want him gone as much as I do. Different reasons. Same goal. Vince thought about it. Meeting with a cop. Talking about Sal. That was dangerous. That was the kind of thing that got people killed. But he was curious. Curious about the Russians. About Viktor. About what Sal was building. About whether he was being left behind or deliberately cut out. 1 hour, Vince said. Washington Square. Near the fountain. And Callahan. You try anything, you record me, you set me up, I'm gone. And you'll never hear from me again. No tricks. Just information. See you in an hour. They hung up. Jimmy was watching him. You're not seriously meeting with a cop. Why not? What do I have to lose? I'm not active. I'm not committing crimes. I'm just an old man getting information about what's happening in his city. It's a trap. Has to be. Callahan wants to flip you. Wants to get you talking. Record you. Use it against Sal or against you. Maybe. But I'm curious. About the Russians. About what Sal's doing. About whether there's an opportunity here. What kind of opportunity? The kind where Sal makes a mistake. Gets too ambitious. Gets himself in trouble. And when he does, someone needs to be ready to step in. Take back what's his. Rebuild. You can't rebuild. You're 70 years old. You got no organization. No soldiers. No money. I got experience. I got connections. I got legitimacy. The families in New York still respect me. Still remember me. Sal's new. Untested. Unknown. He makes one mistake, shows one weakness, they'll turn on him. And when they do, I'm the logical choice to take over. That's a fantasy. That's not how this works anymore. Maybe. But I'm going to that meeting. I'm going to hear what Callahan has to say. And then, I'm going to decide what to do about it. Vince left. Drove to Washington Square. Parked on Walnut Street. Walked into the park. It was chilly. October wind cutting through his coat. Not many people around. Just some students. Some homeless guys. Some office workers on lunch break. Callahan was sitting on a bench near the fountain. Looking old. Looking tired. Looking like a guy who'd been chasing bad guys his whole life and was wondering if he'd ever catch any. Vince sat down next to him. You're alone. I'm alone. No backup. No wire. No tricks. Just me. So talk. What about Sal and the Russians? Sal's meeting with Viktor Romanoff. Russian organized crime out of Brighton Beach. They're dividing Atlantic City. Sharing territory. Planning to work together on drug distribution. Heroin, specifically. High-grade stuff from Eastern Europe. They're building a pipeline. Sal distributes. Viktor supplies. They split profits. How do you know this? Because I've been watching them. Both of them. For weeks. I've got surveillance. Photos. Recordings of phone calls. Not enough to arrest them yet. But enough to know what they're planning. And you're telling me this, why? Because I want your help. I want information. I want to know what Sal's doing inside Philadelphia. Who he's working with. Who he's paying off. Who he's threatening. You know this world. You know these people. You can help me build a case. Vince laughed. You want me to be your informant? I want you to be smart. Sal took your organization, took your power, took everything you built. Now he's building something bigger. With Russians, with foreigners, with people who don't respect the old ways. Don't you want to stop him? Of course I want to stop him. But not by becoming a rat. Not by working with cops. That's not who I am. Then who are you? You're a 70-year-old man with no power, no organization, no future. You're sitting in a park talking to a cop because you've got nothing else. No one else. You want to matter again. Help me take down Sal. Help me rebuild this city the right way. Vince stood up. I'm done here. This was a mistake. Wait. Just wait. One more thing. Vince stopped. Turned around. Sal's not paying you respect money, Callahan said. 3 weeks now. I know, because we've been watching his finances. Watching who he pays. Who he doesn't. You're off the list. That means he's done with you. That means you're nothing to him. Just an old man he doesn't have to worry about anymore. Vince felt the anger building. The humiliation. The understanding that Callahan was right. That Sal had dismissed him. Disrespected him. Erased him. What do you want me to do? Vince said quietly. Just watch. Just listen. Just tell me what you see. What you hear. Nothing formal. Nothing documented. Just information. Help me understand what Sal's building. How he's operating. Where he's vulnerable. Do that, and when I take him down, maybe there's a place for you. Maybe you get to rebuild. The right way. The legitimate way. Vince thought about it. About becoming an informant. About betraying the code. About everything he'd stood for his entire life. But he also thought about Sal. About the disrespect. About being erased. About being forgotten. I'll think about it, Vince said. That's all. I'll think about it. He walked away. Got in his car. Drove home. Sat in his driveway for 20 minutes. Just sitting. Just thinking. About choices. About consequences. About what kind of man he wanted to be in whatever time he had left. About whether revenge was worth becoming the one thing he'd always hated. A rat. An informant. A man who talked to cops. His phone buzzed. Text from Frankie, got eyes on Sal. He's meeting Viktor tomorrow. Cherry Hill. Noon. Same place as before. Something big is happening. Vince stared at the message. Tomorrow. Noon. Something big. He could tell Callahan. Could give him the information. Could help the cops build their case against Sal. Could get his revenge by destroying the man who destroyed him. Or he could keep quiet. Could stay loyal to the code. Could die with his principles intact. Could be nothing. But at least be nothing with honor. He sat there in the driveway. Phone in his hand. Decision unmade. Future uncertain. Thinking about how life used to be simple. Black and white. Right and wrong. Us and them. Now it was all gray. All complicated. All impossible. He went inside. Poured a drink. Sat in his chair. Stared at the wall. His wife came in. You okay? No. But I will be. Eventually. What's wrong? Everything. Nothing. I don't know anymore. She didn't push. Just kissed him on the forehead. Left him alone with his thoughts. with his choices, with his ghosts. Vince drank his drink, thought about tomorrow, about Sal and Viktor meeting, about something big happening, about opportunities, about revenge, about whether he was man enough to take it, or smart enough to walk away. He didn't know. Not yet. But he'd decide by morning. He'd figure out who he was, what he stood for, what he was willing to do. And then he'd live with it, or die with it, whichever came first. Chapter 12. Danny Reese sat in his Honda Civic across the street from DiNardo's wholesale restaurant supply, drinking gas station coffee and watching Sal Bonano come and go like a man with too many problems and not enough solutions. He'd been watching for 3 days, learning patterns, learning schedules, learning who mattered and who didn't in Sal's organization. Tony DeMarco showed up every morning at 8, left around 6. Loyal, consistent, Sal's right hand. Marco Benedetti came and went. Different times, different days. Muscle, probably. Enforcer. The guy who handled problems. Others came through. Younger guys. Street level. Collecting. Reporting. Getting orders. The usual structure of any organization. Danny made notes in his notebook. Same one he'd carried through Iraq. Through Afghanistan. Through every job since. Names. Times. Faces. Patterns. His phone rang. Number he didn't recognize. He answered. Yeah. Is this Danny Reese? Man's voice. Older. Rough. Who's asking? Someone who might have work for you. Someone who knows what you do. What you're good at. Someone who's willing to pay. I'm listening. Not on the phone. Can you meet? Tonight. 9 p.m. There's a diner on Oregon Avenue. Melrose. You know it. I'll find it. Come alone. Order coffee. I'll find you. The line went dead. Danny put the phone down. Thought about it. Someone knew he was in Philadelphia. Someone knew what he did. Someone was watching him while he watched Sal. That should worry him. Should make him careful. Should make him think about leaving. About moving to another city. Another job. Another life. But he was curious. And curiosity paid better than caution sometimes. He spent the rest of the day watching DiNardo's. At 6 p.m. Sal left. Drove home. Danny didn't follow. He knew where Sal lived. Had been there twice already. Cased the house. Noted the security. Counted the exits. Just information. Just preparation. Just in case someone hired him to do what he did best. At 8:30, he drove to the Melrose Diner. Classic Philly spot. Chrome exterior. Red booths. Menu the size of a phone book. Place was half full. Late diners. Truck drivers. Night shift workers grabbing food before work. Danny ordered coffee. Sat in a booth by the window. Watched the door. Watched the parking lot. Watched everything. At 9:05, a man walked in. 70. Maybe older. Nice coat. Expensive shoes. Moved like someone who used to have power. Used to matter. Now just going through motions. The man saw Danny. Walked over. Sat down across from him. Danny Reese. That's me. I'm Vince Tartaglia. I believe you know the name. Danny knew it. Former Philadelphia mob boss. The one Sal had testified against. The one who'd beaten the charges but lost his organization. The one who disappeared into retirement while Sal took over. I know it, Danny said. Good. Then you know I'm serious. I'm legitimate. I'm not a cop. Not a setup. Just a businessman looking for professional help. What kind of help? Vince ordered coffee, waited for the waitress to leave, then leaned forward. 3 years ago, you were hired to kill me. At my grandson's christening. The job didn't finish. You disappeared. Now you're back. Watching Sal Bonano. I want to know why. Danny didn't react. Didn't confirm. Didn't deny. Just waited. I'm not here to threaten you, Vince said. I'm not here to get revenge. What happened at the church, that was business. Nothing personal. But now, I've got a different situation. Different needs. And I think you might be the solution. What's the situation? Sal Bonano took my organization. Took my city. Took everything I built. Now he's expanding. Working with Russians. Building something bigger. And I want to stop him. Why not just kill him yourself? Because I'm 70 years old. I've got no soldiers. No organization. No leverage. All I've got is money and connections. But those don't mean much without someone who can do the work. And you think I'm that someone. I think you're professional. I think you're capable. I think you don't care about politics or history or loyalty. You just care about the job and the money. That makes you perfect. Danny drank his coffee. What's the job? Watch Sal. Learn his patterns. His security. His vulnerabilities. Find out what he's planning with the Russians. Find out who he's working with. Report back to me. Nothing more. Not yet. Just surveillance. And when you have the information, then we discuss next steps. Maybe it's just information. Maybe it's more. Depends on what you find. Depends on what I need. What's it pay? $5,000 a week. Cash. For as long as I need you. Plus expenses. Plus a bonus if you find something useful. Danny thought about it. $5,000 a week was good money. Better than sitting in a car watching for free. Better than waiting for work that might never come. Who else knows you're hiring me? Danny said. Nobody. This is between us. No records. No contracts. No witnesses. Just you and me. You do the work. I pay. Simple. And if I find something? If Sal catches me watching? If this goes sideways? Then you disappear. Same as you did before. I don't know you. You don't know me. We never met. You're just a guy who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Danny pulled out his notebook. What do you want to know? Specifically, what information are you looking for? Who's Sal meeting with? Where? When? What's he planning with Viktor Romanoff? Are they moving drugs? Guns? What? Who's he paying off? Cops? Politicians? Who's protecting him? And most importantly, where's he vulnerable? Where can he be hurt? That's a lot of questions. That's why I'm paying $5,000 a week. You answer those questions, the money's worth it. You don't, we're done. No hard feelings. Vince pulled out an envelope. Slid it across the table. First week. Up front. Start tomorrow. Report back to me Friday. We'll meet here. Same time. You'll tell me what you found. I'll decide if we continue. Danny took the envelope. Didn't count it. Just put it in his jacket. One rule. I don't kill cops. I don't kill civilians. I don't kill kids. Anything else we can discuss. But those are hard lines. You cross them, I'm out. Agreed. I don't want civilians hurt anyway. This is about Sal. Just Sal. And maybe Viktor, if it comes to that. But nobody else. Vince stood up. I'll be in touch. You need to reach me, call this number. He handed Danny a card. Just a phone number. Nothing else. It's a burner. I change it every week. So save the number, but don't expect it to work forever. Danny pocketed the card. Watched Vince leave. Watched him get in a town car. Watched him drive away. Sat there thinking about the offer. About watching Sal. About reporting to Vince. About playing both sides against each other while collecting money from whoever paid most. It was dirty. Complicated. Dangerous. Exactly the kind of work he was good at. He finished his coffee. Left 20 on the table. Walked to his car. Drove to his motel in Northeast. Same place he'd been staying since he got back to Philadelphia. $40 a night. Cash. No questions. No records. Room smelled like cigarettes and desperation. TV got 3 channels. Bed was lumpy. Bathroom door didn't lock. But it was temporary. Everything was temporary. He'd learned that in the war. Nothing lasted. Not places. Not people. Not jobs. You moved. You adapted. You survived. That was all that mattered. He opened the envelope. Counted the money. 5,000 exactly. All hundreds. Clean. Crisp. Real. Good. Vince was serious. This was real work. Real money. Real opportunity. He pulled out his notebook. Started making a list. Things to watch. Things to document. Things Vince wanted to know. Sal's meetings. Sal's associates. Sal's locations. Sal's habits. Sal's vulnerabilities. All information. All valuable. All worth money to someone who wanted to hurt Sal. Who wanted to destroy him. Who wanted revenge. Danny didn't care about revenge. Didn't care about history. Didn't care about right or wrong. He cared about the job. About doing it well. About getting paid. That's what made him good at this. The not caring. The emotional distance. The ability to watch someone for weeks, learn everything about them, then deliver that information to someone who'd use it to kill them. All without feeling anything. Without questioning. Without doubt. Some people call that psychopathic. Danny called it professional. Called it survival. Called it what you had to become to do this work and stay alive. He set his alarm for 6 a.m. Lay down on the lumpy bed. Stared at the ceiling. Thought about tomorrow. About watching Sal. About learning his patterns. About earning $5,000 for a week's work. About how Sal had no idea he was being watched. Had no idea someone was documenting his life. Preparing to use that information against him. About how Vince thought he was hiring a surveillance guy. A watcher. Someone to gather information. But Danny knew how these jobs evolved. Surveillance became reconnaissance. Reconnaissance became targeting. Targeting became elimination. That was always the progression. Always the natural evolution of this kind of work. Vince said he just wanted information. But eventually, he'd want more. They always did. The question was whether Danny would still be around when that happened. Whether he'd take that job. whether he'd cross that line again. He'd think about it when the time came. For now, he'd just watch. Just document. Just collect his $5,000 a week. And if Sal ended up dead because of information Danny provided, well, that was just business. Nothing personal. Just the work. Just survival. Just the way this world operated. He closed his eyes. Fell asleep thinking about patterns. About schedules. About vulnerabilities. About all the ways a man could be watched. Could be studied. Could be destroyed. About how Sal Bonano thought he was building an empire, when really he was just building a target. Getting bigger. Getting more visible. Getting easier to hit. And Danny Reese was there to watch it happen. Document it. Report it. And eventually, maybe finish what he'd started 3 years ago at that church. But that was later. That was future. That was maybe. For now, he just needed to watch. Just needed to learn. Just needed to earn his $5,000 and stay alive long enough to spend it. Everything else would sort itself out. It always did. One way or another. Chapter 13. Angela Russo sat in a windowless conference room at the FBI field office, looking at phone records that told a story she'd been waiting 3 years to read. Sal Bonano to Viktor Romanoff, 17 calls in 3 weeks. Viktor to Sal, 22 calls same period. Both of them careful. Calls under 2 minutes. No extended conversations. Just coordination. Just planning. Just 2 criminals being smart about not saying too much on phones they knew were tapped. But the pattern was clear. The frequency was clear. They were working together. Building something. And Angela was going to prove it. Callahan walked in. "You got something?" "I got phone records. 17 calls from Sal to Viktor in 3 weeks. That's not coincidence. That's coordination. Calls aren't crimes. They could be talking about anything. Sports. Weather. Nothing. Right. That's why I need more. I need surveillance. I need photos. I need them meeting. Making exchanges. Doing something that proves conspiracy. New Jersey won't help. They said they don't have resources for surveillance without probable cause. And phone calls aren't probable cause." Angela threw her pen on the table. "So we're stuck. We know they're planning something. We know they're working together. But we can't prove it until after they do it. After people get hurt. After drugs hit the streets. That's backwards. That's the law. We can't arrest people for what they might do. Only for what they've done. There has to be another way. Another angle. Another source." Callahan sat down. Looked uncomfortable. "There might be." "What?" "Vince Tartaglia. He reached out to me. Wants to talk. About Sal. About what he's doing. About the Russians." Angela leaned forward. "When?" 2 days ago. I met him. He's angry. Sal stopped paying him respect money. Cut him off completely. Vince wants revenge. So flip him. Make him an informant. Get him to give us everything. He's not there yet. Right now, he just wants information. Wants to know what we know. But Angela, he's got access. He's got connections. He could be useful. Or he could be playing you. Getting information about our investigation so he can warn Sal. Protect himself. I don't think so. I think he really wants to hurt Sal. Question is whether we can use that. Whether we can turn his anger into evidence. Angela thought about it. Vince as an informant. That was risky. Complicated. Vince had beaten charges 3 years ago. Had walked because the case fell apart. Because witnesses recanted. Because evidence disappeared. Using him now felt like making a deal with the devil. But sometimes you needed the devil to catch demons. Set up another meeting, Angela said. With Vince. All 3 of us. I want to see if he's serious. If he's willing to really cooperate. Not just information. Real cooperation. Testimony, if it comes to that. He won't testify. Guy like Vince doesn't take the stand against other made guys. That's a death sentence. Then he's useless. We need witnesses. We need people who'll go in front of a jury and say what they saw. What they heard. What they know. Photos and phone records aren't enough. We need human beings telling human stories. Callahan stood up. I'll try. But don't expect much. Vince is old school. He's got a code. He's not going to break it just because Sal hurt his feelings. He left. Angela went back to the phone records. Looking for patterns. Looking for anything she could use. Looking for the one call that lasted too long. That said too much. That gave her something actionable. Found it on page 37. Call from Sal to Viktor. 3 minutes, 18 seconds. Longest call in the entire dataset. 2 days ago. Right before Sal met with Viktor in Cherry Hill. She pulled the recording. They had a warrant for Sal's phone. Had been recording everything for 6 months. Most of it was useless. Short calls. Coded language. Nothing explicit. But this one was different. She could feel it. She played the recording. Sal's voice, we need to talk. About the thing we discussed. Viktor's voice, I thought you said no. Sal, I changed my mind. Circumstances changed. I'm interested. But I need details. Numbers. Logistics. Viktor, not on the phone. Tomorrow. Noon. Same place. We'll discuss everything. Sal, just discussion. No commitment. Viktor, of course. Just business. Just opportunities. The call ended. Angela played it again. 3 times. 4 times. Listening to every word. Every inflection. Every pause. The thing we discussed. That was the heroin deal. Had to be. What else would Sal say no to initially, then change his mind about? What else required logistics and numbers and face-to-face discussion? This was it. This was the evidence she needed. Sal agreeing to meet about drugs. Viktor offering to discuss it. Both of them being careful, but not careful enough. She called the assistant U.S. attorney assigned to the case. Guy named Michael Brennan. Young. Ambitious. Wanted to make his name on organized crime cases. Michael, I need a wire. On Sal Bonano. When he meets with Viktor tomorrow. Cherry Hill. Noon. Maggiano's. I need to record what they say. What they plan. Everything. You got probable cause. I got phone records. I got a call where they discuss the thing they talked about before. Where Sal says he changed his mind. Where they agree to meet to discuss details. That's conspiracy. That's enough for a wire. Maybe. What do you think they're discussing? Heroin. Viktor's been trying to get Sal to partner on heroin distribution. Sal said no 3 weeks ago. Now he's saying yes. Tomorrow, they finalize the deal. That's when we record them. That's when we get everything. I need to see the phone records. Need to hear the recording. Then I'll talk to the judge. See if we can get a warrant by tomorrow morning. We have to move fast. Meetings at noon. I need the wire approved by 11. That gives us an hour to set up. To get someone inside. To make this work. I'll do what I can. Send me everything. Now. I'll start drafting the application. She sent him the files. The phone records. The recording. Everything she had. Then she called Callahan back. I'm getting a wire. Tomorrow. On Sal and Viktor's meeting. If they talk about drugs, if they make a deal, we'll have everything on tape. That's conspiracy. That's distribution. That's RICO. That's 30 years for both of them. How are you getting the wire in? You can't just walk into Maggiano's with recording equipment. I'm not. You are. What? You're going to be in the restaurant. Having lunch. Alone. Civilian clothes. Recording device in your jacket. You sit close enough to pick up their conversation. Close enough to document everything. Then you leave. Simple. That's not simple. That's dangerous. If they spot me, if they figure out I'm recording them, I'm dead. They'll know. They'll respond. They won't spot you. You're good at this. You blend. You're just another guy having lunch. Nothing suspicious. Nothing obvious. Angela, this is a bad idea. It's the only idea. We need this recording. We need this evidence. Without it, we've got nothing. Phone calls that could mean anything. Suspicions that aren't evidence. We need them on tape. Planning. Agreeing. Committing. This is how we get them. Callahan was quiet. Then, if I do this, if I go in there, you need backup nearby. People who can respond fast if this goes bad. I'll have a team. 2 blocks away. You call, they're there in 30 seconds. That's not fast enough if Sal figures out I'm a cop and shoots me in the head. He won't. You're too smart. You've been doing this too long. Trust yourself. Trust the plan. This works, we take down both of them. Sal and Viktor. Everything we've been building for 3 years. All of it ends tomorrow. Or I die trying. You're not gonna die. You're gonna have lunch. Record a conversation. Walk out. Then we make arrests. Then we win. That's how this ends. They hung up. Angela spent the rest of the day preparing. Writing up the warrant application. Gathering evidence. Building the case for why a judge should approve a wire. Why recording Sal and Viktor was necessary. Legal. Justified. By midnight, Michael Brennan called. Judge approved it. You've got your wire. Pickup is tomorrow at 8 a.m. My office. You'll get the device. Instructions. Everything you need. But Angela? This is risky. If the recording doesn't capture anything. If they're too careful. If they talk in code. We've got nothing. And Sal's lawyers will use this against us. Say we're harassing him. Targeting him unfairly. Make us look bad. They'll talk. I know they will. This is too big. Too important. They have to discuss details. Have to plan. Have to commit. We just need to be there to record it. I hope you're right. Angela tried to sleep. Couldn't. Lay in bed, thinking about tomorrow. About the wire. About Callahan in that restaurant. About Sal and Viktor planning something that would put them away for decades. About how close she was. How close she'd always been. How one recording could be the difference between justice and failure. At 6 a.m., she gave up on sleep, went to the office, drank coffee, reviewed the plan, checked and rechecked every detail. At 8, she met Callahan at Michael's office. They gave him the wire. Small device. Clipped to his belt. Microphone in his lapel. Range of 20 feet. Battery life 4 hours. More than enough. You know what to do, Michael said. I sit. I order lunch. I record whatever they say. I leave. Simple. Not simple. Dangerous. But necessary. Good luck. At 11:30, Callahan drove to Cherry Hill. Angela followed with 2 other agents. Parked 2 blocks away. Close enough to help. Far enough to not be spotted. Callahan went into Maggiano's at 11:45. Got a table near the private room where Sal and Viktor usually met. Ordered soup. Ordered coffee. Looked like every other customer having lunch alone. At noon, Sal arrived. Then Viktor. They went to their private room. Door closed. But Callahan's wire was picking up sound. Faint but there. Enough to document. Enough to record. Angela listened through headphones. Heard voices. Muffled. Talking. Couldn't make out words yet. Needed them closer to the door. Needed them louder. Then clearly. Sal's voice. So tell me about the product. Quality. Quantity. Price. Everything. Viktor's voice. Pure heroin. From Eastern Europe. Through the ports. Clean pipeline. No interference. 10 kilos a month to start. 20 if it goes well. 50 if demand is there. Street value millions. Wholesale to you 200,000 per month. You distribute. You collect. You pay me 60%. You keep 40. Sal, that's a lot of money moving. A lot of risk. What about security? What about the feds? Viktor, we've been doing this for 3 years. Never lost a shipment. Never had arrests. We're careful. Professional. You do your part, we do ours. Everyone makes money. Everyone stays free. Angela's heart was racing. This was it. This was the confession. The agreement. The conspiracy. All on tape. All admissible. All enough to put them both away. Sal, when do we start? Viktor, next week. First shipment. 10 kilos. You ready? Sal, I'm ready. Angela stopped breathing. That was it. That was the agreement. Sal, agreeing to distribute heroin. Viktor, agreeing to supply. Both of them committing conspiracy to distribute controlled substances on a federal wire recording. She had them. Finally. After 3 years. She had them. Callahan stayed another 20 minutes. Finished his lunch. Paid. Left. Walked to his car like nothing happened. Drove away. Met Angela 2 blocks away. You got it? He said. We got everything. They discussed heroin. Quantities. Prices. Distribution. Agreement. All of it. That's conspiracy. That's enough for arrest warrants. Enough to take them both down. When do we move? Next week. When the first shipment arrives. When they take possession. When they commit the actual act. Then we arrest them. With the drugs. With the evidence. With the recording. Everything. They're done. Both of them. Finally. Angela drove back to Philadelphia. feeling something she hadn't felt in years. Hope. Real hope. That justice was possible. That patience paid off. That good guys could win. She spent the rest of the day transcribing the recording, documenting everything, building the case, preparing for arrests, for trials, for victory. At 6 p.m., Michael Brennan called. I heard the recording. It's good. It's solid. This is gonna work. We're taking down 2 major organized crime figures. This is career-defining stuff, Angela. Good work. Thank you. But we're not done yet. Not until they're in custody. Not until they're convicted. Not until they're serving time. That's when we're done. Agreed. Let's finish this. Let's end this. Once and for all. Angela hung up. Looked at the recording transcript. At Sal's words. At Viktor's words. At the evidence she'd waited 3 years to collect. At the proof that patience worked. That building cases the right way paid off. That eventually, inevitably, criminals made mistakes. Got careless. Got caught. And Sal Bonano had finally made his. Now all she had to do was finish it. Arrest him. Prosecute him. Convict him. Put him away for the rest of his life. That's when she'd sleep. That's when she'd rest. That's when she'd know it was over. But not yet. Not tonight. Tonight she'd just prepare. And plan. And get ready for the moment when everything came together. When justice finally won. Chapter 14. Paulie Greco sat on his brother's couch in Clearwater, Florida, watching the Weather Channel, and thinking about how he'd ruined his entire life over $1,800. His brother Tommy came in from the kitchen. You want lunch? I'm making sandwiches. I'm not hungry. You haven't eaten in 2 days. You gotta eat something. I said, I'm not hungry. Tommy sat down. How long you planning to stay here? I don't know. Until it's safe. Safe from what? From who? You won't tell me what happened. You just showed up 3 weeks ago with a suitcase and a scared look. What's going on, Paulie? Paulie stared at the TV. Hurricane forming in the Atlantic. Category 3. Headed toward the Gulf. Everyone evacuating. Smart people getting out before the storm hit. That's what he was doing. Evacuating. Getting out before his storm hit. I got involved in something, Paulie said. Something I shouldn't have. And now, people are looking for me. Bad people. What kind of people? The kind you don't ask questions about. The kind you just stay away from. The kind that make people disappear. Tommy's face went pale. Jesus, Paulie. What did you do? Nothing. That's the problem. I didn't do nothing. I just got caught in the middle. Between 2 sides. And now both sides think I'm a liability. Think I know too much. Think I might talk. Are you gonna talk? To who? The cops. The feds. That's suicide. You talk to them, you're dead. You stay quiet, you're dead. There's no winning. There's just surviving, as long as you can. His phone rang. 3rd time today. Same number. He didn't answer. Just let it ring. Let it go to voicemail. Tommy watched him. That them? Probably. Answer it. Find out what they want. I know what they want. They want me to come back. Want me to pretend everything's fine. Want me to act normal. Then one day, I'm taking out the trash and someone puts 2 bullets in my head. You don't know that. Yeah, I do. Because that's what happened to Joey. That's what happened to Richie. Both of them dead. Both of them, because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Just like me. Just like I'm gonna be if I go back. Tommy stood up. Walked to the window. You can't stay here forever. I got a wife. I got kids. I got a job. I can't have you hiding in my house for the rest of your life. I know. I'm sorry. I'll figure something out. Just give me time. How much time? I don't know. A month. Maybe 2. Until things settle down. Until they forget about me. Until I'm not important anymore. And if they don't forget, if you're always important, then what? Paulie didn't have an answer, because he'd been asking himself the same question for 3 weeks. And he still didn't know. His phone buzzed. Text message. From Marco. We need to talk. Call me. It's important. Paulie stared at the message. Marco. One of Sal's guys. One of the enforcers. If Marco was reaching out, that meant Sal wanted something. Wanted him back. Wanted him to answer questions. Wanted him to prove his loyalty. Or wanted him dead. He deleted the message. Put the phone on the coffee table. Went to the bathroom. Splashed water on his face. Looked at himself in the mirror. 46 years old. Gray hair. Lines around his eyes. Looked older. Looked tired. Looked like a man who'd made every wrong choice possible and was now paying for it. He'd been booking bets for 20 years. Good money. Steady work. Never had problems. Never made waves. Just took bets, paid winners collected from losers. Simple. Safe. Boring. Until the Russians showed up. Until they made their offer. Until he got caught between Sal and Viktor. Until everything went sideways. Now he was here. In Florida. Hiding. Running. Scared. He went back to the living room. Tommy was on the phone. Talking low. Serious voice. Hung up when he saw Paulie. Who was that? Paulie said. Nobody. Just work. Don't lie to me. Who was it? Tommy looked guilty. It was Marco. He called me. Asked if I'd seen you. Asked if you were here. Paulie felt his stomach drop. What did you tell him? I said no. Said I hadn't heard from you. Said I didn't know where you were. Did he believe you? I don't know. Maybe. He said, if I hear from you, I should tell you to call Sal. Said it's important. Said you're not in trouble. They just want to talk. They always say that. Then you show up and you never leave. Maybe it's true. Maybe they really just want to talk. Clear things up. Make sure you're okay. Or maybe they want to find me so they can kill me. You think of that. Tommy sat back down. I can't do this, Paulie. I can't lie to these people. I can't hide you from them. If they find out I lied, if they think I'm helping you hide, they'll come after me. After my family. I can't risk that. So what are you saying? You want me to leave? I'm saying I can't protect you. I'm saying if they want to find you, they'll find you. Whether you're here or somewhere else. And when they do, I don't want my family caught in the middle. Paulie stood up. Okay. I understand. I'll leave. Tonight. I'll go somewhere else. Somewhere they can't find me. Where? I don't know. Mexico, maybe. Central America. Somewhere far. Somewhere I can disappear. You got money for that. I got some. Enough to get by for a while. Until I figure out something permanent. Tommy looked relieved. I'm sorry. I really am. But I got responsibilities. I got people depending on me. I can't risk them for you. I know. I get it. Family first. That's how it should be. Polly went to the guest room. Started packing. Didn't have much. Couple changes of clothes. Toiletries. The $3,000 he'd brought with him. Not much, but enough to get somewhere. To start over. To try to build something new. His phone rang again. Same number. This time, he answered. Yeah. Polly, it's Marco. Where are you? Doesn't matter. What do you want? Sal wants to talk to you. Says you're not in trouble. Says he just wants to make sure you're okay. That the Russians didn't hurt you. That you're safe. I'm safe. Tell Sal I'm safe. Tell him I'm fine. Tell him I just needed time away. To clear my head. To think. He wants you to come back. Says there's work. Says your territory is waiting. Says Bobby's just keeping it warm until you return. I'm not coming back. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Tell Sal I appreciate the offer, but I need more time. Polly, come on. Don't be stupid. You can't run forever. Eventually, you gotta face this. Gotta deal with it. Gotta come back. Watch me. He hung up. Finished packing. Said goodbye to Tommy and his wife. Hugged his nieces and nephews. Got in his car. Drove. Didn't know where he was going. Just away. Just somewhere else. Just anywhere that wasn't here. He drove south. Through Florida. Past Miami. Toward the Keys. Thinking about Mexico. About Central America. About places where Americans could disappear. Where no one asked questions. Where $3,000 lasted longer than 3 weeks. His phone rang again. Different number. He answered without thinking. Yeah. Polly. It's your wife. Her voice was shaking. Crying. What's wrong? There's men here. At the house. They're asking about you. They're saying you owe money. They're saying if you don't call them back, if you don't come home, they're gonna? Her voice broke. Polly, I'm scared. Please come home. Please fix this. Put them on the phone. Let me talk to them. A different voice. Older. Russian accent. Mr. Greco. This is Dmitri. We met in Atlantic City. You remember? Polly's hands tightened on the wheel. I remember. Good. Then you remember our offer. The one you refused. The one that made Mr. DeMarco very angry. Well, Mr. Romanoff is giving you another chance. A better offer. You come work for us. You bring your book. Your customers. Your operation. You do that, we forget about the past. We protect you from Sal. We protect your family. Everyone wins. And if I say no, then we stop protecting your family. We let Sal know where you are. We let nature take its course. You understand? Polly understood. Perfectly. The Russians were using his family as leverage. As insurance. As a way to force him to choose them over Sal. I need time to think about it. You have until tomorrow. Noon. You call this number. You say yes or no. You say yes, we pick you up. Bring you back. Set you up. You say no, we're done. And your family deals with whatever comes next. The line went dead. Polly pulled over. Side of the road. Sat there shaking. Thinking about his wife. His kids. His home. Everything he'd left behind. thinking about Sal, about Viktor, about being forced to choose between two organizations that both wanted to use him, to control him, to own him, thinking about how there was no good choice, no safe option, no way out that didn't end with someone getting hurt. He could go back, work for the Russians, betray Sal, hope the Russians protected him, hope Sal didn't find out, hope he survived long enough to make it worth it. Or he could refuse, keep running, let his family deal with the consequences, live with the guilt, die with the knowledge that he'd chosen himself over them. Or he could call Sal, tell him everything, throw himself on Sal's mercy, hope Sal believed him, hope Sal protected him, hope Sal forgave him. 3 bad choices. No good ones. Just degrees of awful. He sat there until dark. Until his phone battery died. Until he had to make a decision. Finally, he started the car. Turned around. Drove north. Back toward Philadelphia. Back toward his life. Back toward whatever fate waited for him. Because running wasn't working. Hiding wasn't working. The only way out was through. Was facing it. Was choosing a side and living with it. He'd call Sal tomorrow. Tell him about the Russians. About Dmitri threatening his family. About being forced to choose. Tell him the truth and hope it was enough. Hope Sal understood. Hope Sal protected him. And if Sal didn't? If Sal thought he was a traitor? If Sal decided he was a liability? Then at least Polly would die knowing he tried. Knowing he came back. Knowing he faced his problems instead of running from them. That had to count for something. Had to mean something. Had to be worth something. Even if the only thing it bought him was a quick death instead of a slow one. Chapter 15. Marco Benedetti sat in his Lexus outside Ray's Tavern in Fishtown at 11 p.m., watching 3 young guys walk in like they owned the place, and thinking about how ambition without experience got people killed. The 3 guys were Luca Moretti, Polly D., and a kid everyone called Skinny Mike. All mid-20s. All hungry. All stupid enough to think being young and hungry was enough. Tony was in the passenger seat. What are we doing here? Watching. Learning. Sal wants to know what the younger guys are thinking. Whether they're loyal. Whether they're problems. And you think they're problems? I think they're restless. Think the old guys, us, are holding them back. Think they could run things better. Faster. Smarter. You hear them say that. I hear things. People talk. People complain. These 3 especially. They think Sal's too careful. Think he's leaving money on the table. Think partnering with Viktor is weak. Think we should have taken Atlantic City by force. They're idiots. They're young. Same thing. Marco's phone buzzed. Text from Luca. You coming in or what? Marco showed it to Tony. They know we're here. Probably been watching us since we pulled up. So what now? Now we go in. Talk to them. See what they really think. See if they're just talking or if they're planning something. They got out. Walked into the bar. Place was half empty. Couple regulars at the bar. Old guys drinking. Minding their business. The 3 young guys were in a booth in the back. Luca waved them over. Marco and Tony slid into the booth. Across from the 3 kids. Close quarters. Nowhere to run if this went bad. You wanted to talk. Marco said. Luca smiled. Confident. Too confident. We wanted to know what's happening. With the Russians. with Atlantic City, with the organization. Nobody tells us nothing. We're just soldiers, just muscle. But we hear things, and what we hear doesn't make sense. What doesn't make sense? That we gave up Atlantic City. That we're letting Viktor take territory that's ours. That we're being weak. That's not how this works. That's not how you build power. You take. You don't give. Tony leaned forward. You think you know how to run an organization? You've been with us, what, 2 years? 3. You haven't seen a war. Haven't seen what happens when territories get fought over. Haven't seen bodies pile up. Haven't seen the feds move in. You don't know shit. Polly D spoke up. We know enough. We know Sal's playing defense. We should be playing offense. Should be expanding. Taking. Growing. Instead, we're shrinking. Pulling back. Acting scared. We're being smart, Marco said. There's a difference. Or you're being old. There's a difference there, too. Marco felt his jaw tighten. These kids. These stupid kids. Thinking they knew better. Thinking age was weakness. Thinking experience was obsolete. Let me explain something to you, Marco said. Sal pulled back from Atlantic City because fighting Viktor costs money. Costs lives. Costs attention we don't need. So we made a deal. We divided territory. We avoided war. That's smart leadership. That's thinking long-term. Something you kids don't understand because you're too busy thinking about next week, next month, next score. Luca finished his beer. So we're supposed to just accept it. Just be good soldiers. Just follow orders and not question anything. Yes. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. That's what being a soldier means. You follow orders. You trust leadership. You don't second-guess decisions you don't understand. Skinny Mike laughed. That's what Vince's guys said. Look where they are now. Gone. Replaced. Forgotten. Because they followed orders. Because they trusted leadership. Because they didn't see Sal coming until it was too late. Tony stood up. You comparing Sal to Vince? You saying Sal's weak? That he's vulnerable? That someone should make a move? I'm saying things change. Organizations change. Leadership changes. That's history. That's reality. And maybe it's time for another change. Maybe it's time for guys who aren't afraid to take risks. Who aren't afraid to fight. Who aren't afraid to build something bigger. Marco stood up too. You watch yourself. All 3 of you. You're talking about things you shouldn't talk about. Saying things that get people hurt. You understand. Luca smiled. We understand. We're just talking. Just having beers. Just expressing opinions. Nothing wrong with that, right? This is America. Free speech. Free country. Not in this life. In this life, you say the wrong thing to the wrong person, you don't get free speech. You get consequences. They left. Got back in the car. Marco was fuming. Tony was quiet. You hear that? Marco said. They're planning something. They're talking about change. About making moves. About replacing Sal. They're talking shit. They're drunk. They're young and stupid. That's all. No. That was more than talk. That was testing. Seeing how we'd react. Seeing if we'd shut them down or encourage them. They're building something. Getting support. And if we don't stop it, they're gonna try something. Gonna make a move. Gonna challenge Sal. What do you want to do? I want to tell Sal. Want to shut this down before it grows. Want to make examples. Of what? 3 kids talking shit in a bar. That's not evidence. That's not proof of anything. You start killing people for talking. You look paranoid. You look weak. You make them martyrs. You make their message stronger. Marco drove, thinking about Luca's smile, about Pauly D's confidence, about Skinny Mike's laugh, about how they weren't afraid, about how they should be. We need to watch them, Marco said. Close. See who they're talking to, who they're recruiting, how many guys they have. Then we decide what to do. Okay. I'll put someone on them. Someone they don't know. Someone who can blend. They drove back to South Philly. Dropped Tony at his house. Marco went home. His wife was asleep. He sat in the kitchen, drinking whiskey, thinking about young guns, about ambition, about how every generation thought they could do it better than the last, about how sometimes they were right. Sometimes the old guys got comfortable, got complacent, got replaced. That's how Sal took over from Vince. That's how organizations evolved. That's how power shifted. The question was whether Luca and his crew were serious, whether they had support, whether they were brave enough or stupid enough to actually try something. And if they were, what Marco would do about it. Whether he'd protect Sal, or join them, or just watch and wait and see who won. His phone buzzed. Text from Luca. Thanks for the talk. Good to know where everyone stands. See you around. Marco stared at the message. That wasn't a thank you. That was a threat. A message. A line being drawn. Luca telling him he'd better choose a side. Because fence sitting wasn't going to be an option. He deleted the message. Poured more whiskey. Thought about choices. About loyalty. About survival. About whether Sal was strong enough to hold this organization together. Or whether the cracks were already showing. Whether the young guys smelled blood. Whether a change was coming, whether anyone wanted it or not. He went to bed. Lay next to his wife. Couldn't sleep. Just lay there thinking about tomorrow. About telling Sal. About what Sal would do. About whether it would be enough. About whether anything was ever enough in this life. Or whether you just kept fighting. Kept surviving. Kept watching your back until someone finally got you. At 3 a.m., he gave up on sleep. Went to his home office. Started making a list. Names of young guys. Associates of Luca. People who might be sympathetic. People who might be problems. Found 12 names. 12 guys in their 20s and 30s. Hungry. Ambitious. Loyal to Luca more than Sal. That was a crew. That was an organization within an organization. That was dangerous. He'd tell Sal in the morning. Show him the list. Explain the problem. Let Sal decide what to do. How to handle it. Whether to crush it now or wait and watch. But either way, something was coming. Marco could feel it. That electricity before a storm. That tension before violence. That moment when everything was about to change, and you either prepared or got caught unprepared. He'd been through this before. With Sal and Vince. With the church shooting. With Atlantic City and the Russians. Every time thinking it was the last time. Every time being wrong. This was the life. Constant threats. Constant challenges. Constant tests of loyalty and strength and intelligence. You passed or you failed. You survived or you died. Simple as that. Marco looked at his list. 12 names. 12 problems. 12 potential enemies. And one question, were they serious? Or were they just kids playing gangster? Talking tough, but not tough enough to actually do anything? He'd find out soon. One way or another. Because in this life, talk always became action. Eventually. Inevitably. And when it did, people died. The only question was who, and when, and whether Marco would be ready. He saved the list, encrypted it, sent it to Sal with a message, "We need to talk. Soon. It's important." Then he went back to bed, closed his eyes, tried to rest, knowing tomorrow would bring answers, or more questions, or violence. Knowing in this life, you never knew which one was coming. You just prepared for all three, and hoped you were fast enough, smart enough, lucky enough to survive whatever came next. Chapter 16. Callahan sat in his Crown Vic outside Sal's restaurant in Old City at 7 a.m., drinking coffee and watching the morning prep crew arrive, thinking about how he'd spent 3 years watching this place and still didn't have enough to put Sal away. But now he did. The recording from yesterday. Sal and Viktor discussing heroin, quantities, prices, distribution, all of it on tape, all of it admissible, all of it enough for 30 years. He just had to wait for the shipment, had to catch them in the act, had to time it perfectly so the arrests stuck, so the lawyers couldn't wiggle out. So justice finally happened. His phone rang. "Angela. You watching the restaurant?" Every morning this week. Sal shows up at 8. Leaves around 6. Routine. Predictable. Good. Keep watching. The shipment arrives Monday. Port of Elizabeth. We've got eyes on it. Soon as Viktor takes possession, soon as he moves it, we follow. When it gets to Sal, when Sal touches it, we move. We arrest both of them. Same time. Coordinated. No room for mistakes. What if something goes wrong? What if they spot the surveillance? What if they abort? They won't. We're too careful. Too professional. This works, Frank. 4 days from now, Sal Bonano goes away forever. You can stop watching. You can move on. You can close this case. I'll believe it when I see him in cuffs. They hung up. Callahan sat there, thinking about 3 years. About all the watching. All the waiting. All the times he'd been close and come up short. About how this time felt different. Felt real. Felt like the end. At 8:05, Sal's Cadillac pulled up. Sal got out. Looked tired. Looked stressed. Looked like a man carrying too many problems and not enough solutions. Good. Let him be stressed. Let him worry. In 4 days, none of it would matter. In 4 days, he'd be in federal custody, explaining to a judge why he thought distributing heroin was a good business decision. Callahan's phone rang again. Different number. He answered. Callahan. "Detective, it's Vince. We need to talk. Now. It's urgent." "What's wrong?" "Not on the phone." "Meet me. 30 minutes. Washington Square. Same place as before. I'm working surveillance. I can't just. This can't wait. Trust me. You want Sal. You want to stop what he's doing. Meet me. 30 minutes. Vince hung up. Callahan thought about it. Vince sounded scared. Urgent. Not his usual controlled self. Something was wrong. Something had changed. And if Vince knew something, if he had information, Callahan needed to hear it. He called Lou. "I need you to take over surveillance on the restaurant." Sal just went in. "Watch him. If he leaves, follow him. Call me with updates. Where are you going? Meeting a source. Won't be long. Callahan drove to Washington Square. Got there at 7:40. Vince was already on the bench. Looking older. Looking frightened. Looking like a man who just learned something terrible. Callahan sat down. What's going on? Sal's planning something. Something big. And I think it involves me. What kind of something? I've been watching him. Having people watch him. And yesterday, one of my guys heard something. Overheard a conversation. Between Sal and Tony. About cleaning house. About getting rid of loose ends. About making sure nobody can testify. Nobody can talk. Nobody can cause problems. That's standard mob stuff. Doesn't mean anything specific. It does when my name comes up. When Sal says Vince knows too much, and Tony says, so what are we going to do about it? And Sal says, we're going to handle it. That's not standard. That's specific. That's a threat. Callahan felt his pulse quicken. You think Sal's planning to kill you? I think he's tying up loose ends before his heroin deal starts. I think he's eliminating anyone who might be a problem. Anyone who might talk to the feds. Anyone who knows too much. And I'm at the top of that list. You got proof. You got recordings. Witnesses? I got a guy who heard a conversation. That's it. But Frank, I know how this works. I've been in this life 50 years. When someone starts talking about handling you, about taking care of the problem, that's code. That's a death sentence. And I'm the problem. Callahan thought about it. If Vince was right, if Sal was planning to kill him, that changed everything. That was conspiracy to commit murder. That was another charge. Another piece of evidence. Another way to put Sal away. But it also meant Vince was in danger. Real danger. And Callahan couldn't just let him get killed. Even if Vince was a criminal. Even if he'd done terrible things. The job was to stop crimes, not watch them happen. What do you want from me? Callahan said. Protection. Witness protection. I'll testify. Against Sal. Against Viktor. Against everyone. I'll tell you everything I know. Everything about the organization. The operations. The crimes. All of it. But you have to keep me alive. You have to move me somewhere safe. Somewhere Sal can't reach me. That's a big ask. Witness protection takes time. Takes approval. Takes. I don't have time. Sal's moving Monday. That's when the heroin arrives. That's when everything starts. And I think he wants me gone before then. Before I can talk. Before I can cause problems. We're talking days. Maybe hours. I need protection now. Today. Or I'm dead. Callahan pulled out his phone. Called Angela. Told her everything. About Vince's fear. About the overheard conversation. About the threat. Angela was quiet for a moment. Then, bring him in. Now. We'll put him in protective custody. Get his statement. Start the witness protection process. If he's serious about testifying, if he's willing to give us everything, we'll protect him. He's serious. He's scared. I've never seen him like this. Then bring him in. I'll have a team ready. We'll move him to a safe house. Keep him there until we make the arrests Monday. After that, he goes into the program. New identity. New life. Everything. Callahan hung up. Looked at Vince. She says yes. But you have to come now. Right now. No going home. No getting clothes. No saying goodbye. You come with me. We put you somewhere safe. We take your statement. We start the process. You understand? Vince nodded. I understand. I've been ready for this. Been thinking about it since we last talked. This isn't the life I wanted. Isn't the ending I wanted. But it's the one I'm getting. So let's do it. Let's finish this. They walked to Callahan's car. Drove to the Federal Building. Took Vince up to Angela's office. She had 2 other agents waiting. A conference room set up. Recording equipment. Witness protection paperwork. Mr. Tartaglia, Angela said. Before we start, I need to be clear. If you do this, if you testify, there's no going back. You'll be labeled a cooperating witness. A rat. Everyone you know will turn on you. You'll lose your name. Your identity. Your past. Everything. Are you prepared for that? I'm 70 years old. I got no organization. No power. No friends. I got nothing to lose. So yeah. I'm prepared. Okay. Then let's begin. They spent 6 hours taking Vince's statement. He told them everything. About Sal's organization. About the operations. About the Atlantic City deal with Viktor. About the heroin pipeline. About payoffs. About violence. About crimes going back decades. About how Sal had testified against him 3 years ago. About how Sal had taken his organization. About how Sal had stopped paying respect money. About how Sal was now the biggest threat to organized crime enforcement in Philadelphia. It was all useful, all valuable, all evidence that would help convict Sal and Viktor and everyone else involved. By 3 p.m., they were done. Angela sent Vince with 2 agents to a safe house in Delaware. Remote location. Secure. No one except her and Callahan knew where it was. After he left, Angela and Callahan sat in her office. That was big, she said. That was career-defining testimony. With Vince, with the recording, with the evidence we're collecting, we're going to destroy Sal's organization. Completely. Permanently. If we can keep Vince alive until trial. We will. He's safe. Protected. Nobody knows where he is except us. Sal can't touch him. I hope you're right. Callahan drove back to South Philly. Checked in with Lou. Sal had left the restaurant at 2. Went home. Hadn't come back out. Normal day. Normal routine. No idea his former boss had just agreed to testify against him. No idea the walls were closing in. No idea Monday was the end. Callahan went home. Had dinner with his wife. Tried to relax. Couldn't. Just kept thinking about Monday. About the arrests. About finally getting Sal. About how 3 years of work was about to pay off. About how justice was about to be served. About how the good guys were about to win. His phone rang at 10 p.m. Angela. We have a problem. What kind of problem? Someone tried to kill Vince. 2 men with guns. At the safe house. They got past the first agent. Second agent stopped them. Shootout. Both attackers dead. Vince is okay. But Frank, someone knew where he was. Someone leaked the location. Someone inside the bureau. Callahan felt his stomach drop. How is that possible? Only you and I knew. And the agents guarding him. And whoever processed the witness protection request. And whoever approved the safe house. That's maybe 10 people. One of them talked. One of them is on Sal's payroll. And now Vince almost died. Where is he now? Different location. More secure. More agents. But Frank, if they found him once, they can find him again. We need to move up the timeline. We need to arrest Sal now. Tonight. Before he tries again. Before he succeeds. We don't have the drugs yet. We don't have possession. Without that, the case is weaker. Defense will argue it's just talk. Just a recording. Not enough for conviction. I know. But we might not have a choice. We keep waiting, Vince dies. He dies, we lose our star witness. We lose half our case. We need to decide. Wait for Monday, and risk losing everything. Or move now with what we have. Callahan thought about it. Wait. We wait. We protect Vince better. We figure out who leaked. We stop the leak. But we don't arrest Sal until we have everything. Until the case is perfect. Until there's no way he walks. That's how we do this right. Angela was quiet. Then, okay. We wait. But Frank, if something happens to Vince, if Sal gets to him, that's on us. That's on me. I'll have to live with that. Nothing's gonna happen. We're gonna protect him. We're gonna get Sal. We're gonna finish this. I promise. They hung up. Callahan sat there in the dark, thinking about promises, about how easy they were to make, how hard they were to keep, about how Monday couldn't come fast enough, about how every day between now and then was a risk, a gamble, a chance for everything to fall apart. But they'd come too far to stop now, built too much to give up, waited too long to rush it. Monday. 4 days. That's all he needed. 4 days, and Sal Bonano was done. He just had to keep Vince alive that long. Keep the case together. Keep the faith. 4 days. Then justice. Then the end. Then finally, rest. Chapter 17. 6 months of violence compressed into 6 pages felt wrong. So Sal sat in the basement of Giordano's with Tony and Marco, looking at photos of dead Russians and dead Italians, and thinking about how war was easier to start than to stop. It started with the strip club, Viktor's place, in Atlantic City. Marco and 2 guys torched it at 3 a.m. on a Tuesday. Building went up fast. Old wood. Cheap construction. Fire spread before anyone could stop it. 2 dancers died. Trapped in a back room. Couldn't get out. Their names were Svetlana and Katya. 23 and 19. From Ukraine. Sending money home to their families. Now they were bodies. Now their families got nothing. Now Viktor had a reason to respond. That was a mistake, Tony said, looking at the photos. Killing civilians. That's a line we shouldn't have crossed. They weren't civilians, Marco said. They worked for Viktor. That made them part of his organization. They were dancers. They had nothing to do with drugs or violence or any of this. They were just girls trying to make money. And now they're dead girls. Collateral damage. It happens. Sal put down the photos. What's done is done. Can't change it. Question is what comes next. What came next was Viktor hitting back. Hard. 3 days later. Carmen Russo's daughter had a dance recital in Delaware County. Suburban school. Nice neighborhood. Families everywhere. Carmen was there with his wife. Watching their daughter dance. Being a father. Being normal. Except nothing was normal anymore. The shooter was in the parking lot. Russian guy named Alexei. Former Spetsnaz. Viktor's best. He had a rifle with a scope. Waited for the recital to end. Waited for families to come out. Waited for Carmen. Took the shot from 200 yards. Missed Carmen. Hit a woman named Jennifer Patterson. Soccer mom. 3 kids. Husband in the insurance business. Wrong place. Wrong time. Wrong life. Bullet went through her neck. She bled out before the ambulance arrived. Her kids watched. Her husband watched. Carmen watched. Jennifer Patterson, 37 years old. Dead because she parked next to Carmen Russo. Dead because a Russian sniper missed. Dead because 2 organizations couldn't figure out how to share a city. We have to respond, Marco said. Viktor killed a civilian. In front of kids. In a parking lot. That's unacceptable. So we kill more civilians? Tony said. We keep escalating. We keep putting innocent people in the crossfire. We kill Viktor's people. His soldiers. His operations. We hit him where it hurts. We show him this costs more than it's worth. Sal stood up. Walked to the map on the wall. Atlantic City and Philadelphia, marked with pins. Red for Viktor's operations. Blue for Sal's. Red was bleeding into blue territory. Viktor wasn't respecting the boundary. Wasn't honoring the deal. Was pushing. Testing. Taking. Full retaliation, Sal said. No more half measures. No more targeted hits. We go to war. Real war. We hit everything. His people. His operations. His money. Everything. And we don't stop until he backs off, or he's dead. Tony stood up. Sal, that's insane. You're talking about open warfare. Bodies in the streets. The feds crawling all over us. The end of everything we've built. What we built is already ending. Viktor's taking it piece by piece. We either fight back or we surrender. Those are the choices. I'm choosing fight. Then I'm out. Everyone stopped. Looked at Tony. What? Sal said. I said I'm out. I'm not doing this. I'm not starting a war that kills innocent people. That destroys families. That ruins lives. This isn't what I signed up for. You signed up for whatever I say you signed up for. You're my underboss. You follow my orders. That's how this works. Not anymore. Not with this. You want to go to war with Viktor? You do it without me. Sal walked over to Tony. Got close. You walk out that door, you're done. You understand? You're out of the organization. Out of the business. Out of everything. No coming back. No second chances. You leave now, you're gone. Tony looked at him. 25 years of friendship. Of loyalty. Of brotherhood. All of it hanging in the balance. All of it ending in a basement in South Philly over a decision neither one of them wanted to make. I'm gone, Tony said, and walked out. The room was silent. Marco looked at the floor. The other guys didn't move. Didn't breathe. Didn't know what to say. Sal turned to Marco. You're underboss now. Effective immediately. You with me on this? Marco hesitated. Thought about Tony walking out. Thought about innocent people dying. Thought about where this was heading. Then thought about his position. His opportunity. His chance to move up. I'm with you, Marco said. Good. Get everyone together. Everyone we got. We meet tonight. We plan. We move. We hit Viktor with everything. And we don't stop until he's done. The war lasted 6 months. Felt like 6 years. Bodies piled up. Both sides. Italians. Russians. Civilians. Didn't matter. Everyone bled. Everyone died. Everyone lost. Russian enforcer shot outside a gym in Atlantic City. 3 bullets. Dead in the parking lot. Italian soldier blown up in his car in Cherry Hill. IED under the driver's seat. Body parts scattered across the street. Drive-by shooting at a Russian safe house. 5 Russians dead. 3 civilians wounded. Whole block traumatized. Italian social club firebombed. 1 dead. 7 injured. Millions in damage. Russian heroin shipment ambushed. 4 Russians executed. Products stolen. Money gone. Italian capo murdered in his own restaurant. Shot 9 times while eating dinner. His wife and daughter at the table. Both saw it. Both traumatized forever. On and on. Back and forth. Escalating. Accelerating. Destroying. The feds moved in. Task force. Joint investigation. Federal and state and local. All of them watching. Documenting. Building cases. Waiting for someone to make a mistake big enough to prosecute. Angela Russo ran the task force. Every murder. Every attack. Every crime. She documented it. Connected it. Built it into a RICO case against both organizations. But she couldn't stop it. Couldn't prevent it. Could only watch and document and wait. Callahan worked the streets. Talking to witnesses. Collecting evidence. Trying to build cases that stuck. Trying to find someone willing to testify. Willing to break the silence. Willing to help. No one would. Fear was too strong. Loyalty was too deep. The code was too powerful. Everyone knew talking meant dying. So, everyone stayed quiet. Everyone kept secrets. Everyone looked away. By month 4, both sides were exhausted. Bleeding money. Bleeding people. Bleeding resources. The war was costing more than it was worth. Both organizations were weaker. Both bosses were desperate. Both sides needed it to end. But neither wanted to blink first. Neither wanted to look weak. Neither wanted to surrender. Then Marcus Johnson died. 17 years old. Black kid. Walking home from basketball practice in Southwest Philly. Wrong place. Wrong time. Wrong universe. Car chase. Russians chasing Italians. Gunfire. High speed. Through residential streets. Through Marcus's neighborhood. Through his life. Stray bullet hit him in the chest. He collapsed 3 blocks from his house. His mother found him. Called 911. Held him while he died. 17 years old. No gang affiliation. No criminal record. No reason to die, except he lived in a city at war. The news covered it. Politicians called for action. Community leaders protested. The pressure mounted. Something had to give. Someone had to stop it. Someone had to end the madness. Tony DeMarco saw it on the news. Saw Marcus Johnson's mother crying. Saw the neighborhood mourning. Saw what his old organization had become. What his old friend had created. He'd been out of it for 3 months. Living quiet. Working legitimate. Trying to forget. Trying to move on. Trying to pretend he'd never been part of it. But Marcus Johnson's death made it impossible. Made it real. Made it clear that walking away didn't absolve him. Didn't make him innocent. didn't erase his responsibility. He called Dmitri, Viktor's second, the pragmatic one, the one who understood numbers, who understood costs, who understood when enough was enough. "We need to talk," Tony said. "Not to fight. To negotiate. To end this. Before more people die. Before we both lose everything." Dmitri was quiet. Then, "I'm listening." They met in Trenton. Neutral ground. No weapons. No crews. Just two men trying to stop a war neither of them wanted anymore. Tony laid it out. "You get Atlantic City. All of it. No split. No sharing. It's yours." Sal pulls out completely. "In exchange, you stay out of Philadelphia. You don't touch it. You don't approach our people. You don't try to expand. You take Atlantic City and you're happy with it." Why would Sal agree to this? He's been fighting for 6 months to keep Atlantic City. Now he just gives it up. Because he's losing. You're both losing. This war is killing both organizations. Feds are building cases. Bodies are piling up. Money's disappearing. It has to end. And this is how it ends. Clean split. Clear boundaries. Peace. And you think you can deliver, Sal? Make him agree. I can try. But you have to deliver Viktor. You have to make him stop. Make him accept this. Make him see that winning isn't possible. That this is the best deal he's gonna get. Dmitri thought about it. "Okay. I'll talk to Viktor. But Tony? If this doesn't work, if Sal refuses, we don't stop. We keep fighting. We keep killing. Until one of us is gone. You understand?" "I understand. That's why this has to work. That's why both sides have to agree. Because the alternative is extinction for both of us." Tony left. Drove back to Philadelphia. Called Marco. Asked for a meeting. Just the two of them. No Sal. Not yet. They met at a diner. Same one Tony used to meet Sal at. Lifetimes ago. Different world. Different men. "I have an offer," Tony said. "From Viktor. Through Dmitri. A way to end this war. A way for everyone to survive." Marco listened. Tony explained the deal. Atlantic City for peace. Territory for survival. Loss for life. "Sal won't go for it," Marco said. "He's been saying we're winning. That we're close. That Viktor's about to break." Sal's lying. To you. To himself. To everyone. We're not winning. We're dying. Both organizations are bleeding out. This has to stop. And this is how it stops. So why are you here? Why are you talking to me instead of Sal? Because you're the underboss now. Because you have influence. Because you can help me convince Sal. Because you know I'm right. You've seen the numbers. You've counted the bodies. You know this can't continue. Marco was quiet. Thinking. Calculating. Weighing options. "If I help you," Marco said. "If I convince Sal to take this deal, what do I get?" "You get to live. You get to keep your organization. You get to avoid prison. You get to survive. That enough? I need more than survival. I need position. I need assurance. I need to know that after this is over, I still matter. I still have power. You'll be underboss of Philadelphia. That's plenty. That's everything. That's more than most guys ever get. Take it. Help me end this. And we all survive. We all move forward. We all get to rebuild. Marco thought about it. Thought about Marcus Johnson. About Jennifer Patterson. About Svetlana and Katya. About all the bodies. All the death. All the destruction. Thought about whether any of it was worth it. Whether territory mattered more than life. Whether pride mattered more than survival. "Okay," Marco said. "I'll help you. I'll talk to Sal. I'll make him see reason. But Tony? If he refuses, if he's too proud to accept this, I'm not going down with him. I'm not dying for Atlantic City. I'm not dying for his ego." "Fair enough. Just help me try. That's all I'm asking." They finished their coffee. Left separately. Both thinking about tomorrow. About Sal. About whether peace was possible. About whether anyone could stop the momentum. The violence. The war. About whether 6 months of killing could end with words. With negotiation. With compromise. Or whether it had to end with more blood. More bodies. More death. Until only one side remained. Until the war solved itself by eliminating one of the participants completely. Tony drove home. Thought about calling Sal. Decided against it. Better to have Marco soften him up first. Better to let the idea settle. Better to let Sal see the numbers. The reality. The truth. Better to give him one last chance to be smart. To choose survival. To choose peace. And if he didn't? If Sal refused? If he chose pride over pragmatism? Then Tony would have tried. Would have done his best. Would have offered the solution. And whatever happened next would be on Sal. On his choice. On his refusal to see what everyone else could see. That the war was over. That both sides lost. That the only question was whether anyone survived to rebuild. Or whether they all died trying to win a war that was unwinnable from the start. Chapter 18. Tony DeMarco sat in a warehouse in Trenton at a folding table with 4 other men. No weapons on any of them. And thought about how peace treaties looked a lot like ambushes until someone actually started talking. On his side, Marco. On Viktor's side, Dmitri and another Russian named Yuri. Neutral party, a union official named Pete Calabrese who'd worked with both sides. Old guy. 70-something. Respected. Connected enough that killing him would bring heat nobody wanted. "Ground rules," Pete said. "No threats. No posturing. No bullshit. We're here to stop a war. Both sides are bleeding. Both sides need this to end. So we talk like adults. We find a solution. We shake hands. We go home. Everybody clear?" Everyone nodded. "Good. Tony, you called this. Start talking." Tony pulled out a map. Atlantic City and Philadelphia. Boundaries marked. "Here's the proposal. Viktor gets Atlantic City. All of it. Everything south of the city line. Sal gets Philadelphia. Everything north. Clean split. No overlap. No gray areas. Each side stays in their territory. Each side respects the boundary. War ends. Everyone lives." Dmitri studied the map. "What about the heroin deal? The distribution arrangement Sal and Viktor discussed?" "Dead. Off the table. No partnership. No cooperation. Just separate operations in separate territories. You do your business. We do ours. We stay out of each other's way. And if one of our people crosses the line, if a Russian bookie sets up in Philadelphia, If an Italian crew tries to work in Atlantic City, then that side handles it, shuts it down internally, disciplines their own people. We don't shoot each other's guys. We don't escalate. We just enforce our own boundaries. Yuri spoke for the first time. Thick accent. Hard voice. How do we trust this? How do we know Sal won't agree, then break the deal later? Like he did before. Marco leaned forward. Before was different. Before we thought we could share territory. Thought we could cooperate. We were wrong. This time, we're dividing completely. No sharing. No contact. Just staying in our lanes. Easier to enforce. Easier to maintain. Still doesn't answer the trust question. Tony pulled out a second document. We put it in writing. Both bosses sign. We give copies to neutral parties. Union officials. Lawyers. People who testify if either side violates. Make it official. Make it binding. Make it real. Pete looked at the document. This is good. This is smart. This gives both sides cover. Gives them something to show their people. Proof that the war is over. Proof that peace is possible. Dmitri took the document. Read it carefully. Viktor will want modifications. Specific language about the ports. About access to shipping channels. About maintaining relationships with longshoremen. We can work that out. The important thing is the principle. The boundaries. The agreement to stop fighting. The details we can negotiate. They spent 2 hours going through the document. Changing words. Clarifying terms. Making it acceptable to both sides. Making it something both bosses could sign without looking weak. Finally, Dmitri pushed the document back. This works. I'll take it to Viktor. But understand, he'll want assurances. He'll want guarantees. He'll want to know Sal is serious this time. That this isn't another trick. How do we prove that? Marco said. By delivering him. By making Sal show up. By making him sit across from Viktor and shake hands. That's the only way Viktor believes it. Face to face. Boss to boss. No intermediaries. No representatives. The real thing. Tony looked at Marco. Marco looked back. Both thinking the same thing. Getting Sal to agree to this deal was hard enough. Getting him to meet with Viktor face to face after 6 months of war. That was almost impossible. We'll try, Tony said. But I can't promise. Sal's proud. Sal's stubborn. Sal might refuse just on principle. Then there's no deal. Then the war continues. Then everyone keeps dying until one side is gone. That what you want? No. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm trying. But you have to understand, Sal sees backing down as weakness. Sees compromise as surrender. Convincing him to take this deal is going to be the hardest thing I've ever done. Then do the hard thing. Because the alternative is we all die. And I'm tired of dying. They stood up. Shook hands. Not friendly. Just professional. Just recognition that they were on the same side now. The side that wanted to survive. The side that wanted peace. The side that was tired of burying friends. Tony and Marco left together. Got in Tony's car. Sat there for a minute without starting the engine. You think we can sell this to Sal? Marco said. I think we have to. Because if we don't, if this war keeps going, the feds are gonna arrest all of us. Angela's been building a case. 6 months of murders. 6 months of evidence. She's just waiting for enough to make Rico stick. We give her another month, another body, she's got us. So we're choosing between surrender to Viktor or surrender to the feds. We're choosing survival. That's all. Just survival. And survival means accepting reality. Accepting that we can't win this war. Accepting that the best we can do is not lose everything. They drove back to Philadelphia. To Giordano's. Where Sal was waiting. Where the real conversation would happen. Where everything would be decided. Sal was in the back room with little Nicky and two other guys. Counting money. Looking tired. Looking older than his 46 years. 6 months of war had aged him. Had worn him down. Had changed him from an ambitious boss into a desperate one. Well? Sal said when they walked in. Tony sat down. Viktor will take the deal. Atlantic City for peace. Complete separation. Written agreement. It's over if you say yes. And what does Viktor want in return? Nothing. Just Atlantic City. Just his territory. Just peace. That's it. No tricks. No demands. No conditions. One condition. He wants to meet. Face to face. You and him. Sign the agreement together. Shake hands. Make it official. Sal's jaw tightened. He wants me to kneel. To show weakness. To look like I'm surrendering. He wants assurance you're serious. That this is real. That you're not going to agree, then break the deal like before. I didn't break the deal. He did. His guys approached Polly. His guys violated the boundary. And we responded. And he responded. And we've been responding for 6 months. And now we're here. Bleeding money. Bleeding people. Bleeding everything. This has to stop, Sal. And this is how it stops. Sal stood up. Walked to the window. Looked out at South Philly. His territory. His city. His home. I built this organization. Took it from Vince. Grew it. Made it stronger. Made it matter. Now I'm supposed to give up Atlantic City. Just hand it over. Just accept defeat. You're not accepting defeat. You're accepting reality. Atlantic City was always secondary. Always less important than Philadelphia. We're keeping what matters. We're keeping the real prize. And we're ending a war we can't win. That's not defeat. That's smart. Marco spoke up. Sal, I've run the numbers. We've lost 17 guys. Viktor's lost maybe 20. We're spending $100,000 a month on this war. Lawyers. Funerals. Protection. Hospital bills. We can't sustain it. Neither can Viktor. This ends with both of us destroyed, or both of us accepting this deal. Those are the only 2 options. Sal turned around. And if I say no? If I refuse? If I keep fighting? Then I'm out, Tony said. Just like before. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not watching more innocent people die. I'm not burying more friends. I'm not spending my life running from the feds or the Russians. I'm done. And I think Marco's done too. And I think everyone else is done. We're all tired, Sal. We're all ready for this to end. So you're threatening me. You're saying agree or you walk. I'm saying I'm giving you the truth. The reality. The choice. You can keep fighting. You can keep this war going. But you'll do it alone. Because the rest of us are choosing to survive. And survival means accepting this deal. The room was silent. Sal looked at each of them. Seeing the exhaustion. The fear. The desperation. Seeing that Tony was right. That they were all done. That continuing meant losing everything. He sat back down. When does Viktor want to meet? Tomorrow. Noon. Cherry Hill. Same place as before. Maggiano's. Just you and him. We'll be nearby. Pete Calabrese will moderate. But it's on you to shake his hand. To sign the document. To end this. And if I do, if I agree, what happens to our organization? What happens to our reputation? Everyone's gonna know we gave up Atlantic City. Everyone's gonna think we're weak. Everyone's gonna know we survived. That we were smart enough to accept peace. That we were strong enough to walk away from a fight we couldn't win. That's not weakness. That's leadership. That's maturity. That's what separates us from guys who are too proud to survive. Sal looked at the money on the table. At the numbers Marco had shown him. At the cost of 6 months of war. At the price of pride. Okay, he said quietly. I'll meet with Viktor. I'll sign the agreement. I'll end this war. But understand, this doesn't mean I forgive him. Doesn't mean I trust him. Doesn't mean someday I won't take back what's mine. It just means right now, today, I'm choosing to survive. That's all. That's enough, Tony said. That's all anyone's asking. They spent the next hour going over the details. The meeting. The security. The agreement. The words Sal would say. The handshake he'd give. The performance he'd put on to make peace real. By midnight, they were ready. By morning, they'd know if it worked. If peace was possible. If 6 months of war could end with signatures and handshakes. Tony went home. Lay in bed next to his wife. She was asleep. He listened to her breathe. Thought about tomorrow. About Sal and Viktor in the same room. About how close they'd be to ending this. About how many things could still go wrong. His phone buzzed. Text from Angela. I know about the meeting tomorrow. I'll have people there. Not to interfere. Just to watch. Just to document. Just to be ready if it goes bad. Tony stared at the message. The feds knew. Of course they knew. They probably had the restaurant bugged. Had surveillance everywhere. Had been watching and waiting for this moment. He texted back, let it happen. Let them make peace. You can arrest them later. Just don't stop this. Angela, I won't. But after tomorrow, after they sign that agreement, I'm coming for both of them. I'm finishing what I started. They get their peace. Then I get my justice. Tony put the phone down. Closed his eyes. Thought about justice and peace, and whether either one was ever really possible in this life. Thought about tomorrow. About two bosses meeting. About a war ending. About survival becoming possible again. About whether any of them deserved to survive. Whether any of them had earned peace. Whether forgiveness was possible for the things they'd done. The people they'd killed. The lives they'd destroyed. He didn't know. Didn't have answers. Just had hope. Small hope. Fragile hope. Hope that tomorrow would work. That peace would hold. That somehow, impossibly, everyone would walk away alive. That's all he had. That's all anyone had. Just hope that tomorrow would be better than today. That the war would end. That the dying would stop. Just hope. Nothing more. Nothing less. Just hope that sometimes, rarely, improbably, the good guys, or at least the not completely terrible guys, got to survive. Chapter 19. Tony DeMarco drove Sal to Cherry Hill at 11:30 Thursday morning. Both of them silent for 20 minutes before Sal finally spoke. You think this is gonna work? I think it has to work. Because if it doesn't, we're all dead. Viktor. You. Me. Everyone. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I got. They pulled into the Maggiano's parking lot. 2 other cars already there. Dimitri's Mercedes. Pete Calabresi's Buick. Nobody else. Good. That meant Viktor was keeping his word. Keeping it small. Keeping it manageable. Marco pulled up behind them. Got out. Walked over to Tony's window. I got 4 guys parked 2 blocks away, Marco said. Just in case. Viktor tries anything, we respond fast. Viktor's not trying anything. He wants this deal as much as we do. More maybe. Still. Better safe. They walked into the restaurant. Private room in back. Same room they'd used before. Before the war. Before everything went to hell. When they'd tried to divide territory peacefully and failed. This time had to be different. This time had to work. Viktor was already there. Sitting. Looking older too. 6 months had aged him, same as it aged Sal. War was expensive. Not just money. Time. Life. Everything. Dmitri stood behind Viktor. 1 other Russian. Young guy. Bodyguard, probably. Just watching. Just being present. Pete Calabresi sat at the head of the table. Gentlemen. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being willing to end this. To find peace. To choose survival. That takes courage. That takes wisdom. That takes strength. Nobody said anything. Viktor and Sal just stared at each other. Years of history. Months of violence. Bodies between them. Blood between them. Everything between them. The agreement is simple, Pete continued. He pushed documents across the table. Viktor controls Atlantic City and all operations south of the city boundary. Sal controls Philadelphia and all operations north. No overlap. No encroachment. No contact, unless absolutely necessary. Both parties discipline their own people. Both parties respect boundaries. Both parties agree to peace. Permanent peace. Unless circumstances change dramatically. Everyone understand. What circumstances? Viktor said. What would change this agreement? Major changes in leadership. Major changes in law enforcement. Major changes in territory outside Atlantic City and Philadelphia. But barring that, this is permanent. This is final. This is how we coexist. Sal picked up the document. Read it. Every word. Every clause. Every detail. Looking for loopholes. Looking for tricks. Looking for ways Viktor could violate it later. Found nothing. It was clean. Fair. Balanced. Everything Tony said it would be. I want one addition, Sal said. A clause that says if either party assists law enforcement. If either party cooperates with investigations. If either party becomes an informant. The agreement is void. And that party becomes fair game. Viktor looked at him. You think I'd cooperate with police? You think I'd become rat? I think desperate people do desperate things. I think 6 months of war made us both desperate. I think having it in writing makes us both safer. Viktor thought about it. Nodded. Okay. Add the clause. I have no intention of talking to police. But if you do, if you become cooperating witness, then yes. Agreement is void. You're fair game. Pete made the addition by hand. Both parties initialed it. Both parties signed the main document. 2 copies. One for each side. Witnessed by Pete. Dated. Official. Congratulations, Pete said. You just ended a war. You just chose peace. You just did what most men in this life can't do. You survived. Now shake hands. Make it real. Show each other you mean it. Sal stood up. So did Viktor. They walked around the table. Met in the middle. Extended hands. Shook. Firm grip. Eye contact. The handshake of men who'd tried to kill each other and failed. Who'd lost people. Who'd lost money. Who'd lost everything except their lives. This is good for both of us, Viktor said. Good for business. Good for survival. Good for future. As long as we both respect it. As long as we both keep our word. As long as we both remember what this war cost. I remember. I won't forget. Neither should you. They let go. Stepped back. Returned to their sides of the table. Now what? Sal said. Now you go back to Philadelphia, Pete said. Viktor goes back to Atlantic City. You both tell your people. You both enforce the boundaries. You both move forward. And if problems arise, if there are disputes, if there are violations, you contact me. We meet like this. We resolve it with words, not with guns. That's how this works. That's how peace lasts. Everyone stood up, shook hands with Pete, left separately. 5-minute intervals. Security. Caution. Making sure nobody followed. Nobody ambushed. Nobody violated the new peace before it even started. In the car, Sal was quiet. Tony drove. Marco followed in his car. Back to Philadelphia. Back to normal life. Back to whatever came next. You think he'll keep his word? Sal finally said. I think he wants to survive as much as you do. I think he's tired of fighting. I think 6 months was enough. For both of you. And if he doesn't? If he breaks the agreement? If he tries to expand into Philadelphia? Then we handle it. But peacefully. Through Pete. Through negotiation. Not through violence. Not through war. That's what we agreed to. That's what we signed. Sal looked out the window, watching Philadelphia come into view. His city. His territory. His home. I gave up Atlantic City. I surrendered territory. Everyone's gonna know. Everyone's gonna think I'm weak. Everyone's gonna know you ended a war. That you were smart enough to accept peace. That you didn't let pride destroy your organization. That's not weakness. That's strength. Real strength. The kind that lasts. They drove to Giordano's. To the back room. To where everyone was waiting. To where Sal would tell his crew about the deal. About the peace. About the future. 15 guys packed into the room. All of them veterans of the war. All of them tired. All of them scarred. All of them ready for it to end. Sal stood at the head of the table. The war is over. Viktor and I signed an agreement. He gets Atlantic City. We get Philadelphia. Clean split. No more fighting. No more dying. No more bleeding money. We're done. We're moving forward. We're rebuilding. Silence. Then little Nicky spoke up. So we just gave up. Just handed him Atlantic City. After everything we fought for. We fought for survival. We got it. That's winning. That's all the winning there is in this life. Staying alive. Keeping our organization intact. Having a future. Atlantic City was always secondary. always less important. We kept what mattered. That's enough. What about the guys we lost? What about the 17 guys who died fighting for Atlantic City? We just tell their families it was for nothing? We tell their families they died protecting Philadelphia, protecting their brothers, protecting their organization. And we honor them by surviving, by not letting their deaths be the beginning of our end, by being smart enough to stop before everyone died. More silence. Then little Nicky nodded. Then others nodded. Then the room accepted it. Accepted the deal. Accepted the peace. Accepted survival. What about Viktor? Marco said. What if he violates the agreement? What if he tries to expand? Then we handle it. Through negotiation first. Through Pete Calabrese. Through the process we agreed to. But if he breaks the agreement completely, if he comes after us, if he tries to take Philadelphia, then we respond. Then we defend. Then we fight. But only then. Only as a last resort. Not as a first option. Everyone understand? Heads nodded. Everyone understood. Everyone was tired enough to want peace. To accept peace. To give peace a chance. The meeting ended. People left. Back to their lives. Back to their operations. Back to trying to make money without dying. Tony and Sal stayed behind. Alone in the room. Just the two of them. Like old times. Like before everything got complicated. You think I made the right choice? Sal said. I think you made the only choice. The smart choice. The choice that keeps you alive. Keeps us all alive. Doesn't feel like winning. That's because winning never feels like you think it will. It just feels like not losing. Like surviving another day. Like having options tomorrow you didn't have yesterday. That's all winning ever is in this life. Just options. Just tomorrow. Just survival. Sal poured whiskey. 2 glasses. Handed one to Tony. I'm glad you came back. Glad you helped me see this. Glad you saved me from my own pride. I didn't save you. You saved yourself. By listening. By accepting reality. By choosing life over territory. That was you. Not me. They drank. Sat in silence. Thinking about 6 months. About bodies. About funerals. About families destroyed. About lives ruined. About the cost of pride. The price of war. The expense of refusing to compromise. What now? Sal said. Now we rebuild. We focus on Philadelphia. We strengthen what we have. We make money. We keep our heads down. We avoid the feds. We survive. That's the plan. Simple. Boring. Safe. Safe sounds good. Safe sounds really good. Tony's phone buzzed. Text from Angela. The war is over. Good. Now I can focus on putting both of you in prison. See you soon. Tony deleted the message. Didn't tell Sal. Didn't want to ruin the moment. Didn't want to add more worry to a man who just signed away part of his territory to buy peace. The feds would come. Eventually. Inevitably. Angela would build her case. Would find her evidence. Would make her arrests. That was reality. That was the future. That was what came next. But not today. Today was about peace. About survival. About making it through one more crisis. One more war. One more test of whether any of them deserved to keep breathing. Today they'd passed. Barely. By the smallest margin. by accepting what they couldn't change and changing what they could accept. Tomorrow would bring new problems, new challenges, new threats. But they'd deal with tomorrow when it came, when they had to, when survival demanded it. For now, they'd just drink whiskey, just sit in silence, just be grateful they'd lived long enough to see peace, to make peace, to accept peace. That was enough. That was more than enough. That was everything. Chapter 20. Marcus Johnson's mother sat in Callahan's office at the roundhouse, holding a tissue that was already soaked through, and asking the one question Callahan couldn't answer. Why my son? Callahan had been a detective for 23 years, had delivered bad news to hundreds of families, had sat across from mothers and fathers and wives and children, and told them someone they loved wasn't coming home. Never got easier. Never got better. Never stopped hurting. Wrong place, Callahan said. Wrong time. He wasn't involved in anything. Wasn't in a gang. Wasn't doing anything wrong. He was just walking home from basketball practice. And 2 cars came through, shooting at each other. And a bullet hit him. Who was shooting? We're still investigating. We have some leads, some witnesses, but people are scared to talk, scared to testify, scared of retaliation. So, nobody's going to prison? Nobody's paying for my son's death. I'm going to do everything I can. I promise you that. But I need time. I need to build a case. I need evidence that sticks, that prosecutors can use, that juries will believe. She looked at him with eyes that had cried themselves empty. My son was 17. He played basketball. He got good grades. He wanted to go to Temple, study engineering, make something of himself. He did everything right. Everything. And he's dead. Because someone else did everything wrong. And you're telling me maybe nobody pays for that. I'm telling you, I'm trying. We're all trying. But this is complicated. These organizations, they protect their own. They don't cooperate. They don't talk. They make it hard to prove who did what. Who pulled the trigger? Who gave the order? I don't care about complicated. I care about my son. I care about justice. I care about someone answering for this. So do I. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm working this case. That's why I won't stop until someone's arrested. Until someone's charged. Until someone pays. She stood up, handed him a photo. Marcus in his basketball uniform, smiling. 17 years old. Whole life ahead of him. All of it erased by a stray bullet in a war he had nothing to do with. That's my son. That's who you're working for. Not for me. Not for justice. For him. For Marcus. Remember that when it gets hard. When witnesses won't talk. When cases fall apart. Remember him. She left. Callahan sat there, holding the photo, looking at Marcus Johnson's face. 17 years old. Dead because Sal and Viktor couldn't figure out how to share a city. Dead because pride mattered more than life. Dead because the world was broken and nobody knew how to fix it. He put the photo on his desk, where he could see it, where it would remind him, where it would keep him going when everything else said to give up. His phone rang. Angela. I heard about the mother. I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't bring him back. Sorry doesn't make this right. We need to arrest someone. We need to charge someone. We need to do our jobs. We will. The war is over. Peace agreement signed this morning. Sal and Viktor made a deal. Now we can focus on building cases, on finding witnesses, on making arrests that stick. Peace agreement doesn't help Marcus Johnson, doesn't help his mother, doesn't change the fact that he's dead and we haven't arrested anyone. I know. But Frank, we have to be strategic. We have to build cases that work, that survive appeals, that put people away permanently. Not just arrests that fall apart. Not just charges that get dismissed. Real convictions. Real justice. That takes time. We don't have time. Every day that passes, witnesses forget. Evidence disappears. People move on. We need to move now. We are moving. The task force has been documenting everything. Every murder. Every attack. Every crime. We're building a RICO case against both organizations. When we're ready, when we have everything, we take them all down. Sal. Viktor. Everyone. That's real justice. That's permanent. And until then, until you're ready, how many more Marcus Johnsons die? How many more mothers sit in my office crying? How many more funerals? Angela was quiet. Then the war is over. The killing stops now. That's something. That's progress. We saved lives by ending it. By forcing peace. We prevented more Marcus Johnsons. That counts for something. It counts for nothing if we don't arrest anyone. If we don't hold people accountable. If we let them make peace and move on like nothing happened. We won't. I promise you. Monday, we're executing search warrants. Multiple locations. Sal's businesses. Viktor's operations. We're seizing records. Financial documents. Evidence. Building the case. Making it bulletproof. And when we arrest them, when we charge them, it'll stick. They'll go away forever. Both of them. Callahan looked at Marcus Johnson's photo. They better. Because if they don't, if they walk, if they beat this somehow, I don't know what I'll tell his mother. I don't know how I'll live with that. They won't walk. Not this time. I've got too much. I've got recordings. I've got witnesses. I've got everything. They're done. Both of them. They hung up. Callahan spent the rest of the day on the Marcus Johnson case, interviewing witnesses. Most of them didn't see anything, or said they didn't. Fear was too strong. The code was too powerful. Nobody wanted to be known as the person who talked, who testified, who helped put someone away. One witness gave him something. Teenager named Deshaun, 16 years old, was walking 2 blocks away when the shooting happened. Saw the cars. Saw the chase. Saw the guns. I can't testify, Deshaun said. I can't go to court. I can't be known. You understand? They'll kill me. They'll kill my family. I can't. I understand. But I need something. I need to know who was in those cars. What they looked like. Which direction they came from. Anything. Deshaun looked around, making sure nobody was listening. One car was Italian's. I recognized one of the guys. Name's Paulie D, works for Sal Bonano's crew. Other car was Russians. I don't know them, but I've seen them around. They work out of Atlantic City. That's all I know. I swear. Can you identify Paulie D in a photo lineup? I can identify him. But I won't testify. I won't go on record. I won't put my name on anything. You use what I told you, but you don't say where you got it. You understand? I understand. Thank you. This helps. This gives me a place to start. Callahan went back to the office. Pulled Polly D's file. Paul DiNardo, 26 years old. Arrested twice for assault. Never convicted. Worked for Sal's crew for 3 years. Enforcer. Collector. The kind of guy who got sent to deliver messages. To scare people. To hurt people when necessary. Now he was a killer. Now he'd been in a car chase that killed a 17-year-old. Now he was responsible for Marcus Johnson's death. Even if he didn't pull the trigger. Even if it was an accident. Even if he didn't mean for it to happen. He was there. He participated. He was guilty. By law. By ethics. By reality. Callahan called Angela. I've got a name. Guy who was in one of the cars. Polly DiNardo. Works for Sal. I've got a witness who'll ID him. Won't testify in court, but gave me enough to get a warrant. That's good. That's a start. Bring him in. Question him. See if he'll flip. See if he'll give up who else was there. Who was driving? Who ordered it? Use him to build up. To get to Sal. And if he doesn't flip, if he lawyers up, if he refuses to talk, then we charge him with felony murder, with reckless endangerment, with whatever we can make stick. And we use the arrest to pressure others, to show we're serious, to show everyone involved that they're all vulnerable, that we're coming for all of them. Callahan got the warrant approved by 6 p.m., assembled a team, went to Polly D's apartment in South Philly at 9 p.m., knocked, waited, knocked again. Door opened. Polly D standing there in sweatpants and a t-shirt, looking young, looking scared, looking like he knew this was coming. Polly DiNardo, Callahan said. Yeah. Philadelphia police. You're under arrest for felony murder in the death of Marcus Johnson. Reckless endangerment. Aggravated assault. You have the right to remain silent. Polly didn't resist. Didn't run. Just put his hands behind his back. Let them cuff him. Let them take him. Looking relieved almost. Like he'd been waiting for this. Like arrest was better than the alternative. Better than what Sal might do to him for getting caught. For becoming a problem. For drawing attention. They brought him to the roundhouse. Put him in an interview room. Let him sit for an hour. Standard procedure. Let him think. Let him worry. Let him consider his options. Callahan went in with Lou. Sat across from Polly. Turned on the recorder. You want a lawyer? I want to know what you got. What you think I did. We've got a witness who places you at the scene of Marcus Johnson's death. We've got you in a car chase. Shooting. Running through residential streets. Firing weapons in a populated area. We've got you participating in a crime that resulted in the death of a 17-year-old kid. That's felony murder. That's 25 to life. Polly's face went pale. I didn't shoot nobody. I wasn't even driving. Doesn't matter. You were there. You participated. Under Pennsylvania law, that's enough. You're as guilty as whoever pulled the trigger. That's not fair. I was just in the car. I didn't know. I didn't think. You didn't think a car chase through a neighborhood with guns might hurt someone? You didn't think that was dangerous. You didn't think that was a problem? Polly put his head in his hands. I want a lawyer. Okay. That's your right. But before the lawyer gets here, let me tell you something. You've got one chance. One opportunity to help yourself, to reduce your sentence, to avoid spending the rest of your life in prison. You cooperate. You tell us who else was there, who was driving, who was shooting, who ordered the chase. You give us that, we talk to the DA. We work out a deal. Maybe you do 10 years instead of 25. Maybe you get out while you're still young enough to have a life. And if I talk, if I give you names, what happens to me? You think Sal's gonna let me live? You think I can testify against the organization and survive? We protect you. Witness protection. New identity. New city. New life. You help us, we help you. That's the deal. Polly was quiet, thinking, calculating, weighing his options. Prison for 25 years or talk and maybe survive. Maybe. I need to think about it. I need to talk to a lawyer. I need time. You've got until tomorrow morning. Then we charge you. Then the DA files paperwork. Then your options disappear. Think fast. Choose smart. Because this is the only chance you get. They left him in the room. Let him think. Let him process. Let him realize his life had just changed forever. That the war had casualties beyond the soldiers. That Marcus Johnson wasn't the only victim. That Pauly D was a victim too. Of his own choices. Of his own actions. Of his own stupidity. Callahan went back to his desk. Looked at Marcus Johnson's photo. I got one of them. Not the trigger man. Not the boss. But one of them. It's a start. I promise you. It's a start. His phone buzzed. Text from Pauly D's lawyer. My client won't be making any statements. He's exercising his right to remain silent. Charge him or release him. Callahan typed back, charging him. Felony murder. He'll be arraigned tomorrow morning. The lawyer responded, he won't flip. He's more scared of Sal than he is of prison. You're wasting your time. Maybe. Maybe not. But Callahan had to try. Had to push. Had to make Pauly understand that 25 years was a long time. That life in prison was worse than witness protection. That survival mattered more than loyalty. He'd try again tomorrow. After Pauly spent a night in a cell. After reality set in. After fear had time to work its magic. Sometimes people needed time. Needed to hit bottom. Needed to see the future clearly before they made the right choice. Callahan hoped Pauly was one of those people. Hoped he'd crack. Hoped he'd talk. Hoped Marcus Johnson's death would lead to justice. Real justice. Not just an arrest. Not just a charge. But a conviction. A sentence. A life for a life. That's all he could do. All he could hope for. All he could fight for. Justice. For Marcus. For his mother. For everyone who'd lost someone in this stupid, pointless, preventable war. He went home. Told his wife about the arrest. About Pauly D. About Marcus Johnson's mother. About trying to make sense of senseless violence. She held him. Told him he was doing good work. Told him it mattered. Told him to keep fighting. Keep trying. Keep believing justice was possible. He wanted to believe her. Wanted to think she was right. Wanted to have hope. But after 23 years of this job, hope was hard to hold on to. Justice was hard to find. And the good guys didn't always win. Sometimes they just survived. Sometimes they just kept fighting. Sometimes they just refused to give up. That would have to be enough. Because it was all he had. All any of them had. Just the refusal to quit. Just the determination to keep trying. Just the belief that somewhere, somehow, someday, justice might actually happen. Even when everything said it wouldn't. Chapter 21. Tony DeMarco sat in his home office at midnight, looking at spreadsheets that told a story nobody wanted to hear, and thinking about how war was the most expensive business decision anyone could make. The numbers were brutal, unforgiving, real. Lost revenue from Atlantic City, $47,000 per month for 6 months. Total, $282,000. War expenses, lawyers for arrested guys. Hospital bills for injured guys. Funerals for dead guys. Security upgrades. Weapons. Ammunition. Bribes to cops who looked the other way. Total, $612,000. Personnel losses, 17 men dead or in prison. Each one representing lost earning power. Lost collections. Lost operations. Total opportunity cost, approximately $340,000. Grand total for 6 months of war, $1,234,000. Over $1 million. Gone. Burned. Wasted. For territory, they ended up surrendering anyway. For pride. For principles. For nothing. His phone rang. Sal? You still up? Yeah. Going over the numbers. The real numbers. The ones we need to see. How bad? Bad. $1.2 million. Give or take. Plus 17 guys. Plus the Fed's building cases. Plus community outrage. Plus political pressure. We're hemorrhaging money and goodwill, and we need to stop the bleeding fast. Sal was quiet. Then, so the peace was necessary. The peace was survival. We had maybe another month before we collapsed completely. Before the Feds arrested everyone. Before we had nothing left to fight with. Viktor was in the same position. That's why he agreed. That's why it worked. We were both dying. We chose to live instead. And now we rebuild. We cut costs. We focus on high-margin operations. We avoid attention. We make money quietly. We survive until everyone forgets about us. That's not a plan. That's hiding. That's reality. We're weak right now. Exposed. Vulnerable. The Feds are watching. The community's angry. We've got targets on our backs. We need time to heal. Time to rebuild. Time to become strong again before we even think about expanding. Tony heard Sal sigh. I'm 46 years old. I've been doing this for 25 years. I should be at my peak. Should be building an empire. Instead, I'm cutting losses and playing defense. How did this happen? It happened because we got greedy. Because we thought we could have everything. Philadelphia and Atlantic City. Legitimate businesses and drug trafficking. Power and peace. We couldn't. Nobody can. So we had to choose. We chose survival. That was smart. That was right. Now we live with it. For how long? How long do we stay small? Stay scared? Stay defensive? I don't know. 2 years maybe. 3. Until the heat dies down. Until the Feds move on to other targets. Until we've rebuilt enough to matter again. Until we're strong enough that taking risks makes sense. 3 years. I'll be almost 50. Better 50 and alive than 46 and in prison. Better old and free than young and dead. That's the choice. That's always been the choice. They hung up. Tony went back to his spreadsheet. Started building the recovery plan. The cuts they'd need to make. The operations they'd need to close. The guys they'd need to let go. The sacrifices required to survive. Cut the sportsbook operation, save $12,000 monthly in overhead. Reduce street soldiers from 35 to 20, save $30,000 monthly in payroll. Close 2 social clubs, save $8,000 monthly in rent and utilities. Consolidate collections, reduce redundancy, save $15,000 monthly. Total monthly savings, $65,000. Annual savings, $780,000. It helped, but it wasn't enough. They needed new revenue, new operations, new ways to make money without drawing attention, without taking risks, without starting another war. His wife came in. It's after midnight. Come to bed. In a minute. Just finishing up. She looked at the spreadsheet. That's a lot of red numbers. That's 6 months of war. That's what pride costs. That's what I'm trying to fix. Can you fix it? I think so. If we're careful. If we're smart. If we don't make any more mistakes. And if you do make mistakes, then we lose everything. Then the feds arrest us. Then I spend the rest of my life in prison. Then you raise our kids alone. Then everything we built disappears. She put her hand on his shoulder. Then don't make mistakes. I'm trying. That's all I can do. Just try. Just be careful. Just make smart choices and hope they're enough. She went back to bed. Tony kept working, building scenarios, running numbers, trying to find a path forward that didn't end in disaster. His phone buzzed. Text from Marco. Polly D got arrested. Marcus Johnson murder. He's in custody. Lawyer says he won't talk. But Frank, he's scared. He might flip. Tony stared at the message. Polly D arrested. That was a problem. A big problem. Because Polly knew things. Knew about operations. Knew about the war. Knew about orders given. Names spoken. Crimes committed. If he talked, if he flipped, if he traded information for leniency, he could destroy them. Could give the feds everything. Could end it all. Tony texted back, "What do we do?" Marco, "I don't know. Sal wants to handle it. Wants to send a message. Make sure Polly stays quiet." Tony, "No. No messages. No threats. Nothing that makes it worse. We leave him alone. We hope he stays loyal. We hope fear of us is stronger than fear of prison." Marco, "And if it's not? If he talks?" Tony, "Then we deal with it. But we don't make it worse by trying to intimidate him. That's what got us into this mess. That's what started the war. We're done with that. We're done making things worse." Marco, "Sal won't like that answer." Tony, "I don't care. It's the right answer. It's the smart answer. Tell Sal to call me if he wants to argue about it." Tony put the phone down. Thought about Polly D, 26 years old. Facing felony murder. 25 to life. That was a long time. That was forever for someone that young. Would he flip? Would he trade information for freedom? Would he choose himself over the organization? Tony didn't know. Hoped he wouldn't. Hoped loyalty was still strong enough. Hoped the code still mattered. But he'd been in this life long enough to know. Everyone talked eventually. Everyone broke eventually. Everyone chose themselves when the alternative was dying in prison. It was just a matter of time. Just a matter of pressure. Just a matter of how long someone could hold out before the weight of forever crushed them into making a deal. His phone rang. "Sal? Marco says you told him not to handle Polly. That's right. We leave him alone. We don't threaten him. We don't intimidate him. We don't make this worse. He could destroy us. Could give the feds everything. We can't just sit here and hope he stays quiet. That's exactly what we do. Because the alternative is we kill him, or we threaten him, and we give the feds more evidence. More charges. More ammunition. We're already bleeding. We don't need to cut ourselves deeper. So we do nothing? We do nothing. We wait. We hope. We prepare for the worst while hoping for the best. That's all we can do. That's all we have left. Sal was quiet. Tony could hear him breathing, thinking, processing, fighting his instincts to respond, to control, to handle it the old way. Okay, Sal finally said. We wait. We see what he does. But Tony? If he flips, if he talks, we need a plan. We need to know how to respond, how to protect ourselves, how to survive. I'm working on it. I've got lawyers ready. I've got strategies. I've got contingencies. If Polly talks, we'll deal with it. But we deal with it legally. Through lawyers. Through the system. Not through violence. Not through intimidation. Not the old way. The new way. The smart way. The way that keeps us alive. The new way feels like weakness. The new way is survival. And survival is all that matters. They hung up. Tony went back to his spreadsheet. But the numbers didn't matter anymore. The only number that mattered was 25. 25 years. That's what Polly D was facing. That's what would determine everything. That's what would decide whether they survived or whether it all came crashing down. He closed the laptop, went to bed, lay there in the dark, thinking about math, about choices, about how every decision cascaded into consequences nobody could predict, about how one car chase, one stray bullet, one dead teenager, one arrest, could undo everything, could destroy years of careful building, could end careers, end organizations, end lives. About how fragile it all was, how temporary, how one mistake could erase it all. About how he'd spent 25 years in this life, building, growing, surviving. And now, it could all end because a 26-year-old kid was scared enough to talk, smart enough to choose freedom over loyalty, desperate enough to trade everything for a chance at tomorrow. Tony didn't blame him. Would probably do the same thing if positions were reversed. Would probably choose himself over the organization. Would probably make a deal. Would probably survive. That's what smart people did. They survived. They adapted. They chose life over principle. Freedom over loyalty. Tomorrow over honor. That's what he'd been telling Sal for years. That's what he'd been trying to teach him. That survival mattered more than territory, more than respect, more than pride. Now they'd see if Polly D had learned the same lesson. If he was smart enough to save himself, smart enough to choose freedom, smart enough to survive. And if he was, if he talked, if he flipped, then Tony would have to be smart enough too. Smart enough to survive the fallout. Smart enough to protect what remained. Smart enough to build something new from the ashes of what was. That's all anyone could do. Just survive. Just adapt. Just keep going until you couldn't anymore. The math was simple. The execution was hard. But the principle was clear: survive or die. Those were the only options. Everything else was just details. Tony chose survive. He'd been choosing it for years. He'd keep choosing it. As long as he could. As long as possible. Until the choice was taken away. Until survival stopped being an option. Until the math stopped working, and the only number left was 0. But not tonight. Not yet. Not while he still had choices. Still had options. Still had tomorrow. Tonight he'd just sleep. And hope. And prepare. For whatever came next. For whatever Polly D decided. For whatever the math demanded. Tomorrow would come soon enough. With its own problems. Its own choices. Its own math. Tonight was just for rest. And hope. And the belief that somehow, impossibly, they'd survive one more day. That's all anyone ever had. Just one more day. Just the hope of tomorrow. Just the belief that survival was possible. Even when all the numbers said it wasn't. Chapter 22. Marco Benedetti answered his phone at 2 a.m., half asleep, heard a Russian accent, and knew immediately this wasn't a social call. This is Dmitri. We need to talk. It's 2 in the morning. I know what time it is. This can't wait. There's a problem. A big problem. And if we don't fix it now, the peace we just made dies before sunrise. Marco sat up. Turned on the lamp. What problem? Jackie Sorrentino. One of your guys. He just shot one of mine. Yuri Volkov. Dead. In a bar, in Trenton. In front of witnesses. This violates the agreement. This is an act of war. Marco's stomach dropped. Jackie Sorrentino. Young guy. Mid-20s. Hot-headed. Loyal but stupid. His cousin died in the war. Russian ambush. Jackie never got over it. Never stopped talking about revenge. About payback. About settling scores. Where's Jackie now? I don't know. He ran. But Marco, this is serious. We just signed peace treaty. Day 1, and your guy kills my guy. That sends message. Wrong message. Message that says you don't respect agreement. Don't respect peace. Don't respect Viktor. I'll find him. I'll handle it. I'll make this right. How? Your guy killed mine. In front of people. With witnesses. How do you make that right? Give me time. Let me talk to Sal. Let me figure out what happened. Why Jackie did this. Whether it was personal, or whether someone ordered it. Time. We don't have time. Viktor is furious. His people want response. Want blood. Want revenge. I'm holding them back. But I can't hold them forever. You have until tomorrow night. You find Jackie. You deliver justice. Or we deliver it ourselves. And when we do, the agreement is over. War starts again. Everyone dies. Dmitri hung up. Marco got dressed. Called Sal. Told him everything. About Jackie. About Yuri. About the threat. About tomorrow night. Where's Jackie now? Sal said. I don't know. But I'll find him. I'll bring him in. We'll figure this out. Find him fast. And Marco. When you do, don't let him disappear. Don't let him run. We need him. We need to know what happened. Need to know if he acted alone or if someone put him up to it. Marco spent the next 18 hours looking for Jackie. Called everyone who knew him. Checked his apartment. Checked his girlfriend's place. Checked the bars he drank at. Checked everywhere. Nothing. Jackie was gone. Smart enough to know he'd fucked up. Smart enough to run. Smart enough to hide. At noon, Marco got a call from Jackie's mother. He called me. From the road. Said he was leaving. Said he did something bad. Said he couldn't come back. Said to tell everyone he was sorry. Where is he? Where's he going? He wouldn't say. Just said far away. Said somewhere they couldn't find him. Marco, what did he do? What's going on? He made a mistake. A big mistake. And now people are looking for him. People who want to hurt him. I need to find him first. I need to protect him. If he calls again, you tell him to call me. You understand? I understand. But Marco? He sounded scared. More scared than I've ever heard him. What's going to happen to him? Marco didn't answer. Because he didn't know. If Jackie stayed gone, stayed hidden, maybe he survived. Maybe he built a new life somewhere far away. Maybe he escaped. But if they found him, if the Russians found him, he was dead. No trial. No negotiation. Just dead. That's what the peace agreement meant. That's what justice looked like in this life. Marco met with Sal and Tony at 4 p.m. Told them Jackie was gone. Was running. Was trying to disappear. That's not good enough, Sal said. Viktor wants justice. Wants Jackie delivered. Wants proof we're serious about the agreement. Jackie's gone. We can't deliver him. We can't find him. He's too smart. Too scared. He's not coming back. Then what do we give Viktor? What do we offer instead? We can't just say sorry and hope he accepts it. Tony spoke up. We offer money. Compensation. Blood money. For Yuri's family. For Viktor's organization. For the disrespect. We can't deliver Jackie, so we deliver something else. Something valuable. Something that shows we're serious about making this right. How much? Sal said. 50,000. Maybe 75. Enough that it matters. Enough that it shows respect. Enough that Viktor can tell his people justice was served, even if we didn't deliver the actual guy. Marco shook his head. Viktor won't accept money. He wants blood. He wants Jackie. He wants to make an example. Then we give him a choice, Tony said. Money now or war later. He takes the money, peace continues. Everyone survives. Everyone makes money. Everyone moves forward. He refuses, we go back to war. Everyone loses. Everyone dies. We make it clear. We make it simple. We make it his decision. Sal thought about it. Okay. Set up a meeting. Tonight. You, me, Marco. Dmitri, Viktor, whoever they want. We offer the money. We explain what happened. We make it right. Or we prepare for war. Either way, we know where we stand by tomorrow. At 8 p.m., they met in the same warehouse in Trenton. Same neutral ground. Same setup. Except this time, the vibe was different. Tense. Angry. Dangerous. Viktor was there. Looking cold. Looking hard. Looking like a man who wanted blood. Dmitri stood behind him. 2 other Russians. Both armed. Both ready. Sal, Tony, and Marco sat on their side. No weapons. But Marco knew they had guys outside. Just in case. Just in case this went bad. Just in case it became a war again. Explain, Viktor said. Explain why day 1 of our agreement, your guy kills my guy. Explain why I shouldn't kill you right now. Explain why peace is possible when your people don't respect it. Sal leaned forward. Jackie Sorrentino acted alone. Against orders. Against the organization. He lost his cousin in the war. Russian ambush. He never got over it. Never accepted peace. When he saw Yuri in that bar, he snapped. He pulled his gun. He shot. It wasn't planned. It wasn't ordered. It was one guy's pain. One guy's revenge. One guy's mistake. And where is this Jackie now? Gone. Running. Hiding. We tried to find him. Tried to bring him to you. Tried to deliver justice. But he's too smart. Too scared. He's not coming back. Then you deliver nothing. You offer nothing. You expect me to accept apology. Accept words. That's not how this works. Tony pulled out an envelope. We're offering $75,000. Cash. For Yuri's family. For your organization. For the disrespect. We can't deliver Jackie. But we can deliver this. We can show we're serious. We can prove we respect the agreement, even when one of our guys doesn't. Viktor looked at the envelope. Didn't touch it. Money doesn't bring back Yuri. Doesn't make his family whole. Doesn't repair the disrespect. No. But it shows intent. Shows we're trying. Shows we value peace more than pride. You take this, you tell your people justice was served. You tell them we paid. You tell them the agreement holds. Everyone moves forward. Everyone survives. And if I don't take it? If I demand Jackie? If I demand real justice? Then we have a problem. Then we go back to war. Then everyone loses. Then we destroy each other over one guy's mistake. Is that what you want? Is that worth it? Is revenge worth losing everything we just agreed to? Viktor was quiet. Thinking. Calculating. Weighing options. Dmitri leaned in. Whispered something. Viktor nodded. I'll take the money, Viktor said. But with conditions. First, if Jackie ever comes back, if he ever surfaces, you deliver him to us. No discussion. No negotiation. You hand him over. Second, if any of your people violate the agreement again, if anyone else acts out, there's no compensation. There's just response. There's just war. You understand? We understand, Sal said. Good. Then we still have peace. But Marco? You need to control your people. You need to make them understand. The war is over. The killing stops. Anyone who can't accept that, anyone who wants revenge, anyone who can't move forward, you remove them. You don't wait for them to cause problems. You remove them first. Before they destroy everything. That's your job. That's leadership. You understand. I understand. Viktor took the envelope. Stood up. This is your second chance. There won't be a third. Next violation, next problem, next body, we don't talk. We just respond. And when we respond, we don't stop until one of us is gone. Make sure your people understand that. They left. Separate exits. Separate cars. Separate directions. In the car, Marco was shaking. That was close. That almost ended everything. But it didn't, Tony said. We saved it. We bought more time. We kept the peace. That's what matters. For now. But Viktor's right. We need to control our people. We need to make sure nobody else acts out. Nobody else seeks revenge. Nobody else destroys what we just built. Sal lit a cigarette. Put the word out. Anyone who can't accept peace, anyone who's still angry about the war, anyone who wants revenge, they're out. They leave the organization. They find other work. We're not carrying people who can't move forward. We're not risking everything for someone else's grudge. That's gonna cost us, guys. Gonna reduce our numbers. Gonna make us weaker. We're already weak. We're already vulnerable. Better to be small and disciplined than big and chaotic. Better to have fewer guys who follow orders than more guys who do whatever they want. We cut loose the problems. We keep the solutions. That's how we survive. Marco dropped them off. Went home. His wife was asleep. He poured whiskey. Sat in the dark. Thinking about Jackie. About Yuri. About how close they'd come to war again. About how fragile peace was. About how one stupid decision almost destroyed everything. His phone buzzed. Text from an unknown number. This is Jackie. I heard what happened. I'm sorry. Tell Sal I'm sorry. Tell everyone I'm sorry. I fucked up. I know. I'm gone now. I'm not coming back. Tell my mother I love her. Tell her I'm okay. Tell her I'm sorry. Marco stared at the message. Typed back, where are you? No response. The number was probably a burner. Probably already destroyed. Jackie was smart enough to cover his tracks. Smart enough to disappear properly. Marco deleted the message. Poured more whiskey. Thought about loyalty. About revenge. About how both could destroy you if you weren't careful. About how Jackie chose revenge over survival. Chose his cousin's memory over his own future. Chose to be right over being smart. And now he was gone. Exiled. Running for the rest of his life. Never coming home. Never seeing his family. Never being part of something. Just existing somewhere else. Alone. Afraid. Regretting. That was the cost. That was what revenge bought you. Not satisfaction. Not justice. Just exile. Just fear. Just regret. Marco finished his drink. Went to bed. Thought about tomorrow. About telling Sal about Jackie's message. About whether they should try to find him. About whether Viktor would ever stop looking. About whether peace could really last when so many people wanted war. When so many people couldn't let go. When so many people valued honor over survival. He didn't know. Didn't have answers. Just had hope. Small hope. Fragile hope. That somehow they'd make it work. That somehow peace would hold. That somehow everyone would choose smart over right. Life over pride. Tomorrow over yesterday. That's all anyone could do. Just hope. Just try. Just survive one more day. And maybe, if they were lucky, that would be enough. Chapter 23. Sal Bonano stared at the bottom of his whiskey glass. The amber light from the desk lamp made the cheap-looking Waterford ashtray on his desk glow. 75 grand. That's what the ashtray was worth now. Tony DeMarco shifted in the leather chair opposite him. The room smelled like old carpet and stale cigar smoke. It's done, Sal, Tony said, his voice low. The piece is holding. Viktor took the money. He took the money. Sal finally looked up, his eyes flat. He took my money. 75 grand, because Jackie Sorrentino got sentimental. Because one of my guys couldn't hold it together. It was the smart play, Tony said. It was cheaper than a war. It was a tax. Sal tapped his lighter on the desk. A sharp click. A $75,000 stupidity tax. Jackie runs, I pay. He let the words hang in the air. He acted alone, Sal. He was emotional. His cousin. His cousin's dead, Sal cut him off. A lot of guys are dead. You don't see them shooting up bars and costing me a fortune. You don't see you doing it. Tony said nothing. He just watched Sal, waiting. Sal lit a cigarette, the flame making his face look older. Jackie's gone. Paulie D is in a cage. Both of them from the same crew. Both of them problems. He took a drag. Where's the other one? Luca. Tony knew who he meant. The third name from Marco's report. The young guns. He's around. He's been quiet. I think Paulie's arrest put the fear in him. Fear's good. Fear works. Sal leaned forward, smoke curling from his nostrils. But I don't want him scared. I want him loyal. There's a difference. Scared, he might run. Loyal, he stays and works. I need to know which one he is. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna find out. Sal picked up the phone on his desk, hit the speaker. Marco. You there? Marco's voice came through, tinny and awake. Yeah, boss. Find Luca Moretti. You, me, and Tony. The restaurant. 1 hour. Sal hung up. This really necessary? Tony said. Right now. We got the shipment coming Monday. The first one. Everything's riding on that. That's why it's necessary. Sal stood up, grabbed his jacket. This shipment has to be perfect. No mistakes. No emotion. No $75,000 taxes. I need to know who's on the field. I need to know who I can trust. And right now, I don't trust any of those kids. Luca Moretti sat in the booth at Giordano's, trying not to let his hands shake. The place was empty except for him, Sal, Tony, and Marco. Sal was just looking at him. Not talking. Just sipping an espresso, the little spoon clicking against the cup. Finally, Sal set the cup down. Your buddy Jackie, Sal said. His voice was calm. Cost me 75 grand. Luca swallowed. I heard. That was stupid, Sal. He shouldn't have done it. He shouldn't have. Sal nodded, like they were agreeing on the weather. Your other buddy, Paulie. In jail. Could cost me everything. He decides to sing, we all go down. Paulie ain't a rat, Luca said, maybe too quick. Everybody's a rat when they're looking at 25 to life. Sal leaned back. Jackie's gone. Paulie's gone. That leaves you. You and Skinny Mike. You two planning on costing me money. You planning on getting stupid? No, Sal. We're loyal. We're with you. Jackie, he was always hot. Emotional. And Paulie just got caught in a bad spot. That ain't us. What is us, Luca? What are you? Luca looked at Tony, then at Marco. No help there. He looked back at Sal. We're earners, Sal. We're ready. We're just waiting for a chance to prove it. The right way. Sal stared at him for a long 10 seconds. Luca could feel the sweat on his neck. Monday, Sal said. Luca blinked. Monday. Monday. We got a shipment coming in. The one with Viktor. The first one. It's big. Important. Needs to be clean. Needs to be quiet. I need guys who can move boxes. Guys who keep their mouths shut. Guys who don't get emotional and start shooting Russians. Sal paused. You think you and Skinny Mike can handle that? Hope, sharp and sudden, hit Luca in the chest. This wasn't an execution. It was a job. A real job. Yeah, Sal. Of course. Luca tried to keep his voice steady. We can handle it. We won't let you down. See that you don't. Sal picked up his espresso cup. Because if you do, if anything goes wrong, you're not Jackie. You're not gonna have time to run. I understand. Good. Now get out of here. Marco will call you with the details. Luca slid out of the booth. He nodded at Tony and Marco. Thanks, Sal. You won't regret this. He walked out of the restaurant, the bell on the door jangling shut behind him. Tony watched him go. He turned to Sal. You're putting him on the shipment? I'm putting him on a truck, Tony. He and Mike. They'll drive it from the drop to the warehouse. That's it. They're muscle. They don't know the real plan. They don't know where it's from or where it's really going. It's still a risk, Tony said. After Jackie. After Polly. It's a test. Sal finished his espresso. He passes, he's loyal. He's useful. He fails. Sal shrugged. Then he's just another problem I gotta clean up. But I'm betting he passes. That's a big bet, Sal. This whole thing is a big bet. Sal stood up and put some bills on the table. Viktor. The heroin. The feds. It's all one big bet. I'm just making sure I know who's holding the cards. Chapter 24. Luca Moretti slid a quarter across the table at the Penrose Diner. The jukebox was playing something old. Sinatra. He said Monday, Luca told Skinny Mike. Just like that. Monday. The shipment. Skinny Mike sipped his coffee. It was 3 p.m, the diner smelling of stale fries and disinfectant. Just us. On the truck? Just us. Luca tried to sound casual. He leaned forward. Sal said he needs guys who can move boxes. Guys who keep their mouths shut. He tapped his temple. Guys who don't get emotional. Mike nodded, getting it. Not like Jackie. Right. Not a dumbass hothead like Jackie. Luca felt a surge of pride. This was it. And not like Polly either. Not gonna get pinched for some stupid civilian thing. We're earners, man, Mike said, his voice low. That's what we are. That's what I told him. I said, we're earners, Sal. Just waiting for a chance. Luca's phone buzzed. A text. He looked at it. Blocked number. Be at the warehouse. 5 a.m. Monday. Clean. No phones. He showed the screen to Mike. Mike's eyes went wide. That's Marco, Luca said. He deleted the text, set the phone on the table, and leaned back, picking up his own coffee. We're in, Mike. We're finally in. 5 a.m. That's a military thing, man. It's a money thing, Luca said. He watched a truck rumble by on Penrose Avenue. This is it. Our shot. We do this right. We're not kids anymore. We're guys. Angela Russo pointed to a satellite photo of the Port of Elizabeth. The container is flagged. Customs is on board. They'll clear it, no questions. We let it move. Callahan looked at the map on the wall. A red line was drawn from the port, down the turnpike, across the Walt Whitman, and into Port Richmond. We know the route. Callahan asked. We have the warehouse, Angela said. Polly D's lawyer is singing to save his client from a felony murder charge. He confirmed the warehouse on Allegheny is Sal's primary stash for high-value goods. Callahan grunted. Trading a warehouse to beat a body. Smart kid. He'll still do time for the car chase, but he won't get life. In exchange, we get probable cause for the warrant. Angela looked at the task force team, assembled in the sterile conference room. The truck moves at 0600. Air support will be up. We don't hit the truck. We hit the warehouse. We wait for Sal or one of his capos to show up, make contact with the product. We need possession. We get that, we get him. We get all of them. Callahan looked at the photo of Marcus Johnson he'd taped to his own file. You're sure Sal will be there? He's paranoid. He's testing his crew. He'll be there. This is his first big move since the peace treaty. He'll want to oversee it himself. Angela closed the file. This is it. 3 years of work. It all comes down to Monday. Don't screw it up. The back office at DiNardo's was dark, except for the green glow of the desk lamp. Sal dropped a folder onto the desk. Luca bought it? Sal asked. Tony DeMarco nodded, standing by the window. Hook, line, and sinker. He thinks he's getting made tomorrow. He's getting tested. Sal lit a cigarette, the smoke clouding his face. He and Skinny Mike. They drive the first truck. The decoy, Tony said. I call it the loyalty tax truck. Sal smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. We fill it with 50-pound bags of flour from the bakery. Something heavy. They drive it right to the Port Richmond warehouse. Nice and slow. Obey all the traffic laws. And if the feds hit it, then the feds get a truck full of baking supplies. Sal took a drag. And they show their hand. We see where they are. We see who they are. And Luca. He gets arrested. We see if he talks. We see if he's another Pauly D, or if he's loyal. If he keeps his mouth shut, we take care of his family. He sings. Sal shrugged. He was never one of us anyway. You're sacrificing the kid, Sal. I'm running a business. I need to know who works for me. This is how I find out. Tony turned from the window. And the real shipment. An hour later. Victor's guys move it to a different drop. A garage in Camden. Just you, me, and Marco pick it up. The old way. We take it to the warehouse, under the restaurant in Old City. The one the feds don't know about. The one Pauly D never knew about. That's a lot of moving parts, Sal. A lot that can go wrong. It's the only way. Sal stubbed out his cigarette. The feds are watching. Victor's probably watching. Everybody's watching. So we're gonna give them a show. Let them chase the flour. By the time they figure it out, the real product is already being cut. Tony was quiet for a moment. It's a smart plan, Sal. A lot of risk, but it's smart. It's not smart, Sal said, turning off the lamp. It's necessary. Chapter 25. The warehouse on Allegheny smelled like diesel fuel and coal dust. It was 4:51 a.m. Luca Moretti blew on his hands. Skinny Mike stood next to him, bouncing on the balls of his feet like he had to use the bathroom. Marco Benedetti didn't look cold. He just looked at his watch, then pointed to the white box truck sitting under a single yellow bulb. That one. You drive. Mike's with you. Where we going? Luca said. You're not. Marco handed him a piece of paper. This is the address. Port Richmond. You drive there. You pull into the warehouse. You wait. That's it. You don't stop. You don't get coffee. You don't use your phone. You just drive. You understand? Yeah, Marco. We got it. Get in. Luca climbed into the driver's seat. The vinyl was cracked and cold. The steering wheel felt like a block of ice. He started the engine. It turned over with a groan. Okay, Luca said to Skinny Mike. Let's go be earners. 2 blocks away, Frank Callahan tasted his coffee and grimaced. It was bitter, burnt. He's moving. The inside of the surveillance van was cramped. Angela Russo, wearing a headset, didn't look up from her monitor. Air support has the truck. He's heading east on Allegheny. You sure Sal's gonna show? Callahan asked. We're hitting a truck full of kids. We're hitting a warehouse Pauly D gave us, Angela said, her voice tight. The warrant is for the building. We let the truck get inside. We wait for Sal or Tony or Marco. We need a boss to take possession. We get that, we get the whole organization on conspiracy. We move on the kids, we get 2 kids and a truck. And if Sal doesn't show, he'll show. Angela stared at the screen. This is his first big move. He's too paranoid not to. At 5:30 a.m., Sal Bonano unlocked the back door of a garage in Camden. It wasn't his garage. He didn't know whose it was. Dimitri was waiting inside. No words. He pointed to 4 heavy-duty duffel bags, sitting next to a stack of old tires. Tony DeMarco opened one. Looked inside. Kilos. Wrapped in black tape. He zipped it up. Sal looked at Dimitri. "You're good." "We are good," Dimitri said. "The flour truck is on its way." "It's on its way," Sal said. "Good. Then your federal friends will be busy." Sal and Tony loaded the 4 bags into the trunk of Sal's Cadillac. They didn't look like they were in a hurry. They looked like 2 men loading golf clubs. "This works," Dimitri said. "Viktor is happy. The piece holds." "It'll work." Sal closed the trunk. "Tell Viktor I'll call him when it's clean." They got in the Cadillac. Drove off. 2 minutes later, Dimitri was gone too. The garage was empty. 6:15 a.m. The Port Richmond warehouse. Luca Moretti backed the box truck up to the loading dock. A guy he didn't know waved him in. "We're here," Skinny Mike said, breathing out. "That was easy." "We just sit now," Luca said. "That's what Marco told me." "We wait." He cut the engine. The silence felt loud. In the van, Angela watched the thermal camera. 2 heat signatures in the truck. 2 in the warehouse. Still no sign of Sal. "It's been an hour, Angela," Callahan said. "He's coming." Callahan looked at the photo of Marcus Johnson he'd taped to the dash. "What if Pauly D gave you a bad address? What if this whole thing is a setup?" "It's the right address." Angela's knuckles were white on her radio. "He's testing us." "Wait." 6:45 a.m. The restaurant in Old City. Sal and Tony carried the duffel bags through the dark kitchen. The air smelled of garlic and oregano. They went down the steps to the basement, past shelves of wine and canned tomatoes. Marco was waiting by the walk-in freezer. He unlocked a second, smaller door built into the wall. A hidden room. They stacked the bags inside. "Done?" Tony said. Sal checked his watch. 6:47 a.m. Almost. 7 a.m. Port Richmond. "I'm not waiting anymore," Angela said. "He's not coming. He sent the kids. We take the truck. We take the product." "Angie, if we move now and Sal's not here." "We have a truck full of heroin. That's enough." She grabbed her radio. "All units. Go. Go. Go." The warehouse doors flew open. Flashbangs went off. "FBI. Hands in the air. Get on the ground." Luca Moretti screamed, falling out of the truck cab onto the concrete. Skinny Mike was right behind him, crying. Callahan was the 4th man inside. He ran to the back of the box truck, ripped open the canvas flap. Bags. 50-pound bags stacked high. "We got it," an agent yelled. "Product is here." Callahan pulled his knife, sliced open the nearest bag. White powder puffed out, coating his glove. He stared at it. He touched a finger to the powder. Tasted it. He spat. "Callahan, what is it?" Angela's voice was sharp in his earpiece. Callahan keyed his mic. His voice was dead. "Flour. It's goddamn flour." 7:03 a.m. Old City. Sal Bonano finished wiping down the chrome espresso machine. The restaurant was quiet, just the hum of the coolers. His burner phone buzzed on the counter. A text from a number he didn't know. Show's over. They liked the flower. Sal deleted the message. He picked up an espresso cup. "Tony," he said, not looking up, "make me a coffee. It's gonna be a good day." Chapter 26. The cold in the Trenton warehouse felt like it was coming up through the concrete floor. It was the kind of cold that got into your bones, the kind that reminded you of walk-in freezers and morgues. Tony DeMarco blew on his hands. He looked at Viktor Romanoff. The Russian just stood there in his thin wool coat, like he was waiting for a bus. "You picked this place," Tony said. "It's a dump." "It is neutral," Dmitri said. His voice was flat. "And it is not bugged. You can be sure." Tony nodded at the two men standing behind Dmitri. One was huge, a block of concrete in a leather jacket. The other was Alexei, the sniper. Tony knew it was him. The way he stood, separate, his eyes never stopping. Marco Benedetti stood at Tony's back, his hand inside his coat, probably gripping the rosary beads he pretended not to carry. "So we're here," Tony said. He unzipped his jacket, showed he wasn't wired. "We talk. Or we keep this up until one of us is planting the other." Dmitri gestured to a stack of corroded engine blocks. "We talk. Viktor is not happy. Sal's not happy either. Nobody's happy. That's why I'm here." Sal did not come. "Sal's emotional," Tony said, testing the lie. "He's thinking about his guys. His territory. His pride. I'm not. I'm thinking about the math." Dmitri's eyes flickered. He understood math. "You see the math, don't you?" Tony said. "I run it every night. We've lost 8 guys. You've lost, what? 10. 12. Plus the lawyers. The funerals. The cops you gotta pay to look the other way. I'm spending 50 grand a week, easy just to hold Atlantic City. You're probably spending more. And for what? For territory. For respect," Dmitri said. "Respect don't spend." Tony pulled a thermos from a bag Marco set down. He poured black coffee into a styrofoam cup. The steam was the only thing that moved in the cold air. "Want one?" Dmitri shook his head. "This is bad business," Tony continued, sipping the coffee. It burned his lip. "You know what's good business? Angela Russo. The FBI. She's sitting in her office right now, listening to wiretaps, drinking her Starbucks, just waiting. Building a RICO case, so big it'll have its own zip code. She's letting us do her job for her. We're killing each other, and she's just taking notes. That's the math. That's the reality." Alexei shifted. Dmitri held up a hand. "What are you proposing?" Dmitri said. Tony set the cup down. "I'm proposing we stop being stupid. I'm proposing we get back to making money, not spending it." He took a step closer. Marco tensed. "You want Atlantic City?" Tony said, his voice low. "Take it. It's yours. The whole goddamn boardwalk. The bookies, the loans, the corridor. We're out. We pull back to the Walt Whitman Bridge. It's a clean line." Dmitri stared at him. He expected a negotiation. A fight over streets. Not this. "You just give it to us." "I'm not giving you anything. I'm trading it. I'm stopping the bleed. I'm trading a city we're losing money on for a city we own. Philadelphia stays ours. You stay out. Your guys come over the bridge, they're tourists. My guys go to the shore, they're tourists. That's the truce." Dmitri was silent for a long time. "And Sal agrees to this? To just walk away?" "Sal will agree to what I tell him to agree to," Tony said. When I show him the numbers. When I tell him the alternative is we all go to prison. He's emotional, but he's not stupid. Dmitri looked at his feet, then back at Tony. This is not enough. The war, it costs too much. Just to stop. Viktor will not see this as a win. He will. Because that's not the deal. That's just the truce. Tony let the words hang. Here's the deal, Dmitri. We stop fighting over scraps. We start sharing the whole goddamn meal. What meal? The heroin. The product Viktor offered Sal months ago. The product Sal was too proud to take. Now, Dmitri was listening. Your supply, Tony said. You've got the port. You've got the pipeline. You said it was the best. We've got the network. Every bar, every union, every neighborhood from here to Reading. Places your guys stick out in. We move it. We handle the street. You handle the supply. We split the profit. Viktor offered this. Sal said no. That was before. Before the soccer mom. Before the strip club. Before Marcus Johnson. Before the feds were building a murder case. Before we spent $1 million trying to kill each other. Things are different now. What split? Dmitri asked. 60-40. Your way. For the supply. You're getting Atlantic City and the bigger cut. You take that deal to Viktor. He's a businessman. He'll see the math. Dmitri looked at Tony, really looked at him. He was trying to see the angle, the trick. You do this without Sal's approval? Dmitri asked. I'm his underboss. It's my job to see the whole board, not just the next move. Sal's thinking about who shot his guy. I'm thinking about who's going to prison. You go to Viktor. You tell him this. He'll understand. It's a win for him. He gets the city. He gets the drug deal. He gets peace. Sal gets to stop losing. Dmitri nodded slowly. This is a big move. To trust. After this. Trust is for civilians, Dmitri, Tony said. This is for the business. This is math. And the math on this is a hell of a lot better than the math on war. Dmitri looked at Alexei, then back at Tony. He stood up straight. I will take this to Viktor. But I tell you this. If this is a trick, if Sal is playing a game, you will be the first to die, Tony. You and your friend Marco. It's not a trick. It's just business. Dmitri turned and walked out of the warehouse. His two men followed, walking backward until they were out the door. The warehouse was quiet again, just the sound of a pipe dripping somewhere in the dark. Marco finally let out a breath. You think he'll buy it? The whole Sal doesn't know thing? It's the only way, Tony said, grabbing his thermos. If Dmitri thinks it comes from Sal, it's weakness. It's surrender. If it comes from me, it's just business. A pragmatic guy, cleaning up a mess. Viktor will respect that. And Sal? Tony screwed the cap on the thermos. That's the hard part. Now, I just gotta go sell surrender to a guy who thinks he's a king. Chapter 27. The back room of the Brighton Beach social club smelled like smoked fish and old tea. Viktor Romanoff stared at the glass of black tea on the table. He hadn't touched it. It was cold. Dmitri Volkov stood in the doorway, letting the noise from the front room, men shouting over cards, the clack of checkers, spill in before he shut the door. The room went quiet. Alexei, the sniper, sat in the corner, cleaning his fingernails with the tip of a K-bar. Lev, who ran Viktor's books, sat at the table, a small calculator in his hand, his eyes empty. I met the Italian, Dmitri said. He didn't say, Tony DeMarco. He said, the Italian. Viktor looked up. His eyes were red. He hadn't been sleeping. War was expensive. And he wants peace. Alexei snorted, a sharp, ugly sound. He looked at the dirt he'd scraped from under a nail. We made 17 of his men peaceful. Of course he wants it. He offers Atlantic City, Dmitri said, ignoring him. He stood straight, like a soldier reporting to a general. All of it. The boardwalk, the corridor. Everything. They pull back to Philadelphia. Viktor's hand tightened on his glass. He offers what we have already taken. He offers us our own property. He spat on the floor. What about Philadelphia? Philadelphia stays his. Yet. Viktor shook his head, his voice a low growl. We did not lose 12 men to win half a state. We did not let the FBI listen to our phones for 6 months to draw. We go for all. We break him. Alexei smiled, admiring the clean edge of his knife. I can be in his house by tomorrow. Him. His wife. His children. It ends. That was the first offer, Dmitri said. Viktor stopped. He looked at Dmitri. The first. I told him no. I told him you were insulted. I told him it was not enough. That he was weak and you were strong. Good, Viktor said. So he made a second offer. Dmitri let the words hang, letting the room feel the shift. The real one. The one he was afraid to make. The one Sal does not know about. Now Lev, who had been silent, looked up from his calculator. Lev only cared about numbers. Dmitri said, he wants the heroin. The room was still. The only sound was the hum of the vodka cooler against the wall. He said no before, Lev said, his voice a dry rustle. Before, he thought he was a king, Dmitri said. Now, he is just a man spending $50,000 a week on funerals. He wants the deal, Viktor. The one you offered him. Our supply. Their network. 60/40ths. Our favor. Alexei closed his knife with a loud click. He stood up. It is a trick. He is weak. He's bleeding. Why make a deal? We push. We take his city. We take his network. We take everything. We don't need him. We crush him now. We do, Lev said, his voice cutting through Alexei's anger. We need his network. You think you can walk into South Philly, Alexei? You. With your face. You think you can sell product in those neighborhoods? They will cut you into pieces before you get off the bridge. The Italians, they look the same. They sound the same. They belong. He's right, Dmitri said, finding his footing. We can't move product in Philly. Not like they can. We've tried. It costs too much. We lost 3 men just trying to talk to their dealers. Lev leaned forward. His fingers were stained with ink. So, we look at the math. Tony DeMarco sees the math. This is not a truce. This is a business takeover. We get Atlantic City. This is a win. We get 60% of their heroin market in Philadelphia. This is a win. We stop spending money on bullets, and we start making money on product. This, he tapped the calculator, is the biggest win. And Sal Bonano? Viktor's voice was ice. He just lives. He lives, Lev said. For now. He becomes our biggest customer. Our partner. He makes us rich, and we take 60 cents of every dollar he earns. We bleed him dry on the split. We get strong. He gets weak. We let the FBI watch him. And if, in 2 years, we decide we want Philadelphia, we will be strong enough to take it. And he will be too weak, too dependent on our product to stop us. Viktor stared into his cold tea. He saw the logic. It was not a coward's peace. It was a predator's patience. He hated Sal Bonano. He wanted him dead. He wanted to see his house burn. But Lev was right. Letting Sal work for him, making Sal dependent on him, that was a different kind of revenge. A colder one. A better one. It was business. He wants to partner, Viktor said almost to himself. He needs to, Dmitri said. The war broke him. Tony DeMarco knows it. Viktor finally looked up. He smiled. It was not a nice smile. It was all teeth. Duh. We take the deal. We take Atlantic City. We sell them our product. We make them rich, and we take 60 cents of every dollar. We will own them, and they will call us partner. He looked at Dmitri. The smile was gone. You will handle this. You and this Tony DeMarco. But you tell him, you tell Sal, this is not a partnership of equals. This is an accommodation. And if he lies, if one thing is wrong, if this is a game. Viktor pointed at Alexei, who was now standing by the door. I will not send Alexei to Sal Bonano's house, Viktor said, his voice dropping to a whisper. I will send him to Tony DeMarco's house. Then, Dmitri, I will send him to yours. You understand me? Dmitri nodded. He felt the cold on his neck. It wasn't from the drafty window. I understand. I will tell Tony. He will control Sal. Good, Viktor said. He picked up his glass of tea, looked at it, and set it back down. Now, get out. I want to talk to Lev about numbers. This war is over. It is time to count our money. Chapter 28. Sal Bonano's office at DiNardo's was cold. It was 3 in the morning, but Sal hadn't turned on the heat. He liked the cold. It kept him awake. He was looking at a ledger, the same one he'd been looking at for a week. The red ink looked black in the dim light from his desk lamp. The numbers didn't lie. Funerals. Lawyers. Cash for the widows. Pay for soldiers who weren't earning. The war was a hole, and he was pouring money into it. He heard the lock on the front door click, then footsteps. Heavy, tired. Tony. Tony DeMarco came in without knocking. He didn't look like a guy who'd just been to a meet. He looked like he'd just finished a double shift, digging a ditch. He was holding a styrofoam cup of coffee, the steam long gone. Sal didn't look up from the ledger. So. Tony sat in the vinyl chair that squeaked. He didn't say anything, just stared at the cup. So. Sal said again, his voice like gravel. You see him? Dmitri? I saw him. Tony's voice was flat. He taking the deal? He backing off? He'll back off. Sal closed the ledger. Finally. Good. So we won. We pushed him back. Tony took a sip of his cold coffee and grimaced. He set the cup on the edge of Sal's desk, leaving a ring. It's gonna cost. Sal's eyes narrowed. Cost what? Money. I'm already paying money. Territory. A vein throbbed in Sal's temple. What territory? Atlantic City, Tony said. All of it. Sal stood up. The chair screeched back, hitting the file cabinet. He what? He wants the city. Clean. The boardwalk, the casinos, the expressway corridor. We pull back to the Walt Whitman. A clean line. He wants? Sal's voice was a low roar. He grabbed the empty styrofoam cup from his desk and crushed it. We lost 17 men. 17. Carmine's kid, that soccer mom, and he wants. You went there to give him our terms, Tony. Not to listen to his. You don't give a man your house after he kills your family. I didn't give him anything, Tony said. He didn't raise his voice. He never raised his voice. I listened. And I made a different deal. A different deal from what? From surrender? From stupid? Tony leaned forward, his eyes finding Sal's in the dim light. You're right. Giving him the city is weakness. It's a loss. If that's all it was. Sal stopped pacing. What else is it? It's a buy-in. A buy-in to what? To the heroin. Sal went very still. The deal. The one I said no to. The one you said no to when you thought you were a king, Tony said. The one you said no to before we spent $1 million proving we could bleed just as fast as they could. Things are different now. He offered this. Sal didn't believe it. He didn't have to. Tony had to spin this. He had to make it Sal's idea. Dimitri's smart. He knows the math. He knows the war is killing them too. He says, why fight over 50 grand a week in AC when we can partner for $500,000 a month in Philly? He says Viktor doesn't want a war. He wants a partner. He's got a funny way of showing it, Sal spat. He's Russian. They don't know how to knock. They only know how to kick the door in. But now the door's open. He says, Viktor has the supply. You have the network. We give you Atlantic City as a sign of good faith. A cost of doing business. You give us a 60/40th split on the product we both move through your city. He was testing us, Sal. Seeing if we were businessmen or just thugs. Sal walked to the window, looking down at the dark, empty street. He was processing. He could hear the lie in Tony's story, but he could also hear the truth in the numbers. We're not losing Atlantic City, Sal, Tony said, standing up. We're trading it. We're trading a money pit for an oil well. We're letting them think they won the battle, so we can win the whole goddamn thing. We didn't lose. We drew. And a draw that makes us rich is a win. Sal turned from the window. The cold in the room felt good now. It felt clear. So I walk away, Sal said. I let him have it. I look weak. You look smart, Tony said. You look like a CEO. Who gives a shit about Atlantic City? It's a sewer. We were fighting over a sewer. Now we're partners in a gold mine. You're the guy who saw the bigger picture. You're the guy who stopped the bleeding and started the earning. Sal was nodding, slow, convincing himself. This was the only way to frame it that his pride could swallow. It wasn't surrender. It was a strategic partnership. A flanking maneuver. Okay, Sal said. Okay. So we do this. We let him think he won Atlantic City. We let him have Atlantic City, Tony corrected. We don't need it. We've got Philly. Sal held up a finger. We let him have it, for now. Tony's face didn't change. He knew this was coming. We do this deal, Sal said, walking back to his desk. He sat down, the king back on his throne. We partner. We make this money. We get strong again. But you make sure Dimitri and Viktor understand. This is temporary. Sal, the deal is for. I don't care what the paper says. The deal is temporary. Sal leaned into the light. His eyes were dark. This isn't a truce. It's an accommodation. And someday, when we're strong, when he's not looking, I'm taking everything back. The city. The boardwalk. His operation. All of it. You make sure he knows I'm not forgetting what he did. You make sure he knows I'm not forgetting the soccer mom. Or our guys. Not ever. Tony nodded. He knows, Sal. He knows. Good. Sal opened his ledger again, took out a clean one. Now, let's talk about money. Real money. Tony walked to the door. He stopped, his hand on the knob. He knew what he'd done. He'd made peace. He'd saved the organization. He'd also just planted the seed for the next war, right in the wounded pride of the only man who could start it. But for today, the killing stopped. The bleeding stopped. That was the win. He walked out, leaving Sal alone in the cold, counting money he hadn't even made yet. Chapter 29. Angela Russo stared at the wall. 6 months of red lines connecting names. 6 months of wiretaps filled with murder, panic, and rage. 6 months of building a RICO case so big, it would have taken down 2 organizations at once. And now, silence. The lines stopped. The wiretaps were dead air. Just bookies talking about point spreads. Sal Bonano telling his wife he'd be late for dinner. Her boss, Mitchell Hargrove, walked in holding a printout. The mayor's office sends its regards. The homicide rate in South Philly and Atlantic City is down 90% in 72 hours. They made a deal, Angela said. She tapped Sal's picture on the wall. He made a deal. He was losing, he was bleeding, and he cut a deal to survive. That's not a win. That's a rain delay. The shooting stopped, Angela. The civilians are safe. Take the win. He killed a soccer mom. His organization. His war. And he gets to walk away. He gets to partner with the man who did it. That's not a win. That's just a new business arrangement. She tore a photo of a dead Russian enforcer from the board and crumpled it. She wanted more bodies. More evidence. Now all she had was a pile of cold cases and 2 bosses who were smart enough to stop before she could cuff them. Frank Callahan closed the file. Marcus Johnson, 17. He stamped it. Inactive, pending further leads. It was the 5th one he'd closed this week. All of them tied to the war. All of them cold, because the witnesses were either dead or too scared to talk. And now the organizations themselves wouldn't be feeding them any more clues. His partner, Lou, dropped a coffee on his desk. You look like you're going to a funeral. Just burying some files, Callahan said. He took the coffee. You hear from Russo? She's climbing the walls. Thinks we let 'em get away. They did get away. Callahan looked at the photo of Marcus Johnson one last time before dropping it in the drawer. But the shooting stopped. I'll take it. I'm tired of telling mothers their kids aren't coming home. So justice doesn't matter? Justice? Callahan took a long drink. The coffee was burnt. Justice is what Russo wants. I just wanted the killing to stop. The killing stopped. I'm good. He leaned back. The first time in 6 months his shoulders didn't feel tight. He'd take the peace. Justice was too expensive. Sal Bonano sat in his office at DiNardo's. The lights were off, just the glow from the street outside. He was looking at the pictures on his desk. 17 faces. Men he'd had coffee with. Men whose kids he knew. Frankie Batts. Carmen Russo. Mikey Sorrentino. All dead. All paid for with territory. He heard the lock on the front door, then the soft, heavy footsteps. Tony. He didn't have to look. Tony always walked like he was sorry for taking up space. Tony DeMarco came in and stood in the dark. He could smell the whiskey. You're counting ghosts, Sal. I'm counting the cost. Sal's voice was rough. $1 million. 17 men. For a draw. It's not a draw. It's survival. Tony flipped the light switch. Sal winced, his hand covering the photos. Turn it off. Tony hit the switch, plunging the room back into gray shadow. He sat in the vinyl chair that always squeaked. We survived. Viktor survived. We're partners. Partners, Sal spat. The word tasted like ash. He's got a 60-40 split, and my second biggest territory. I'm not his partner. I'm his customer. For now. Tony leaned forward. But we're weak, Sal. And we can't look weak. The war's over, but the feds are still here. Angela Russo is still here. She's just waiting for us to make a mistake. She's pissed. She wanted us in cuffs. So we stay clean. We get smart, Tony said. The problem wasn't just the Russians. It was our guys. Jackie Sorrentino running off, half-cocked. Polly D getting seen. Kids who talk. Kids who get emotional. Kids who leave witnesses. Sal looked up from the photos. What are you saying? I'm saying we can't use our own guys for the hard stuff anymore. They're all connected. You pinch one, he flips. He gives up his cousin, who gives up his uncle, who gives up us. The whole thing is built on family. It's a weakness. It's a map for Russo to follow. Sal was listening. Really listening. We need to get stronger, Tony said, his voice dropping to a whisper. We need soldiers nobody knows about. We need guys who aren't on any chart. Guys who do a job, take their money and disappear. Ghosts. People who can do things without being connected to us. Sal stared at Tony. The numbers guy. The pragmatist. He was talking about murder. Cold. Clean. Outsourced. You know someone? Sal asked. No. Tony stood up. But I know a guy who knows a guy. Someone from outside. Someone who did wet work overseas. Army. Iraq or someplace. Did things the government told him to do, then found out he liked it. He's a ghost. No connections. No family here. No loyalty. Just a price. Sal looked back at the photos of his dead men. All family. All loyal. All dead. He pushed the photos into a pile. Find him, Sal said. The dugout bar in Kensington smelled like stale beer and bleach. Danny Reese sat at the end of the bar. He had $27, a half-pack of cigarettes, and a Sig Sauer tucked into the small of his back. He was watching the Phillies lose on a TV with a crack in the corner, but he wasn't seeing the game. He was seeing the sand. The heat. The way a man's face looked when the air pressure changed. He drank his beer. It was warm. His phone vibrated. A burner. He'd bought it for cash 3 days ago. He looked at the screen. Unknown number. He let it ring. Once. Twice. He picked it up. Didn't say hello. Just answered. A voice on the other end. Quiet. Sounded like a businessman. I hear you're looking for work, the voice said. Private security type stuff. High end. Pays well. Danny stared at the TV. A player just struck out. The 3 other guys at the bar didn't even look up. He put the phone back to his ear. Said nothing for a long moment. Then, I'm listening. The end.